We're ready when you are, Jesse.
Yep, we're ready.
And we have all of the institutions or Ivan sites with the exception of Lake Region
So far.
and we believe they're on the call.
They're not yet. They're calling ITV.
Okay, are they gonna dial into the conference line?
I will check with,
Be great to have them at least on the conference line until they, even if it's just on a cell phone.
Terry,
it's
Christie,
fine.
can you text Doug Darling and just say, just dial in? I mean, there'll be no slides presented, so visuals are not as crucial.
Well, we'll kick the Board of Higher Education meeting for March 26th off. It's kind of interesting because as we go through this meeting today, this physical gavel will become an electronic gavel at some point with Member Ryan, Vice Chair Ryan, will take a part of the meeting over during today. And so as our lives change and dynamic things are happening, a month ago, we would have never imagined that this meeting would be completed completely electronically, including interviews with candidates for a very special and important appointment here at Bismarck State College. And so I want to thank everybody for adapting quickly. Our institutional presidents making decisions with their teams daily that affect the lives of our students to the point where today, every one of our students is completing their semester entirely online. And so appreciate everybody, the board members' flexibility to ensure that we complete the important work of the board, regardless of what's going on outside of these doors and outside of the buildings that we're in. So I want to welcome you to the meeting. We're going to do our best. We know that there's going to be some hiccups today. And so being flexible and understanding, I think we're all responsible enough to do that. So a couple of pointers. If you're about to speak, the way Ivan works is that it picks up on your voice so that you become the larger picture on the screen for the rest of the board or board members to see you. And so during today's meeting, I would ask that you announce yourself before you begin to speak. For instance, Chair Nick Hacker, and that way the screen will flip to me and we'll be able to know that's who's speaking. And so instead of just simply speaking up, announce your name as Member Nessett or Member Morton. And that way the screen will adapt and it will go a little smoother and be a little less kind of juggly in between the cameras. I think Jesse would appreciate that. And so thank you all. So we'll get started, and the first item on our agenda is the agenda. Are there any changes? Well, we need to call the roll first. Terry, would you call the roll?
Board Chair Hacker.
Here.
Dr. Ryan.
Here.
Ms. Nessett.
Here.
Mr. Morton. You might be muted, Mr. Morton. Mr. Deshak.
Here.
Mr. Mahalik.
Here.
Ms. Louders.
Here.
Ms. Mathern. Here. Dr. Dragseth.
Here.
Mr. Morton. Do you want me to go around to the campuses?
Yeah, let's do the campuses and then come back to Member Morton. I do believe he was planning to attend.
So here at BSC, we have Dan Langdang, Eric Olson, Chancellor Hagarat, Christy Hetzler, Terry Meyer, and Jesse Carmen. DSU.
Hello?
That's Steve, is that you?
NDSU, we got disconnected temporarily.
Don't say the
Okay.
full words.
Lake Region. Mayville.
Good morning, present.
Minot.
Good morning, Terry. This is Steve Shirley.
Dakota College of Botano.
Good morning, Jerry Migler here.
State College of Science. NDSU.
Dean Bershani here with Mr. Morton.
UND.
Morning, Josh Wynn with you.
Valley City. Williston. Anyone else on the line?
Will you call the roll for Member Morton again?
Mr. Morton?
Do that again. Here, I didn't issue.
Thank you.
Check with Tammy and Lisa, see if they can.
Tammy Dolan, did you join? Lisa Johnson?
This is Lisa and Tammy. We're both here at the Capitol with Dave Krebsbach.
Bill Weiskup?
He's working on the COVID thing with the National Guard.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Terry. We've got the full board here, which is wonderful, and many of the institutions, I'm sure those that are missing will dial in as they can. With that, we'll move on to our first item of business, which is to adopt the agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda? And if not, we will look for a motion.
It's Casey. Ryan, I would move approval of the agenda as presented.
Member Mahalik, make a second to that motion.
Call the roll, Terry.
Mr. Morton?
Again? Yes.
Mr. DeShock?
Yes.
Ms. Nesset?
Yes.
Mr. Mahalik?
Yes.
Dr. Ryan?
Yes.
Ms. Louders?
Yes.
Board Chair Hacker?
Yes. Thank you. The next several items on our agenda are consent, which should be items 2, 3, 4, and 5. Are there any board members that would like to pull any item off of the consent?
This is Vice Chair Ryan. I would move approval of the consent agenda.
Member
Louders, I'll second that. Yes, Member Louders, I'll second that motion.
Great, thank you. Terry, if you would call the roll.
Mr. DeShock?
Yes.
Ms.
This
Louders?
is Dr. Dragsath. Are we going to have any discussion on this?
We've begun the roll already.
All right.
Yes. Member Louders, yes.
We're already in the middle of calling the roll.
Dr. Ryan?
Yes.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Ms. Nesset?
Yes.
Mr. Mahalik?
Yes.
Board Chair Hacker?
Yes. Those have all been adopted. Would Member Dragset want to speak to any of those items from an advisory role? Obviously, we can't do anything at this point, which was why we asked if there was any of the items on the consent agenda that a board member would like to have taken off. And just as a reminder, how the consent agenda works. We ask for that opportunity to take an item off so that it does not go through consent and a full discussion on that item can occur. And so we did that, and there was probably about 5 to 10 seconds to do that and in this last motion. But I do know Member Dragsath would like to point some things out, so I'm going to give her an opportunity to do that at this time. However, considering we did adopt all of them. Member Dragsath?
I'm not a member, so I don't have the ability to pull something off the consent agenda, so I have no comment at this point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, Dan, do you want to talk a little bit about the process here for the interviews?
Sure, today's process or leading up to today?
Just kind of how the next 2 hours is going to operate.
Okay. Well, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Chair Hacker. The process that is outlined today will include some video FaceTime with our 3 candidates. The first one will begin at 9 o'clock, and each of the candidates have been asked to call in shortly before their scheduled time. And so we will have our first interview at 9 o'clock. They run for an hour, and then a 15-minute break will allow for the candidate to ensure that the candidate disconnects, and then the next one will join shortly before that scheduled time. And so we'll run through the three candidates in this format. We have done pre-checks with each of them in terms of their video, their audio quality, and so we're hoping that that will come through really well for all of our distance sites. We do have someone local who is ensuring that the connections are going in the right place, so we're hoping that will that there are no issues with that. And I think if there's any transfer issues that somehow that information needs to get to us so we could try to rectify that on our local site here. But for the most part, I think we are set to go with our interviews.
Great, wonderful. Thank you, Dan. So at this point, we'll move into the very first segment under the BSC presidential interviews, which includes any other discussion from Member Mahalik and Dan before we look forward to the interview. Member Mahalik, or Dan, would you like to talk about the process by which we got here in your applicant pool, et cetera?
Yeah, Member Mahalik, and I'll kick it off and turn it over to Dan. We did conduct a search that brought in applicants from all over the country. We had a total of 31 applicants that we reviewed. We broke that down to 12 applicants that we then video interviewed. And from there, we brought the 5 on campus. We were very, very happy and excited with the pool of candidates that we received. Great interviews, great feedback. And today we're able to give you the 3 that were decided upon by the search committee. Along with that, from my perspective and ours as State Board of Higher Ed, I want to say a thank you to BSC, to Rita, Janelle, and Angie from BSC, who did a fantastic job of helping us with that. From NDSU office, both Eric and Terry, who again did a lot of work, put a lot of time in. And of course, my co-chair, Dan, who really helped take me through this process since he's been through it. It's my first search, and I learned a lot. And I do know that a lot of people are excited about the future of BSC, and it went well. And we're looking forward to you interviewing our 3 candidates today. So, Dan, if there's anything you'd like to add.
Thank you, Member Mahalik, and I agree. The process, just a correction, we had 41 to start with as we went through this process. The search committee was a very diverse group, which included members from the campus community, our business community within the region. We had alumni, we had student representatives. We also had a sitting president. And I tell you, the work that was involved, there were countless hours. The effort put in, this team did a top-notch job to ensure that this board had 3 candidates that were ready to serve Bismarck State College. And so I would just add to Member Mahalik's gratitude that this team did a wonderful job, and so thankful for their time and effort. It was a very difficult decision process because the candidate pool was very strong, and we saw a lot of diversity across that candidate pool, which is very exciting for the college. We saw individuals who are keenly aware of the changes that are happening in North Dakota in higher education, and then even specifically at Bismarck State College. And I think as we will hear from the 3 that we brought forward today, I think you'll see an awareness of the issues that are relevant to higher ed right now, and especially where we are as a campus.
Great. Wonderful. Dan, thank you very much. And as a reminder, we're going to try to go slow to allow you to mute and unmute. So if you're not speaking, please remember to mute your line. We're getting feedback, and I think it's a challenge for other sites to hear and understand.
Yeah, thank you very much. And as a reminder, we're going to try to go slow
That's that feedback. Jesse?
Somebody was muted or not muted.
Okay, great. Thank you. So we are a little ahead of schedule. So we will stand at ease until 9 o'clock.
I can do some fire.
Can you put us on mute, Jesse?
Well, that gives us time to get settled.
Dr. Harris, are you there?
We're gonna do, for everybody on the line, we're gonna do a kind of a connection check here with Jesse. We understand there's some challenges on the live stream. For all of those folks that are listening to the live stream, Chrome is your better browser to operate the live stream. So if you're able to hear us but not see us as well, try switching over to Chrome. With that, Jesse, we'll just kind of do a mic check, if you will, or Ivan check.
Absolutely, it's like that. Devil's Lake, are you there?
Yes, we're here. Thank you. Devil's Lake.
All right. Fargo, I see you. Can you hear us?
We're here.
Dickinson.
Fargo.
Dickinson, are you there?
This is Dr. Dragseth. I'm in May Hall. I'm here.
Thank you. Grand Forks.
Yes,
Room one.
Casey.
Gotcha. Grand Forks, room 2.
Caleb's here too.
Okay. Minot.
Yep, yeah, she's got Tim Mahalik and Steve Shirley here.
Then I saw Kathy Nessett, connect remotely.
Kathy is here. Thank you.
Here. And everybody else is on a desktop videos, which they can dial in randomly. I'm not sure where they're at. And Dr. Harris, are you there?
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. We're just doing a little audio check. We have another 3 minutes, and then we'll get started, just so you know. So until then, we're going to be on mute for a little bit and go from there.
Okay. Sounds good.
Thank you, Jesse. And we did a little bit of a mic check. Sounds like everybody's hooked up. Again, if you're live streaming, Chrome works better for your browser than the other providers. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dan to introduce our first candidate.
Thank you, Chair Hacker. I'm pleased to introduce you to our first candidate today, Dr. Clark Harris. Dr. Harris is currently spending his time down at Laramie County Community College, and he has served in various roles, but currently is a special assistant to the president at the college. So with that, I'll turn it over to the board and thank Dr. Harris for being here this morning.
Thank
you. And good luck to you.
Thank you, Dan.
Yep.
Welcome, Dr. Harris. I'm Nick Hacker. I'm our current chair. All of our board members are remotely located, and so each one of them will have a question for you, and maybe more than one. And so with live stream, we kind of just take a little extra second in between, allowing people to get off of mute and that sort of thing. So we'll do our best, and thank you for accommodating. We wish we could all be in person. We understand the differences as a board from being in person versus remote, and those are all being taken into consideration. So welcome. And I would ask for you to give us a little bit of your background, your current position, and why both of those would qualify you to lead Bismarck State College.
Okay, thank you. So I'm currently the special assistant to the president. I've also been the vice president of academic affairs. And also I had a 9-year stint at Mott Community College as the dean of technology. And Mott is a larger community college, and it's in a very manufacturing rich environment down in southeast Michigan. So, but I feel like my executive experience, my leadership skills, and my positive perspective, those will help me achieve the college's vision, which is to be a national model of innovative education and workforce training. And I feel like I'm very inclusive, a very open, collaborative leader. And I feel like I can really help with continuing to grow and build the family atmosphere, the family of the campus. But the important thing to me is that help us all embrace student success, and how can we help us achieve that. If I'm selected as a president, I feel like my really strong background in career and technical education can help us transition to the polytechnic institution that we're looking at. But to me, my biggest goal is and vision is that we can help students be successful. My goal is that we can help change their lives and provide them with economic and social mobility that's going to change their lives and families' lives for generations as they change their attitude about college and have that skill set. So the beauty is when we help our students grow, it strengthens our community because all of that will grow together. So.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Harris. And we're going to call on Member Mahalik at this time.
Thank you. And good morning, Dr. Harris. Good to see you again.
Yes, good morning.
You recently have been on campus and have met with many of the constituents. I guess, what have you observed and learned about BSC would be the first question. Second part of that will be, as a result of the information gathered, what opportunities and or challenges have you identified? And as president, how would you address those opportunities and or challenges?
Well, I think some of the biggest would obviously be looking at transitioning to the Polytechnic. I think that's going to be important. And as we look at that, how do we make everybody feel comfortable and feel like they are part of that? I can easily see how potentially the liberal arts faculty may feel like they're being left out as you move forward on something like that. And I think that's going to be important. And I think it'll take a lot of meetings, a lot of conversations, listening to everybody to make sure that we hear those and move forward. That's one. I happened to go to a couple of the women's basketball games. I was fortunate for that. It was pretty exciting. But to me, it looks like that's a facility at some point down the road will need to probably be upgraded. I was comparing that to the gymnasium that we have, and I feel like the ceiling is probably not quite high enough for volleyball, and it may not meet some of the standards for volleyball and basketball. So that's something down the road that may need to be addressed. I think as we continue to grow the programs, that will be important. One of the things that I'm working on right now as the special assistant is I am putting together a strategic programming document, and I have done research. And one of my deans of outreach had done a lot of the preliminary research, and we've identified over 50 occupations and programs. And what we're doing is we're looking at 3 different data sources to see what the employment opportunity is for our community and our region, plus the whole state of Wyoming and nationally. And we're looking to see what the employment opportunities are and what the salary and benefits, because we want to make sure that those, when we put the money into developing a program, that it's going to make high wage, high skill, high demand occupations. And so that, to me, that's pretty important. So we hope I've got that pretty much finalized. Now we're at the process where we have a team that are going to narrow that down. And so what we hope is that the programs that we look at adding in the next 5 years will come from that list, because we've identified those. Some of the programs that came on the list weren't ones that we just identified. They were also ones that some of our regional employment agents or groups found. So we have quite a few. We have construction. We also have a Forward Greater Cheyenne and some different and some statewide entities that are looking at what are some of the critical need areas that we need to be addressing. And so we're trying to look at those, and narrowed it down to 50, and now we need to take that and narrow it down to a much smaller group, because obviously we can't start 50 new programs, as we probably won't have too many dollars for new FTEs. Those are some of the things. I think just continuing to build the community on campus and to get more involvement with students. As an example, as a student forum, it was a pretty small representation. How do we get more students interested in what's going on campus and getting involved? I guess those would be some of the things I saw.
Thank you. Member Morton.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to talk about strategic planning, and what I'd like to do is, would you just give us a high-level overview of your approach to strategic planning, and perhaps describe a successful process you went through, and then again maybe a process that wasn't as successful? Thank you.
Right. I've been involved in strategic planning in some different capacities. One that I pretty much led, but I also brought in a consultant, was when I was the executive director of MOPSI. It's a national curriculum consortium. And it was a very interesting group because we had 10 different states. So if you can imagine the differences you bring in from the different areas in North Dakota, these had 10, I had 10 different states represented on my board. And so working with them, trying to bring together what are the needs, what are the goals that we had to shape our organization and to help us move forward. One of the things is we had done research, but we also did a lot with gaining their input and making sure that we listen to everybody and to their thoughts on how we move forward. I thought that was pretty successful. I have been involved in other strategic planning, such as my academic leadership team. We did planning. It wasn't on a 5-year basis. It was more on a year-to-year, but it was one of those, the same thing. We would identify all of the issues, then we would try and narrow that down to what are the things that we really must focus on that are going to be critical to help us move forward. I think a lot of those have been successful, and is working also. I haven't been on a college-wide, but I feel like my skill set will easily transfer into those. A lot of it is about listening and gathering information as we move forward. I don't know that I necessarily have an example of one that wasn't successful. I don't think I have had that opportunity to, fortunately, I guess, to run into one that wasn't successful.
Have you had an opportunity to see the strategic plan for Bismarck State College?
Yes, I've read the strategic plan. I feel very confident with it. I'm pretty excited about the core values. I feel like those are something that definitely I relate closely with. To me, people is a critical component. The idea that we must focus on our students and student success, but also we need to focus on the people at the college and how can we help continue to make a sense of community with them. I think it's easy with different divisions for people to feel siloed into different areas, and the student services work well. That is an area that I have seen difficulties at other colleges, where student services and academic affairs didn't work well together. And actually, I feel like we do a great job here. I spent a lot of effort working with our vice president of student services. We met every other week, and part of that is because we were also the co-leads of our Guided Pathways project. And so we did that. Also, learning, another one of the core values, is important. I've been a teacher my whole life. I even feel like when I was young, I started out in 4-H, and I loved the idea of teaching and but I have been a teacher for over 20 years. Full-time and part-time. And I've kind of the interesting thing is I've taught at all different levels. I've taught at the high school level. I was successful there. I've taught at the university level and the undergraduate. I've taught graduate And I have also taught some community college classes. So I feel like I have that whole experience. And tied to that, and I think it is especially appropriate with Bismarck State College, is my strong career and technical background. And I feel like, especially being the dean at Mott Community College has helped with that. Integrity, another one of the core values. I feel like that's who I am. If people can't trust their president, you're not going to live. Even you may not like what I say, but at least if you trust that I am telling you the truth, and we have an open, collaborative discussion, that I think that's important. Innovation, I feel like that is something that I have always been involved with. One of the fortunate things is I taught a graduate class at Kansas State University called Emerging Technologies in Education, and so I felt like I was on the cutting edge of technology. I don't say the bleeding edge, but the cutting edge. We looked at the new technologies and how those were implemented into everything from K-12 to community college, university classes, how they could tie those technologies in. And I thought I did that for 14 years, I believe, something like that. And that really opened up a lot of doors. Another innovation activity that I've been involved with was at Mott Community College. We were a member of the Strategic Horizons Network. That is a very small entity. They keep it small on purpose. I think it's got 10 or maybe a couple less colleges that are involved with that. And a lot of it is they try and put a spin every time they meet, which is, I think, once or twice a year. And they go to a different community, and they look at how industry and business can help affect them and how they can look at things different. Obviously, guided pathways is a big part. And then the last core value of excellence. When I was at Mott Community College, we were very fortunate to be one of the top 10 Aspen schools. And we have been in the top 150 the whole time I was there and after. Actually, I would say probably the best example of excellence that I've been involved with was in the Stillwater Boys Choir. I was a co-president of the Stillwater Boys Choir, and we had a group that the director did a phenomenal job of helping our boys perform at this incredibly high level. And all three of my sons were in the choir at some level. My youngest son, over 3 years, actually never even made the concert choir. But to me, those are important. I've already mentioned the vision. I feel strong about that, and the priorities. That all the priorities are tied to student success, and I think that's important. I know I'm kind of talking along here. I've also looked at the State Board of Higher Education's at the strategic plan and those 5 pieces, and I went through and looked at the dashboard that we had that would score how the colleges are doing. And I thought that looked pretty impressive. So yes, I feel like I have a good handle on it, and I embrace it strongly.
Thank you, Dr. Harris. In full disclosure, my wife and I both grew up in Flint, Michigan, and very familiar with the Mott program and the tremendous impact that the Mott Foundation has had on Flint, particularly with their community school concept. But we were there during some very prosperous times, and you were there in the less prosperous times. So thank you. I'm done. Thank you.
Well, thanks. And actually, I feel like I was there during a great time because we hit rock bottom. We were at a point where the community was at a 25% unemployment rate for the town of Flint. And so that caused lots and lots of students to come back to the community college. And we swelled up to 12,500 students at the college, and I felt like our technology division did a phenomenal job of providing people opportunities that could pull them out of the poverty and change their lives. To me, that was a pretty exciting time. So thanks for saying that you live there. It's great.
Thank you, Dr. Harris.
Thank you. Member Nessett?
Good morning, Dr. Harris. Good morning, Chair Hacker. I come to you and welcome from northwest corner of the state, from Tioga. Dr. Harris, I'm a geologist working in the oil fields in the in Tioga, North Dakota. I'd like to visit with you and ask some questions. I want to thank you for your time. I know these are challenging times. That will be part of my second part of my question. I'd like to begin with campus government and campus collaboration. I would like to know how you see the role of students, faculty, staff, alumni, and the Bismarck State College Foundation in your role and your involvement as the future president of Bismarck State College.
Right. So we have a group called the College Council at LCCC, and it's one that I really like the way that's built. Our College Council has representatives that are from classified staff. We have representatives from professional staff. We have representatives from managerial staff. We have faculty on the committee, and then there's also a management group. I ran out of fingers. Management group, and then we also have the executive team that are part of that. And we meet, I believe it's once a month, and we look at all the issues, and those are recommendations then that are made back to the president. The president sits on there, but I think he's a non-voting member, and the organization is actually run by one of the members. And right now, I believe not sure if he's classified or professional staff over at our satellite campus. So that's really an interesting combination that he's doing a phenomenal job of leading that group as we look at the different topics that through the college. So I think it's important that everybody is involved. Everybody has an opinion. All of those entities have a chance to do a report out. I guess I missed two of the really important groups. We have students that are also part of that group. They are represented, and it was discussed when I first came on that we weren't probably hearing the voice of the students from our satellite campus over in Laramie. So it's confusing. Laramie is in Albany County, and so they are a satellite campus. So we had representatives from there also, and so it really was a diverse group, and we were able to hear lots of different voices. And also other people could come in and basically give public comments to the group. But I thought that was very beneficial. I think it's important that we have that. I met with the president of our faculty senate, especially when I was vice president of academic affairs. I met with him on a monthly basis. He came to my office. And kind of one of the nice things is I like to eat in the dining hall, and I probably eat there at least 3 times a week. And it gives me a chance to interact with folks. And so I get to interact with classified staff, professional staff, faculty, students, and on a regular basis. And so it's one that it really gives me the opportunity to work. And I probably shouldn't say I do it this much, but I think I probably eat with the president probably once a week, almost, maybe on average. I'll sit at his table, and there'll be staff and there'll be faculty. It's not a working lunch; it's more of a friendly, conversational. But things come up that are going on campus and issues, and I think that is a great opportunity. I have not had the opportunity to be very involved with student government, but I think that's a critical component. And something. So since we're all local controlled in our community here in Wyoming, we have a student representative who sits on our board of trustees. And so that student sits on our board of trustees. And so it's one of those that that way they definitely can be heard. They have an opportunity to talk, share, and take things back to the students. And another piece that is interesting here is that faculty or the cabinet has a faculty member sits on the cabinet. They're not a member of the cabinet. They're just there to listen, and occasionally then we'll ask them for their thoughts. But the beauty of that is virtually nothing is behind closed doors. It's actually, this was quite a change for me when I came from Flint, because Flint's a strong union community, and everything is different, I'll say. But one thing that I really did like at Flint was we had 7 different bargaining units, union bargaining units. And one of those was the professional technical staff. And I had the good fortune of sitting on a committee with them, and we met I'm not sure if it was monthly or bi-monthly, but we met where we had representatives from management and we had representatives from the union, and we came together and basically we solved all the problems through consensus. And it was one of those, it was really a good system, and I like the way that worked. Basically, when we got to the contract negotiations, we had no major problems out there lingering. So then it was typically just salaries and things like that that became issues because we had solved all the other problems, and I really enjoyed those opportunities. So to me, I think it's important that we include faculty, staff, the clerical as professional managerial in the discussion. I don't know that this is an appropriate answer for this, but one of the things I like to do is management by wandering around. And I take time to go out and meet people. One of the goals that I had at LCCC, and I would probably have a similar goal at Bismarck State College, is I wanted to meet all of my full-time faculty and staff in the first 6 months, which was a lot of people. I've probably got about 400. I had about 400 full and part-time people, counting all the adjuncts and all the tutors and all those folks. But I had 150 or more full-time folks. And so my goal was to meet individually or in small groups with all those. So I know, like in the first month, I met with all the administrative assistants. They came in and had a chance to meet with them, find out what are the issues. One of the things that I frequently asked was, tell me the good, the bad, and the ugly. And I want you to tell me what you think is really going well at the college. What do you like? What are things that need some tweaking that we can work to improve? And then probably the last one was, what is really a mess that we need to try and fix? And I know we took on one big task. I don't think we got that fixed, but we came up with some alternative strategies that helped in the process. And that was with some of the paperwork with faculty and staff. That took a lot of work on the administrative assistants. But to me, that's an important part. On students, this again may not be the right place for this answer, but I love to go to our student move-in day for the residence halls and help with that. And I just put on a t-shirt like everybody else, and it's really kind of funny because I'll be helping students move in, and then at the as we kind of, after we've been done and we're almost done, and I've been talking to them and asking where they're from and what are their majors. And at some point they might ask me, so what do you do? And I tell them I was the vice president. And that was always kind of a surprise to think that the vice president was helping them carry their refrigerator up to their room. And but the thing I liked about that is I created a bond with those students, and I would talk to them in the halls, in the library, and the dining hall all the time, because how are they doing? How are things going? I know I helped one young man virtually change his major almost originally, because he started out thinking he wanted to do computer science. And as we talked a little bit about what his concept of computer science versus computer information systems and cybersecurity, I encouraged him to go talk to faculty and make some changes. So hopefully that answers your question, maybe a little too thoroughly.
It does, and I'm going to follow up. I had lots of ideas, but most importantly, since we're dealing today with the situation we are, and I can't think of very many situations that are more challenging than what we're dealing with today and what our presidents are dealing with on each of our 11 campuses. Tell me very briefly, what is a crisis that you have handled in the past, and how did that work out for you?
Well, I have not handled anything as large as this, but I would say we had a major problem when I came to the college here at LCCC in our nursing program. We had it where they had a lot of turnover. They were losing about 5 people a year, which is probably about half of your staff. They were changing to a new statewide system. And so, like all of the people that had been there before, they just really couldn't handle those changes. And because it was all new, it meant they had to change everything they did. And as part of that, we had an interim nursing director. And then we had, coming along with that, we had accreditation, national accreditation with NCLEX that was coming about. Actually, I'm not sure that NCLEX is the accrediting body, but I know that's their testing body. But they had not prepared at all, and it was coming up in about a year. And it was like, oh my gosh, so the two big things that I tried to take on there were how do we get them prepared for accreditation, and how do we stop the bleeding on the hiring. And so one of those, we got a new full-time director in nursing, and I typically interview kind of on an informal basis all of the full-time finalists in academic affairs. I did all that when I was in the vice president. And so everybody met with me at some point. And so that I had a lot of feedback back with the dean as we were looking at the candidates, because to me, that was going to be critical that we got the right person. Also, I'd hired a new dean during that process, and I was very adamant that we had to get somebody with strong knowledge and accreditation. We have a lot of health science programs, and they're virtually all accredited. And that's something, if we're not accredited, we can't stay in business with those programs. So that happened. I paid to send the new director to some training. Actually, I paid to send her to training. It got canceled, but they still charged us. I paid again to another training. We brought in an outside national consultant that did a great job working with the faculty staff, talking with our students, and they ended up putting together a phenomenal proposal. And as part of that, and let me finish that thought. Actually, one of the accreditor and the team visitors, when she came, she said that this was the best visit she'd had in the 20 years she'd been doing visits. And considering the year before we had 0 on paper, that to me was a crisis. As far as the hiring the full-time faculty, we got to the point that same year of June that we had 5 open positions, and it was one of those that that was a crisis. And so I pulled together, I called basically a kind of a crisis meeting with HR, the nursing, and my dean of health sciences. And we said, we've got to come up with some strategies to be able to get these 5 positions filled. Partially, I knew this was before the accrediting body came. If we didn't have those filled, we easily could have been shut down because of that. And we did a lot of strategic methods. One of the things HR did is they actually, I think it was Indeed, they did some creative work with them where we basically Indeed got like 1 month's salary of a new nurse if we hired somebody from recommendations that they gave. And so that was one of those that was really valuable. So we ended up getting all 5 positions filled. And I think right now we're still in pretty good shape with all those folks. So trying to get the stability and trying to get them to maintain. So I guess that would be a crisis, at least in my world. It was nothing near like the coronavirus. So,
Few things are. Thank you.
Yeah. And I will follow up. One thing that we've done a lot at LCCC, and I would love to see done at Bismarck, is we did have a crisis management plan. We were only one of the 3 of the 7 community colleges that had a crisis management plan. And we had done tabletop activities to say, what happens if we get an active shooter? What happens if somebody brings a bomb? What happens? And we went through these kind of scenarios. Another thing is we actually were working on developing a crisis center. The idea that where all of those critical people could go to one location, you would have different monitors that would allow you to get the news feeds from different sources. And the idea that you would also have telephones set up. And we got all this idea from our local military. The military, they had a crisis center and they invited us into it. And it looked at some of those same areas. So how do you get everybody, how do you make sure that we have all those people safe and then that they can be there to make, and so I think that was a great.
Yes, thank you very much. That's interesting, and I'll hand it off to the next board member. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Member Loiters.
Yes, good morning, Chair Hacker, Board. Dr. Harris, good morning. My
Good
name
morning.
is Jill Louders, Board Member, and I'm here at Lake Region State College in Devils Lake alongside President Doug Darling.
Great.
My question for you, Dr. Harris, has to do with legislative experience. What has been your legislative experience? What do you believe to be the college's role during a legislative session? And how would you link it to the state board's initiatives and strategic plan?
Well, I think this is an essential responsibility of the president. And one of the important things for me would be to make sure that I have a good understanding of the state strategic plan and what the initiatives are from the state board as we look at this. I don't have a lot of any significant direct experience, but one of the things I have done is I've tried to research this. I have also talked with one of our state senators about this and gained her input. I also talked to one of our representatives who's a long-term representative in the state here of Wyoming. I also talked with a former president of the state senate in Kansas. And so I got their input on all the things I should do and the things that I shouldn't do. One of the things that they said was important is that basically we come in with somewhat of a consensus opinion as the colleges are coming forward. We can't be arguing, and I think especially in a system like in North Dakota, we've got to make sure that we are in agreement with the universities, the colleges, and the regional colleges, and make sure that we all are on the same plan. If we're in there kind of arguing, that does not do it. We need to have a presence during the legislature, but I know one of the things that I had been told by one specifically was you want to be careful about being there all the time because the legislators quickly look up and go, how is this executive here that been here the entire time? Don't they have an organization to run? And we're actually paying their salary. So it's one of those that gets to be an issue. So a lot of that, the way they do it in Wyoming is they take turns where like two presidents will be there at any time to answer questions. I know I've talked about the difference with those three on the difference between lobbying and on providing information. And it was fine to tell about the needs we have and how those are, but it's not good to say you should give me money. So we talk about what are the correct ways to have those conversations. And one of the biggest things that they said was we are in such a great position to help solve problems at the state. And so as we have those conversations, that we can work with them on how we can help solve the problems. We can help grow the economic growth. We can help bring jobs. We can help with the stability of our communities. How do we help grow those for our citizens? And a lot of that is going to start from day one when I get on the job. I would need to spend time working with legislators, and this ties in with fundraising also, that I would want to work with the people in the community and especially meet our representatives. I'm not sure that I have the number right. I tried to look at the map, and it looks like there are 9 districts maybe that are directly associated with Bismarck State College, which would be 9 senators and 18 representatives. And so that's quite a group. I would want to especially start with them, but I would also want to build relationships across the state. I know one of my people that I talk with said I need to make sure that I quickly figure out who are the people that are like the chairs of committees and things that have responsibility. So to me, I think that's important that we do it. I think that is a big part of my responsibility is working with the legislature. Also, I would want to get our legislators on campus a lot, as much as possible, invite them to large events, invite them to ribbon cutting ceremonies and help get them to make sure they can see what's going on. I would like to give them an opportunity to have meetings on campus, maybe once or twice a year, maybe community forums. I would also plan to meet with them individually, like have a legislative forum where we bring them in, and I can talk about some of the needs that I see. And as I talk about those, I would be tying that in with the state. So as I'm sharing what are the needs that I see, it would be what are the needs maybe at our college, but also overall at the state. What have we determined are the needs? So I would help to tell the story with them, help them to understand that it's an important part of my role.
Thank you.
Thank you. Member Ryan.
Yes, thank you, Chair Hacker. And thank you, Dr. Harris, for applying to be president of Bismarck State College.
Well, thank you.
The State Board of Higher Education has a unified system for the 11 colleges and universities that are part of our higher education in North Dakota. Describe how you see BSC collaborating with other institutions within NDUS.
So I've not worked in a state in the executive capacity where we were a state system, but we've always had kind of quasi state systems. In Wyoming, we don't have a state board, but we do have a Wyoming Community College Commission. So all new programs go through them. A lot of the efforts end up working through the Wyoming Community College Commission. One of the things that I did when I was in Michigan is I was on, for 9 years, I was on the Michigan Occupational Deans Administrative Council. And I was president of that for a couple years. And that was a great group. All 28 community colleges were represented on that group. One tribal college and one state university was on that. And we met 5 times a year. And we talked about all the initiatives, and especially tied to career and technical education. But we looked at the Perkins issues. We looked at grant opportunities. We looked at how we could collaborate. And so I'll use a very specific example. We were trying to decide whether or not we should have a lineman program. Should we have a wind energy program? Because it's one of those that everybody comes to you and says, hey, how come we're not doing this? And we had the conversation and we looked at how many turbines we thought we were going to have in the state in the reasonably near future. And I believe it was 2,000. And we determined that the research showed that basically 1 technician for every 10 turbines. So that meant we needed 200 technicians. And we decided that it didn't make sense for more than 2 of the colleges to have those. And and we were not in a windy area. And so some of the areas that were more wind driven, it made sense that we encouraged them to have. In Wyoming, we did some of the things similar, I think, that you do in North Dakota. You try not to have overlap on areas that are very specific, such as we do have the wind energy program at our college. And we have some other ones that are very specific like that are going to be very specific to us. But areas like nursing, welding, many of those, we thought those were strategic areas that needed to be across at almost all the campuses, because somebody in welding probably wasn't going to go away to do that. They were going to come to a more regional institution and do that. And so I feel really good about collaborating. I have been a strong collaborator most of my life. I feel like that's something that I've between me collaborating and helping others, like when I was with MOMSI, getting those 10 or 11 states to collaborate together and try and have the same direction. That was really important. I spent a lot of time working with the board members and the state directors at Career and Technical Education to make sure we were kind of on the same path, to see that we had the vision. I think it is going to be interesting to be in the same system with the 2 major universities in the state, and also the regional institutions and the community colleges. But I feel very comfortable that we can work together and help solve problems for the whole state. I think it gives us the opportunity to not have everybody try and do something and you have 2 and 5 students. But if you can allow some people to focus, it's going to make a big. Not sure if that answered your question, but I feel like I would easily be able to work in there.
Thank you. One follow-up question. What are your ideas on what you might need from the State Board of Higher Education to be successful as president of BSC?
Well, I think I would definitely want to attend all the meetings and find out what your opinions. I would plan to actually try and take the time to get to know all of you individually and kind of see what some of the concerns are, because I know out in western part of the state you have some very different issues than you do in the southeastern part of the state. How do you address some of those? I think everybody is going to be looking at things like the the downturn in the price of oil and the use of coal. I think, though, as we look at the economics, that's going to be important. But I think for me to try and really learn how you do things, and I think if I can come forward with some of our needs, but I'm sure that would probably come forward through as we meet with the presidents of the college and the chancellor, we would probably work through a lot of those issues. But I think knowing your system, knowing what your concerns are, and then how do we help address those.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Dr. Harris. We have 4 more questions to go, so just trying to be mindful of watching the time a little bit.
Okay.
We're doing pretty good. We're not off by much, but we'll turn it over to our student member, Member DeShock.
Hello. My question for you today is, what is your experience with mentoring and motivating students, and how would you as president interact and communicate with them?
Well, I had a lot of experience when I was at Kansas State University, mentoring students especially. I did it at a group session and I did it individually. Some things I did as just part of my class. As an example, I had all the agricultural education students in their first semester at Kansas, and I would work with them and we would determine what I wanted to develop their course schedule for the whole time. Because as you probably know, if you miss one class that is only offered in one of the semesters each year, you can set off your whole schedule by a whole year. So I would talk to them and say, do you want to graduate, like transfer students in 2 years, 3 years? What's your plan? With freshmen, I would deal in, are you interested in graduating in 4, 5, or 6, because I know everybody's on a different schedule. And then as they developed those, I took an hour and looked at each one of their plans and made full comments on them to help them. And I thought that was a critical mentoring piece as part of that. And another thing I did is I was available in my office all the time. And as part of that, I also had a very robust website at the time. And I felt like if ever 2 students asked me a question, then probably more were asking. And so I put those questions, I had a great FAQ with the answers, because I figure that gave you 24/7 access. And that was several years ago, so it was probably a little ahead of its time. Also, I worked with students. As part of that mentoring, I would talk about things such as I'd have them develop their resume in their very first semester. And the reason I did that is because I wanted you to see where your potential gaps were and what you needed to do. So as an example, when I was in school, I knew that I didn't have any background in hogs. So I took an opportunity during one summer and worked at the swine research farm, gained a tremendous amount of knowledge by working there. And so those were the kind of things I worked with my students. So I'll give an example of one individual student. One young lady, she was planning to go to Mexico and do a agricultural missionary trip in a small village in Mexico. And she was very concerned that she probably didn't have the skills. But we sat down and we talked through this, and she had great Spanish skills, but also we talked about all the agriculture she'd learned from K-State, all of it she'd learned from her high school agriculture program, and comparing that with the students, or the not the students, the people of the village that she was going to go visit. It's like, you're probably as strong as an agricultural agent going into most of our communities here in the States. And it was one of those, she greatly appreciated that. And I kind of did that same technique because I had teachers that, or not teachers, future teachers that just weren't sure that they had the skills. And we did that same activity. We wrote down all of the skills that they had learned as a group that everybody was expected to learn. And by the time we had all that written on the board, they felt very comfortable to go out and be high school agriculture teachers. As far as like individuals on campus. I know I've had a lot of conversations with people like our college president. I had a chance to work with him some. He had been the representative on the board for quite a while, the board of trustees. That is something that I would sure look at as an opportunity. I would love to be able to help mentor the students on the student government and the leaders of other student organizations and provide a kind of a regular mentoring for them. I'm not sure what that would look like, but I think that'd be a great opportunity to work with them. I feel bad sometimes when people go away and it's like, boy, we could have helped them with these skills, just like mentoring employees. I think it's a similar opportunity.
Great. Thank you. Member Dregshead.
Thank you, Chair Hacker. It's wonderful to meet you, President, or Dr. Harris. My question
yes, you can go ahead and call me that.
There you go. My question has to do with, I'm going to twist it a little bit to COVID-19. When universities, the campuses, colleges are under crisis, core principles like shared governance and academic freedom do come under stress. And I think that that's something that our accrediting agencies like HLC would look very carefully at, is how campuses handled particularly stressful times. So my question is, can you tell us about your leadership characteristics and how you would expect those characteristics to help you enhance faculty morale, shared governance, and academic freedom?
So one of those is I'm very collaborative and I listen. I ask questions and then I listen to your response. The answer may not be exactly like you were hoping to hear, but I do want people to know that that's I am listening to the discussion. I learned early on too to try and gather as much information as I can before I make a decision. I know occasionally an executive positions you have to respond and be very decisive immediately, but I think in most cases you have time to gather information. In this situation, I think you would want to talk with the faculty, probably the president of the Senate, talk to them, get some of their input, because this is a huge crisis and a huge dilemma for our faculty right now, especially people that have clinicals and labs. How are we going to help them meet the expectations? And I think those are things that it's a huge challenge, but I think the way most of our colleges have done this is we've said we're all going to be online through the rest of this semester. And it's just a major challenge. And I think you have to go back to some of your accrediting bodies, even some of the, like say with healthcare. What does their accrediting body, does it say you have to have so many hours of clinicals, and how does that work as we look at that? But I think having involvement with those, I'll kind of go past COVID now. In general, I would sure look at those opportunities to meet with faculty. Like I said, I tried to meet with all the faculty, whether it was in individually or in small groups. I know I met with some like nurses. I met as a small group. I met with some of the healthcare folks, but it gave me a chance to hear what your concerns were. And I hope that helps with morale. One of the things that I'm a very positive person, and I try and be optimistic in the way I look at things rather than from the negative perspective. Dwight Eisenhower said that optimism and pessimism can both be contagious. And he chose early in life that he was going to be optimistic and be positive in all public settings and in meetings. He was going to approach those from a positive. He said, you never win more wars with pessimism. And it's one of those, we've got to have that community sense on campus. How do we build that? You're probably never going to get 100% on those, but I think that's important. One of the questions or one of the points you asked was on academic freedom. I think that's important, but it's an important topic on campus right now as we look at academic freedom and also the chance to voice your opinion. We have a lot of groups that are trying to come to campus that want to voice their opinion, and it may be one of those that's very controversial. And I think that's something we need to talk about, and how do we handle some of those and what's appropriate. But I do feel like you have control once you go into your classroom. You're obviously the one leading that, but I think you would still want to have the mechanism, such as I've had in both of the institutions I've been in recently, where we have
Flip the camera.
Faculty-led curriculum committees that all the curriculum ends up going through them to be approved, and those are faculty-led groups. So,
thank you, Dr. Harris. We need to move on to our final couple of questions. We're really tight on time. Member Mahalik.
Thank you, Chair Hacker. Dr. Harris, as you know, BSC has experienced significant reductions in state funding. I guess I'd like you to let us know if you've experienced or had to implement significant budget cuts in your career. And if so, what processes, policies, plans would you implement at BSC to successfully balance this reduced budget while keeping the core areas of BSC functioning at a high level?
So I have not had probably the misfortune of having that opportunity too much, except for when I was a graduate student. I happened to be on the executive committee of the College of Education at University of Missouri, and we had to go through this, and we made some very tough decisions. So the big part to me is that we would go back and look at the strategic plan of the college. What's our mission? What are our goals? We would also want to look at the state and how do we make sure that when we make reductions, hopefully we're gathering input from all the entities that are going to be involved, and how can we make those adjustments. And I can sure see that this may be an issue, especially with oil and coal, as those prices are changing or as the need is going down. So I think bringing in people, getting conversations, and listening to people, and allowing for everyone to help provide some of that input. But then you're going to have to end up providing some pretty tough decisions in some point on if you have to do reductions. One thing that I feel can help with this is when you're looking at your staffing, especially with faculty, is you want to look at your balance of full-time versus adjunct faculty. I've been in places where they always felt like you solved the problem by hiring full-time faculty. Unfortunately, the full-time faculty, it's much more painful you'd have to cut somebody's salary and let them go, versus adjuncts, which you can just reduce the number of classes when things change, and you can make those kind of adjustments. And I think having that balance helps everybody. I think full-time faculty appreciate the idea that they have a little more security when you do that kind of a balancing.
Thank you very much. Member Mattern.
All right, good morning. I am the staff advisor for the state board, so my question really I would like to have focus around the context of staff.
Okay.
Is what is the process by which you plan to evaluate the effectiveness and priorities of departments, projects, personnel, and priorities?
That's a big question. I think I would definitely want to depend on my executive staff. We have a very strong executive staff at the college, and I would want to work with them to help develop our process. I don't have one in place right now, but I think we would want to have goals for individuals, and then how do we help see that they are accomplishing their goals. And I think each supervisor would work with their folks. We would want to also get the input from the people themselves that are in those roles. And I think working with the staff senate to talk about some of those issues. But I think we would want to establish that. Everybody would have goals, and then how do we work towards achieving those?
Okay, and then I have a follow-up for that, which is
Okay.
how do you see yourself acting as a leader at BSC? If you're the type of leader to pursue an initial objective for a long term, reacting constantly to changing environments, or another style?
Well, I feel like we would definitely need to look at what are the strategic goals. It looks like we've got a couple more years on the strategic plan, and how do we help do that. I have seen situations where you have kind of a shifting sand at all times when new initiatives come around, and I think we want to be careful when you have those, that we would definitely want everybody to kind of see the vision and know that we're headed in the same direction. And it helps to get that buy-in from the community, from the whole campus community as we do that. But there are some things that are just going to be critical. How do we drive student success? How do we drive success of the college so that we can stay successful and have successful programs? And so the staff are going to have an important part on that. As we look at some of those components, how can they implement things that are going to make a difference? So,
Thank you.
Dr. Harris, thank you very much. I want to first thank you for your time and your investment into the opportunity to lead Bismarck State College into the future. And so thank you for your engagement.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. If offered, are you prepared to accept the position of presidency?
Yes, I'd be honored to have that position.
Do you have any questions for us at the time? We're about 1 minute.
Yeah, what do you see as the biggest issues that are going to need to be addressed by the president?
Well, I think we have a current crisis, which would be the first issue to get through. But I'll defer to other board members if they would like to weigh in.
If I may just make a brief comment, being an employee at BSC as well as having this position on the board here, I think we're just dealing with the change. With a new presidency coming in, there was already a change in the conversation around higher education with the demographic cliff that I'm sure you're well aware of. And then just with these new problems compounding on top of that, I see that as being an immediate challenge that was kind of already a problem but is now compounded.
Okay.
Great. Dr. Harris, again, thank you so much for your time and for your investment into us. And so we will be in touch with you, Terry, in a few hours. Great. Thank you very much, Dr. Harris. You have a good day, and we'll be in touch.
Okay. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll just stand at ease for a minute while we allow the next candidate to log in.
No, 15.
My schedule says 10. Oh, 10:15. Great. Why don't we, we'll work on a couple of other items. We prepared the folks that would give reports today to be prepared to give reports at any time in between the breaks. And so we're going to move down and pull item. Caleb, are you prepared for your NDSA report, which would be the first report on the list?
Yep, I'm prepared.
Okay, why don't you take the proverbial gavel?
I appreciate it. So to begin the report, we have a line item specifically dedicated to COVID business later on, and I'll have some more specific comments related to there unless board members want me to speak on that now. But in essence, we want to begin by thanking the board for their support last month in terms of assisting the North Dakota Student Association with the policy that we passed. Ironically, we did that so quickly so that we could meet in April, and now we won't be meeting in April because of the COVID business. So we appreciate your support on that. Interestingly, we couldn't have predicted this, but we still appreciate it. Right now, the North Dakota Student Association is working on their legislative priorities for the next year. And we will be holding our elections online in April. So we'll be creating a new executive officer team, and then we'll be fulfilling the obligations of, I believe, either the Century Code or the Constitution of North Dakota, and submitting 3 names to the governor's office to pick my successor in April as well. So that'll be happening, and then I believe the deadline is usually around June or July as the next student member is selected, and then they attend the retreat. We are reaching out to various campuses during the transition to online classes, having conversations with students about the impact of the COVID pieces. And then we had 2 really serious conversations on data privacy again and the student political rights. We've been working closely with Eric Olson and Lisa Johnson to have those conversations. I believe it was partially or potentially the potential to have those conversations here at this meeting, but our schedule is obviously quite full. So we'll probably continue those conversations at a future meeting. I believe that is all I have to report. If anyone has any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Great. Thank you, Caleb. Much appreciated. Thank you for the work of the students. Deborah, are you, Dr. Dregseth, are you prepared for the CCF report at this time?
Absolutely. It's a pretty brief report. We met on March 3rd. We did some more discussion on compensation issues and want to thank the NDUS office staff for helping Dr. Oss with working on that. We're also working on, and you might have already received it from our president, Ken, a letter about presidential tenure, so that might be coming up. I do want to say that we do appreciate the support of all of our staff, particularly our IT staff on all of the 11 campuses. It's been an extremely challenging time for faculty, particularly faculty who are not online teachers. I've taught online for probably 15 years, a class, a semester, so I felt like I was in a pretty good position, but we have faculty who are very stressed, who are also dealing with students, maybe 80 or 90 students of what I have who are also really stressed, and we're the ones that they know, so they come to us. So there's just a lot of, just a lot of uncertainty and stress going on the campuses down at the really granular level. So thank you for all of your support, the support of the office in Bismarck, the NDUS staff, and also the technology staff at every campus. At least at my campus, they've been amazing. So thank you.
Great, thank you, Dr. Dregseth, and I would echo the same. This is going pretty seamless, and from a board member's perspective anyway, and so thank you to the IT staff. I can't imagine what's happening on the campuses to get entirely online, so right there with you, Dr. Dregseth, and thank you for bringing that up. Much appreciated. Member Madden.
Yeah, so I was able to just send out the update for us. We had planned to have a meeting last week, which just due to the circumstances was canceled because many of us on staff senate also work in student affairs, student support, or other roles that were very high in demand last week. So we were not able to meet, but I did send out our campus updates. The one thing that we are required to do by our rules by the end of March is to nominate and elect another staff advisor to the board. So you are stuck with me for another year, whether you like it or not. No, I'm honored to have been reelected to serve another year as the staff advisor to the state board. So that was our one item of official business from March.
Well, great to have you, Member Mattern. And I think Dr. Dregseth, I believe you were also reelected. Is that, just want to make sure the board's all aware?
Yep, that's true. Yep,
Great.
I'll be here next year. Thanks.
Wonderful to have you too, and we're looking forward to another wonderful year. It's going to be a year of challenge, especially for both of your constituencies. So, especially for the next few months, anyways. And so we're thinking of you guys, and we're here to support you in any way we can. So thank you. With that, we're going to take a 15-minute break, about a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 8-minute break, 10 after 10, we'll reconvene. So just stand at ease for about 8 minutes, and that'll allow hopefully our next candidate to get logged in. And so we'll talk to you in a few minutes.
Dr. Jensen, are you on?
Yes, I am. How are you today?
I'm doing good. I can see you. I can hear you. You go ahead and put yourself on mute again. We're gonna mute. We're on break right now, but we will get started shortly, just so you know. Just want to do a little audio test first.
Ready. All right, we'll give a minute here for everybody to come back to order for our board meeting and interview of Dr. Jensen. So just stand at ease for a minute. Dr. Jensen, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear here, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
We really wish we could be doing this in person, and this is a new process for us. But the board members are considerate that you're not here in person. And so we'll do our best. These are some trying times, but we'll prevail and move forward. And so we want to thank you for being here. We will have roughly 60 minutes. There are a total of 10 questions. Some of them have kind of a couple of parts to them. So if we could make sure we just track time a little bit with your answers. And so with that, we will get started. My name is Nick Hacker. I'm the current chair of the State Board of Higher Education. Again, welcome and thank you for your investment in time and energy and effort to get to know Bismarck State College and to be considered as the next president of Bismarck State College. So I want to thank you first of all. And so would you start off with giving us a brief background and your current, as well as your current position and what your background and current position and prior positions and how they could benefit you to qualify as the president of Bismarck State College?
Well, thank you very much. And I do appreciate the courtesy. I know we're all in the same challenging opportunities because of the COVID-19 virus situation. But I do appreciate the opportunity to be here. This is something that's very exciting to me, this opportunity. I've spent my entire career working in comprehensive community colleges throughout different parts of the country. I'm currently the president at Rock Valley College, which is an institution of probably similar size to Bismarck State College. Prior to that, I was president and CEO of the Alabama Technology Network, which was the state's level MEP, Manufacturing Extensive Partnership. So we ran the manufacturing programs partnership for the state through the Alabama State Community College system. I've also been a CEO and a vice president for workforce and economic development while I was at Westmoreland County, and basically was charged with designing and building an advanced technology center that became the focal point for the college's investment in workforce and economic development. Prior to that, I was a chief academic officer, oversaw total instructional operations for an institution in Wisconsin. So I oversaw all academic programs, continuing education, dual credit, business and industry contracts, as well as grant operations for the various adult education ESL programs that we offered. So through that 30 years of experience, I've had a tremendous amount of leadership opportunity, as well as the opportunity to help students. But maybe just to set the stage for why is that important to me. What motivates me, and it has sent me on this 30-year journey, is the fact that when I was 12 years old, my father was a machinist. And we was born and raised in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and my father passed away. And my mother and I ended up being in public housing, serving, she was a welfare mom. And that kind of set the trajectory for my life. I never really thought I would go to college. I thought I would basically graduate from high school and get a job at U.S. Steel like so many people did in our community and have a good quality of life. My mother passed away shortly after I graduated from high school. And now I was really in this situation because I had really no opportunity. And at that time, the steel mills were starting to collapse. So I found myself at the doors of a community college. And I remember walking through the doors with this overwhelming sense of fear that I did not belong there. But when I looked outside, there was no hope or opportunity. So I basically say that a community college is somewhere where you go where people will believe in you before you're capable of believing in yourself. So that sent me on this journey. Currently at Rock Valley College, as president, I oversee a budget of $110 million. That's all funds 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, etc. It's total fund allocation for the college. When I came to Illinois, we were in the middle of a budget crisis. We went 2.5 years without a state budget. So we had tremendous deficit spending, as well as we had much uncertainty. There was a tremendous amount of turmoil on the campus because people did not know what the future was. The board was concerned about this. We've given the board 3 years of balanced budgets without having the state funding included in the operating budget. It doesn't mean that we will not use the operating budget, but we do not use the state funding, but we do not have it budgeted into our operating budget in case there's more future volatility. I've also been involved in preparing partnerships and relationships with K-12. As president, I do a lot of what I refer to as public-private partnerships, or P3s, and working with the private sector and the K-12 world, as well as our four-year university partners, to look at what are the strategic opportunities that we need for the region. I'm a big advocate in shifting the conversation that education is a public expense to education is an economic investment. And I look at that perspective as trying to show the value proposition that we bring as stewards of the public funds and stewards of the public trust. We're currently building an advanced technology center here in Rockford. We're going to basically now, even after our funding crisis, we're in a position to build that center and have the FF&E, the equipment we need, without borrowing the money for that, which is really because of the relationships we have with the private sector. Also, while I was here at Rock Valley College working with our foundation and working with foundations in other parts of the country, we've been able to raise $7.5 million to expand our engineering partnership with NIU so that we can have individuals be able to stay in place and complete a four-year mechanical engineering degree right here in our community. And we've done the same thing with the healthcare sector. You can now get your bachelor's of nursing, your master's of nursing, and a DPN in nursing without having to leave our community. I think this is very important as we start promoting what is the value of our region and how does the community college step up and provide that opportunity. I've spent a lot of time in the last few years working with our K-12 superintendents. The relationship with our K-12 superintendents was not very strong when I arrived here. So a lot of these things are basically the driving how I see the relationship between the role at Bismarck State College, as well as what I've done historically here at Rock Valley, but what I've really done historically over the course of my career. I'm a big advocate in building teams. I know when I joined the area here, we had some challenges in terms of the diversification of our staff and how did our community represent, was our community basically represented here on the campus. The position we've taken is that two people basically go two places. They go where they feel welcome and they go where they feel hope. And we've spent a lot of time working on that relationship here and trying to build more diversity, whether it's building diversity in terms of thought or it's building diversity in terms of demographic makeup or in terms of financial makeup. But we have to really start looking at what is the community that we represent. When I was in Wisconsin, I received a diversity award for the work that I did with the Hmong, Hispanic, and the tribal Native American community and building out programs that were culturally appropriate to the educational needs of those communities. So I think those 30 years, some of those highlights that are part of my resume and my background made me really look at the opportunity at Bismarck, especially because of the mission expansion of the roots in comprehensive community college, but also moving towards a polytechnical institution and building those public-private partnerships with the government and the K-12 world. That'll be it.
Dr. Jensen, thank you for the introduction. Each board member will have a question, and please keep in mind they're all at remote locations as well. And so we'll turn it over to Member Mahalik.
Jeez. Thank you, Chair Hacker. Good to see you again, Dr. Jensen.
Yes, sir.
You recently have been on campus and met with many constituents. What have you observed and learned about BSC? And a result of the information that you gathered, what opportunities and or challenges have you identified? And as president, how would you address those opportunities and or challenges?
Yes, well, thank you for that. My wife and Karen and I did have a great visit with the college community, and we had a chance to meet a lot of people and spent time going around. And people were very gracious and helped Karen get an understanding of the campus. I think Bismarck is on a very unique trajectory, and it's a very positive trajectory. When you look at its where it's grounded at in terms of its comprehensive community college roots and the success that it has had in terms of its liberal arts transfer articulation agreements and the partnerships that it has built, it has a very strong comprehensive community college foundation. And I think that is going to be very helpful to set the stage for the future. And whether that future is continuing to build relationships around the energy sector, the cybersecurity programming that is out there, expansion in the healthcare area, as well as the agribusiness. Those are all program opportunities that I think the region will need the college to step up and provide. I think the investment that has been made in the comprehensive community college will allow us to do some quickly expanding some of those programs, especially in the Bachelor's of Applied Science. The college currently has 2 of those programs, which I think is fundamental, especially the energy management is delivered nationwide and in some respects internationally. And the investment that is made in the cybersecurity. We here at Rock Valley College are also a center of excellence, academic excellence for cybersecurity. So that is something that is very attractive to me. And it was very encouraging to see the investment that is being made there. I was also impressed by the student success structure that is in place and the investment that has been made in terms of the HLC academies that the college has invested in to expand its student success model, as well as also, I think it was a couple of years ago, they went through the assessment aspect of it. The other opportunity I see there is building public-private partnerships. And those partnerships are also with your K-12 districts, as well as continuing to build the university partnerships within the system, and also those 4-year partnerships outside the system. Challenges, I think, are going to be financial, which many of us are dealing with in higher education. It's a common issue right now. I think student success and institutional assessment. As someone who has also just recently gone through HLC accreditation, we just did our reaffirmation last March. Student assessment and student or institutional assessment, student assessment, and student success are going to be major factors for any institution under the current HLC structure. I think the other challenge for the institution will be change is always difficult. So as an organization is expanding its mission to look at being polytechnic, how do we make sure that the core elements of the college are integrated, like liberal arts and sciences? We got to look at horizontal and vertical integration of those programs into the Bachelor's of Applied Science, so that people understand that one is not at the expense of the other.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Member Morton.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Jensen.
Morton, I think.
There you go.
Okay, is my mic on?
Yes.
Dr. Jensen, thanks for your interest. My name is Don Morton. I'm a board member. I'm in my final year as a board member. You can serve 2 4-year terms, and I'm located in Fargo, North Dakota, and retired from Microsoft. But again, thank you for your interest. Your resume is very impressive. I'd like to talk to you about strategic planning, and would be interested in hearing some high-level thoughts on how you approach the strategic planning process, what has worked for you in the past, and then at the end, if you care to comment, that'll be your option. If you care to comment on the Bismarck State College strategic plan as it pertains to the university system strategic plan, that's up to you. I sometimes think it's unfair to ask a person who's not working in a system to expound about their strategic plan, but I'm sure you might have some thoughts. So please proceed.
Absolutely, thank you. Strategic planning is a great topic, and I'm going to come back to this a couple of times in this conversation. But organizations, especially higher education organizations, are great at strategic planning. But where they fail is in strategic doing. One of my favorite books that I encourage people to read is The 4 Disciplines of Execution. That basically says that organizations can strategically plan, but where they break down at is in execution or strategic execution of those documents. So I've had a fair amount of experience in strategic planning. I've led institutional strategic planning for HLC accreditations. I've led institutional planning, high-level state planning when I was in Alabama to implement the new state WIOA plan and converting, basically integrating the workforce investment boards with the economic development councils and what was the impact of that going to be on the state level funding. I've also had experience at the state level in strategic planning with the manufacturing extension partnerships through the federal government in Washington, D.C., through the Hollings Institute of Standards and Institutional Accreditation Processes, and how we had to integrate the not only the plans across the state of Alabama, but also how was that integrated into each of the 50 MEPs across the country. Sometimes in strategic planning, your challenges will come up in terms of the event will cause a shift in your strategic planning. As I mentioned a few moments ago, in Wisconsin or in Illinois, when I joined, right before I joined the college, we went 2.5 years without financial support from the state. So we had to redevelop our strategic plan, and we had to look at financial stability. And that was one of the first things we did. So we created a strategic plan that focused on financial stability and also looked at the HLC requirements of the composite financial index. So because we were right in the middle of the 2 years of not having a budget that last year, we were also leading up to our reaffirmation process through HLC. And one of the things HLC likes to see is a unified strategic plan. They do not like individual separate plans, like a separate enrollment plan or a separate IT plan or a separate facilities master plan. They like to see an integration of those plans. So I think that was a challenge that we were facing, and we had to basically take the institutional strategic plan that was in place, and we had to let the events kind of dictate where we were going. We were able to provide the board with 3 years worth of balanced budgets. The first balanced budget occurred after 8 months we were there. Basically, the goal for that was going back to zero-based budgeting and focusing on what were the core fundamental business elements that we needed to keep the institution in alignment with HLC accreditation. But we also needed to understand that as sooner we could restore financial stability, we could start making strategic investments. And we've been in a position to do that now. We have basically changed our strategic plan by focusing on financial stability. We now have our reserves are approaching 67%. We are 100% self-funded on our health insurance model. We have also made over $1 million investment into online learning. We've invested $1.5 million into student retention, acquisition, completion, persistence rates, because it all starts with the student coming to the college. So when I look at strategic planning, I very much tie it together to strategic execution. If we put together a strategic plan and we do not have the ability to execute it, then the plan will fall down. So great plans are often developed, but sometimes they're just not executed. I'm a big advocate of trying to get everything in terms of goals from X to Y by when. And that way they're measurable. Looking at your lagging indicators as the basis, but what are your leading indicators and how do you write for that? So when I looked at this opportunity, I looked at the 3 things. I looked at the State Higher Education Board 5 goals, and I looked at the Bismarck State College 3 priorities, and each of those priorities I think has 4 strategic functions. And I was trying to crosswalk it to get a sense of where it was at. And then I looked at the Envision 2030 document. And when I kind of crosswalked all 3 of those documents, I started to see the alignment between what the State Board of Education is doing, as well as what Bismarck is doing, and with the envisioning document for the next 30 years, or through 2030. And I started to align that, and that helped me get a pretty good sense of the strategic direction that we're going.
Thank you. That was very well done. I really appreciate your focus on execution. That was great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Member Morton and Dr. Jensen. We'll turn over to Member Nesset.
Good morning, and thank you, Dr. Jensen, for your time and effort with this process. I come to you from Tioga, North Dakota, the northwest corner of the state, and like Member Morton, I am in year 8 of my tenure on the board. I'd heard in your opening comments, you used the term building teams, and I also heard you talk about diversification, and I'll put that to diversity and inclusion. And with that, my question is on campus government and campus collaboration. Could you give us some information on what your thoughts are on the role of students, faculty, staff, alumni, and as you had pointed out, the strong Bismarck State College Foundation?
Well, thank you for the question. And I've actually been to your part of the country. When Pennsylvania was, when we got thrown into the Marcellus Shale and the Utica Play, we visited the Northwest area, the Balkans, and also West Texas and Louisiana to get our arms around the whole concept of upstream, downstream, midstream production. And so I've been to that part of the country. So it's beautiful, and I know the work that's going on, and I know the challenges that are being faced now. But governance to me basically comes down to 5 points. And I look at governance from the perspective of the relationship between the board, the administration, the faculty, the staff, and the students. The bottom line is those 5 forces have to be basically engaged in a governance structure. Now, it doesn't mean that all 5 of those voices are going to be together at any one time. But as you're looking at decision-making coming out of those voices, it's always important to engage those voices and to have a feel for where they stand on particular issues. Ultimately, somebody has to make a decision. And decision is usually governed by policy, strategic direction, or the opportunities and challenges that are facing us. So when I look at governance from that perspective, I try to engage those voices. And how do you engage those voices could be a variety of things. Communication is the key. Communicate. And it's about building relationships. We have to build relations constantly. I jokingly say, if you're not spending time during the day building relationships, you will spend a lot of time the next 2 days mending relationships. So I think it's about getting people together, being transparent, help them understand clearly what are the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, the kind of the SWOT analysis model. You know, internally, what are our strengths? Internally, what are our opportunities, threats, internally and externally, etc. And communicating that and getting the voices together. And whatever decision is eventually reached or agreed to, it's important to circle back and communicate to people why those decisions were reached, what the outcome of those decisions will be, so that they can monitor and understand the direction that we're going. COVID's a classic example right now. As a president, I am right in the middle of all that. I am in incident response team meetings 7 o'clock this morning. We have 3 incident response team meetings a day, communicating, whether it's FAQs, whether it's calls at the end of the day, whether it's sending out email communications. You have to engage all of those constituency groups because of the potential crisis we'll find there. I also think that governance is important when you look at communication within your HLC or accreditation. You have to show what those mechanisms are so that when your accrediting body comes in, we're on about the same cycle. Rock Valley College and Bismarck are on about the same cycle. I think you finished your reaffirmation in April of last year. We finished ours in March. So I think it's very important that we talk about those constituent groups, but you also have to look at governance outside the organization. You have to look at how do you engage the partners, your K-12 partners, your private sector, your chambers, et cetera. How do you get those voices into conversations? So you're just not looking at internal governance, but external governance as well.
Dr. Jensen, thank you very much. I appreciate your comments there. I'd like to follow up with one point. And since we are sitting right in the midst of this COVID crisis, and I will call it a crisis, but the state of North Dakota, as you're familiar with from your comments, we are the #2 oil producing state in the nation.
Yes.
We have an impending crisis here financially with the collapse of the oil prices, the oil market. I'd like to know just very briefly what situation might you have been in that would give you experience in handling a crisis? How did it go? Did it go well? Did it go poorly?
Crisis related to oil or just a crisis in general?
Crisis in general.
Okay, well, I'm gonna try to kill both of those with one shot. I mentioned to you a few moments about the crisis, the financial crisis. 2.5 years without a state budget is a crisis. It rocks you to your core of everything that you think you understand and value. One of my favorite sayings is, what is anger? Anger is unfulfilled, unmet expectation. And it's very important to explain to people what the expectations are, whether they're positive or negative. The crisis that we've gone through for those years of no financial budget has really shook the institution at its core. But we've come out of that now. We're now making investments. We are now hiring staff. Our enrollments are up. Our institutional fundamentals of cash value, strategic plan in terms of capital equipment, dealing with deferred maintenance, we're back on. We're making strategic investments. Just to go to the oil industry for a second, when I was working in Pennsylvania, we had the same type of challenges. Wet gas prices were different. We had the rigs moving around the state. There were certain areas that were being drilled. There was a lot of drilling going on. Then there were capping of wells. So therefore, there was the downturn in the economy. There was a lot of investment being made into purchasing of land rights and mineral rights. And then all of a sudden it stopped because the gas prices dropped. And then the difficulty was that the talent then was leaving the area. So when the industry started to come back, we had a new crisis because the trucks left, the individuals left, the talent was gone, and then we had to rebuild it again. So that was another crisis.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Great, thank you. Member Loiters.
Good morning, Dr. Jensen.
Is this the fifth question we're on? I'm just trying to mark my time.
Yes, I greatly appreciate that. Yes, we are on the fifth question of 11.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's good morning, Dr. Jensen. Jill Louders calling in from Lake Region State College here with President Doug Darling. I am a member of the state board. However, also serve as a part of my day job as a K-12 school district superintendent. My question, Dr. Jensen, has to do with legislative experience. What has been your legislative experience, and what do you believe to be the college's role during a legislative session, and how would it link to the state board's initiatives and strategic plan?
Okay, legislative experience, a lot of it, especially being involved in part of my career with economic and workforce development and those types of projects. You spend a lot of time with legislators, especially in the last decade or so, is in terms of economic investment and taxes and various different things of that nature. So when I was in Alabama, I worked with the state legislator almost on an ongoing basis. My role was to work between the Department of Commerce and the Department of Post-Secondary Education to build a unified workforce system to be used as an economic differentiator to attract businesses to Alabama. So I spent a lot of time on educational policy, economic development, commerce policy, and how does education get to be seen as not being just a public expense, but as part of the economic investment strategy of the region. Talent is going to be a critical aspect of future educational programming. Most of the areas right now are not worried about capital investment up until the last 30 days. But they were worried about talent. People were making investments, but the investments were starting to break down on talent. And there's not too many organizations like a community college that can be called upon to help address not only current talent, but the incumbent worker training or the retalent of education. So I've involved in policies in that area. I've also worked at the federal level with the manufacturing extension partnerships under the Department of Defense and the Holland's extensions partnerships there, looking at the manufacturing impact and how does the manufacturing policy affect the region. I've also had some time working in policy here locally. Rock Valley College. We are right in the middle now of building a new advanced technology center, which will be a public partnership. So we're working with the federal and state legislators in terms of financing and the alignment of the financing in terms of the acquisition to prepare individuals for what I refer to as high priority occupations, whether those are 4-year degrees or whether those are short-term stackable credentials. I looked at the what is the relationship to what should be the role of the state board, or what should be the role of the college president, I think was part of your question in terms of legislation. I think it's a communication process. It's the value proposition, communicating that education is an investment. Education is an economic investment. Most businesses are looking for somewhere to go now where there is talent. When I was in Alabama, we were working with companies like Mercedes and others companies, and it was staggering. We remember having a meeting with them, and we handed them the economic development package, et cetera. But then they turned around and asked us, what are your 3rd grade reading levels? What are your 9th grade math levels? And that really opened our eyes to the concept that they were worried about talent and where was the talent going to come from. So I think it's also that we have to communicate to legislators that this multi-generational student population that we serve at community colleges is basically looking for 4 things. They're looking for accessibility, they're looking for flexibility, they're looking for affordability, and they're looking for pathways. They're looking for the ability to continue their education over time. And it's not just basically starting in these are terminal degrees, but they're looking at how are they going to be able to stay current in their field. I think the other part of it we have to communicate to legislators is the relationship between the 3 aspects, between K-12, the 4-year university partners, and the community colleges. And if we can start to improve that early start concept or the dual credit model, the affordability aspect, we have too many students and too many adults right now that are buried under substantial financial debt because of their education. And we need to show the legislators how we can work collaboratively to lessen that impact on individuals. So I think I'll stop there and not trying to be mindful of the time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Louders. And we'll turn it over to Member Ryan.
Good morning, Dr. Jensen. I'm Dr. Casey Ryan, a practicing physician in Grand Forks, North Dakota, which is the home of the University of North Dakota.
Yes, sir.
So the State of Board of Higher Education has a unified healthcare or higher education system with 11 colleges and universities. Describe how you see BSC collaborating with the other institutions in the North Dakota system.
Actually, that was one of the things that was very attractive to me when I looked at this opportunity. Just to give you set the stage for my response here is in Illinois, we have 39 community colleges, plus we have the state university systems. They're under 2 separate boards of kind of governance. We have what's called the ICCB, the Illinois Community College Board, and then we have the IHEB, the Illinois Higher Education Board. So part of our challenge is trying to navigate between board systems to get things accomplished. So I think what I like about this model is the relationship that is already built in there between the Research One universities, the 4 state universities, and the community colleges, and the integration of that, and also some of the specialty functions that I've started to look at. I think they call it dual mission. One of your institutions is 4-year institutions is focusing on dual mission, and the Bismarck is focusing on the Polytechnic. So when I look at that would be very difficult to achieve if you were not part of a unified system. So I think what we have to use there is we have to show the value proposition to the taxpayers and to the legislator of how this system can actually be used to leverage growth opportunities for our community and help achieve the state goals and objectives. I think the benefit here is you're not operating in silos, or at least I hope you're not operating in silos. So what I would do as the president of Bismarck, which I have done in other institutions, is I'd start building those collaborative relationships. I would start showing the value proposition that will occur by working collaboratively. We're no longer in a financial position where we can be seen as silos. Collaboration is the way of the future. If we try to create redundancy or we try to create turf issues, I think the legislator and the public will see that, and they will demand more from us. We're going to have to figure out how to be more collaborative and to look at the relationships. Even simple things as research. You could have research going on in cybersecurity, and you could have the education occurring at the four-year baccalaureate level, but you could also have the education for technicians and education for individuals at the two-year, so that the individuals that are developing the research could be supported by and rolling out the degrees that will fund the opportunity when that research hits the market.
Thank you. You have any ideas on what you might want from the State Board of Higher Education to be successful as president of BSC?
Absolutely. Mentorship. It's a system. I will need some mentorship. I will need someone to help me start to build some of those key relationships. I've worked at the state level before, and it's a hard lesson to learn. So I'd be looking for a mentor. I would also be looking for, I guess, some guidance in terms of clearly identifying what are the strategic goals, what are the strategic functions. And I think clarity would be very helpful to me from the state board, is in the midst of a lot of very high level goals, how do we clarify those and get those down to execution, or how do we get those down to what the expectations are? As I mentioned earlier, expectation is a challenge. If we do not have the same expectation, we have a tendency of becoming frustrated or angry with each other. So I would really appreciate some guidance from a mentor. Someone would help guide me, help me do the critical introductions at the state level, as well as with the other college and university presidents.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your applying for the position.
I'm excited about it.
Thank you, Member Ryan. Thank you, Dr. Jensen. And we're going to ask Member DeShock, who's our student member on our board, to step up next with his question.
Yes, hello. My question for you today is, what is your experience with mentoring and motivating students, and how would you as president interact and communicate with them?
Wow. Great question. And it's probably one of the most important questions, I think, that that I wrestle with on an ongoing basis. As I said earlier in my comments, a lot of people will ask me, they'll say, Doug, how do you see the college as a president? Do you see it through faculty eyes? Do you see it through administrative eyes? Do you see it through student personnel services? How do you observe the institution? And I tell people to this day, I still see the institution through the same set of scared eyes as that young man who walked through the door of that community college many years ago, and having the fear that I did not belong there. And I still remember that. And I tell people, it's not that I was that student, I am that student. I truly understand what that feels like to be that student. So one of the things that I work with on students on in terms of mentorship is, you will find, and you can check my social media or you can check my background, you will see that I jokingly say on campus, you want to find me, you'll find me where the students are. I'm engaged in student government. I go to a lot of student activities. I'm a member of the student clubs. My wife and I went to the homecoming. And the only thing that's worse than my dancing is probably my singing. I sing in a key of awful, and you have to be engaged. So a lot of the students know me personally. I have mentored them. I have given them time. I spend time, I think it was last 2 weeks ago. All the days are running together. I had a meeting with the student government leader, and I have a meeting scheduled with the InterVarsity student club, and I'm actually speaking at a number of those. I've been to the Ebony Breakfast. I've been to the Minority Male Conference. I've gone to the Sankofa events. And I think it's about letting yourself be accessible. I think for students, you have to tear down that barrier and that distance. And I think the other thing that comes to me is this was a kind of a conversation I had recently, probably about 3 or 4 months ago. I was interviewed about my time here at Rock Valley, and somebody asked me what was the thing I was most proud of. And I thought about that for a moment. And the thing that I'm most proud of is at commencement, when we have about 500 students walking across the stage, and we have the evening before commencement, we have our GED graduation. We do a full-blown regalia GED graduation for our students on the non-credit side as well. But when students walk across the stage, probably out of that population, 40 or 50 will stop and hug me. And it's not because of the stage. It's the fact that the last 2 years, they've got to know me on a personal level, and I've got to know them on a personal level. It's about relationships, and it's about tearing down those barriers that people feel that you're accessible and you can talk about things and you can help educate and you can help understand, but also they can educate and help you understand as well. So I'm a big advocate of spending time around the students. I think it's all about student success. I think some of the biggest challenges we're facing right now is multi-generational students, everything from boomers to disease to millennials. I think there's some major challenges right now that we're facing in terms of students, personnel, relationships, mental health, drug and substance abuse. You're looking at affordability. You're looking at the needs and access to technology. Students need stackable credentials. They need to be able to look at the flexibility of education. They're all going to have to stop in and some will complete their degree in 4 years. Some will complete their degree in 6 years. Some will complete their degree in different times. I took a very hard look at the, I think it's called the total student or the full student report. I think it was part of the Envision 30, and it laid out 10 elements that you've looked at in terms of what these student needs are. And I think that's a good starting place to keep the focus on the students, because we are facing challenges in the classroom in terms of how students are affected. A lot of people, when I look at students and I look at a lot of the issues, a lot of people think that student failure or dropouts is because of what they call cognitive domain issues. They struggle in math or they struggle in something. To me, it's the opposite. It's the affective domain issues. It's relationships, it's finances, it's transportation. And students, sometimes what shows up as a student failure or student withdrawal may be expressed in terms of a math withdrawal or dropping out, but it wasn't because of the classroom activities. It was because life got in the way before that. It was hidden by that. So I think we have to spend time with that. One of the things that I've observed is that the vice president of student affairs is vacant at Bismarck State College. And I think that is a critical position that's going to need to be filled. And I think that position has to really focus on some of those 10 elements that are defined in I think I can't remember the title of it right now. It was is it called the total student or the whole student document, which was one of the elements of the Envision 30 report. Hopefully that answers your question.
Great, thank you, Caleb, and thank you, Dr. Jensen. We'll move on to a question from our faculty member on the board, Dr. Dregseth.
Hello, Dr. Jensen. Thank you, Chair Hacker. My name is Dr. Dregseth. I'm the faculty advisor on the board. And in the current crisis, the COVID-19 crisis, And in a lot of crises, core principles sometimes come under stress. You mentioned the HLC quite a bit. Can you tell us about your leadership characteristics and how you would expect these characteristics to help you enhance things like academic freedom, shared governance, faculty morale, particularly academic freedom and shared governance, which may come under stress in a time like this?
Leadership. So I kind of pride myself on a stewardship philosophy. I don't believe I own anything. I don't believe I possess anything. I mean, I think when you look at life from a stewardship perspective, it brings a different meaning to it. You start to understand the value of something. When you own something, you can take it, you can put it up on a shelf, you can pry, and so forth. But when you are a steward of something, you have care and custody of it versus just, possession. So I look at a lot of these issues, leaderships from a stewardship perspective. My job is to have care and custody of something. My job is to remove barriers so individuals can do that. So I think when you look at it from that perspective, under stress, I think we still come back to the idea that what is truly of value, what has gotten us to where we are, and what is going to maintain us. In those moments of civility, in the middle of crisis, we all run back to those basic, Maslow's higher needs. You got to have your fundamentals in place before you start talking about, some of these other self-actualization type concepts. So I have a strong, as a servant leader. My job as a president is not to micromanage. My job is to value the institutional assets that are in place. So I seek out and listen for subject matter experts to guide. I ultimately realize part of my job is to facilitate a decision or to make decisions if the circumstances require that. But I think it's important that we engage those processes. In terms of governance, as I mentioned a few moments ago, I don't want to go through the whole thing again, but I think it's about having all the voices in the table. It's that cross conversation that needs to occur. The challenge sometimes is getting all the voices together, but I think that the importance is respectful that those voices need to be heard. Right now in the middle of crisis, how are we handling that? We're communicating. Daily calls. If you go out and take a look at our website, you will see tremendous amount of information, updating FAQs all the time. We've actually empowered faculty. We've taken a couple of faculty members and given them 100% workload reduction to lead this initiative to go to online learning, because faculty understand faculty. If I come out and start having a conversation about moving 700 sections, which we are doing, to online learning, and basically 3% of our sections are going to be affected by CTE, labs, clinicals, etc. But we have taken some faculty members and basically put them on 100% workload reduction to lead this online learning initiative. We've also then empowered them. Now they can still go back to the classroom. Their position is safe. Their so forth is there, but they bring a perspective that I would not have. It's been too long since I've been in the classroom. I learned a long time ago. We all have strengths and we all have opportunities. I am probably more effective out of the classroom than I am in the classroom. That tells me that I got to respect those individuals who understand the classroom, and they need to respect me for what I do. My strengths and weaknesses, preparing the institution so that the faculty can do what they are. Academic freedom, same situation. I believe that, the faculty have care and custody of the curriculum. That is their role and responsibility. With that comes a tremendous burden, a tremendous amount of responsibility. You are accountable for the outcomes, institutional assessment, student learning outcomes, the effectiveness, placement upon graduation. So it's about governance sometimes is defining each other's role, respecting the individuals that are in those roles, and having those critical conversations that are necessary so that we can reach the best decision for our communities and our stakeholders and our students.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Great, thank you. Dr. Jensen, we'll turn it over to Member Mahalik, which I believe you have had an opportunity to meet.
Yeah.
Dr. Jensen, again, good to see you. my question really was around if you've experienced significant budget cuts in your career, which obviously you have. As you think about that, what processes, policies, plans would you implement at BSC to successfully balance a reduced budget while keeping the core areas of BSC functioning at a high level?
Yes, and I'll try to be respectful of the committee's time. That yes, I've gone through financial crisis on multiple levels, and the thing that I've learned about any crisis is one of the first things you have to overcome is fear. People in moments of crisis want to hold on to something because of the turbulence that is occurring, the disruptions, whatever term it is that you want to use. And so I think when you have a financial crisis, you have to show people that you're aware of the situation, you have knowledge of the situation, whatever the crisis is, and there is a plan forward. And when we don't have answers, you have to communicate to people that you don't know. So yes, I went through 2.5 years without a state budget. We as an institution, as a leadership team, had to go back to zero-based budgeting. That was a very difficult process for a lot of our groups to get their arms around. We had to communicate the opportunity. We had to show them the impact. We had to implement new tools. We went back to unit cost analysis, looking at what was the unit cost, because if you take a look at the institution, if you have 1/3 or greater of your external resources not coming in, if you're going to continue to maintain those fundamental core deliveries like instructional delivery, you have to understand the unit cost. How can you affect that? What are the scheduling implications? What are the modalities? You have to look at all of those things and you have to be able to communicate that. Once you go through that process and individuals start to absorb themselves and start to become aware of the situation, you have to celebrate success. That's a big thing in HLC right now, is celebrating success, celebrating contributions, making them aware that, yes, it was bad, but we're moving forward. In the middle of all that financial crisis, we were able to maintain increases. Everyone in collective bargaining, because of the collective bargaining agreements, received their mandatory increases, but everybody else in the institution received a pay increase. It wasn't the pay increase that maybe they would like, but everyone in the crisis of those 3 years received a pay increase. We did not increase benefit costs. We were able to maintain the core functions there. And I think that builds trust and credibility moving forward. And I think that's how we got through the situation, is showing that we have a plan, communicating the plan, reporting on the plan. If the plan gives results that show success, you communicate them. If the plan gives shows that you're not making the progress that you need, communicate that and show them what the next component is. Engage them in the process as much as we can do that. So in the middle of crisis, and I'm using the same kind of philosophy here. Here's a different type of crisis. We have external forces again that are basically shaking the institution at its core. And how are we going to get through that? And we're using the same basic philosophy around that. You might have to shift your strategic plan. You might have to change your execution plan, but you got to stay, core to your values. The old statement we kind of used around here is the main thing is to keep the main thing the main thing. And then communicating that to people, and that we will get through this process and we will keep the institution moving in a direction that serves our community and serves our students.
Thank you, Dr. Jensen. Thank you. And, Member Mahalik. We'll turn it over to our staff representative and board member, Rita Matter.
Good morning. It's nice to see you again. Thank you for
nice your time. Nice to see you
again. So my question as a staff representative, I'd like to see kind of framed in the context of how this applies to staff members, is what is the process by which you plan to evaluate the effectiveness and priorities of departments, projects, personnel, and priorities?
I think that has to be a shared process. The people who are closest to the events, that know the events, I think are the best place to do the evaluations. I think the alignment is the key. We have to have, what is our strategic direction? What are our strategic goals? And you'll hear me talk about this, or maybe I spoke about this when I was at Bismarck, and I know that you were busy that day, but I'm a big advocate in what I call a double bottom line system. I think an institution has two bottom lines. It has a fiscal bottom line and it has a mission bottom line. And you have to look at aligning. So all of our goals cannot just be around fiscal bottom line or quantitative numbers, but there also has to be qualitative data as well. So what I talk to people about is if your mission bottom line gets out of alignment with your fiscal bottom line. Some people believe, we'll be all things to all people, we'll do all things. Well, if that's your mission and your fiscal bottom line cannot support that, then you're going to have a problem. If your fiscal bottom line gets out of alignment with your mission bottom line, then you also have a challenge. So I think the key is to communicating to folks that we have a mission and we have responsibilities. We have fiscal responsibilities and we have stewardship responsibilities. We have the ability to do both. I think it's more than capable. So I think it's about making sure that individuals see how their role aligns with the bigger vision and how they can contribute to the overall success of the organization. I do not believe in micromanaging. I don't know if anybody here has ever taken the DISC profile. It's kind of a personal inventory. I'm a high D, which means that I'm the last person you want to ask an open-ended question to because I will give you an answer. And I always try to caution people, don't ask me an open-ended question or that because I will give you a response. And I think the key for me is to alignment. It's about getting all of the pieces moving forward in a comprehensive direction and communicating that direction to individuals so they can see how their value, what they bring to the organization is contributing to that. And then aligning that value with their goals and evaluation and then helping them to achieve that. The second part of evaluation is just not to evaluate where the person is at currently, but through the evaluation process, you're doing an assessment and looking at where do they see the opportunities for the organization to grow and develop.
I think you want to add a follow-up to that would be, how do you see yourself acting as a leader at BSC? Are you the type of leader who pursues an initial objective for a long term, or do you react constantly to changing environments or another style of leadership?
I hate to say it, I do both. I mean, I try to keep my eye on the bigger picture, like I talked about earlier, trying to get the institution financially stable. But all of a sudden, a month ago, I find myself in a COVID emergency with, massive changes in our relationship. So sometimes I think you actually have to do both. I think the key is not to get fixed in or locked into one position. The important part about leadership, I think, is hearing the voices around you, identifying who the subject matter experts are. I tell my staff now, you have my permission and you also have the responsibility to tell me things I don't want to hear. And I have your permission and I have the responsibility to talk about things that you may not want to hear. So you have to surround yourself by people who are subject matter experts, who can communicate, who can articulate, who can help frame a challenge. We're doing right this now in the middle of the COVID. My job is to convene the leadership team and to move it forward. We also have incident command structure. So people who are the subject matter experts or who are closest to the frontline situation, we have to hear those voices. This is not a time where authority or some place in the organizational chart overhears or has authority over another. You have to basically, where are the subject matter experts at? So my leadership style is to identify those subject matter experts, look for opportunity. I'm a big advocate of, even if you have a person that's in one specific role, but you know their professional growth or their professional plan is to do something else, provide them that opportunity, throw them into a situation, provide them an opportunity to go into an area where they can learn and grow some skills and also be seen as a subject matter or a voice that can show their other colleagues that they bring a certain amount of knowledge to a conversation that their role may not have given them. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Dr. Jensen, that brings us kind of back to the center of just one last question. We first off appreciate your time and your investment into the desire to lead in Bismarck State College and be our next president. So with that in mind, I do need to ask, if offered, are you prepared to accept the presidency today?
Absolutely. I'm excited about the opportunity. As I mentioned earlier, it's been a personal, professional goal of mine to be part of an organization like I see is going on in Bismarck right now, especially with the advancement of the Bachelor's of Applied Science and the relationship they have. So absolutely, this is something that is, I've spent a lot of time and a lot of energy in supporting, and excited about the opportunity to present itself.
Great. Thank you. Do you have any questions for us?
Yes, I do, actually. If I can just grab them here for a second. I guess this one of the question I had here was like system knowledge is going to be critical, as well as local institutional knowledge is going to be critical. Will there be a mentor, or will there be mentoring opportunities to help me onboard as a new president?
Yeah, this is the Chancellor. We do exactly what you suggest. We ask one of the 11 presidents to be a confidant mentor, where you can ask that, quote unquote, dumb question you don't want to ask on a phone line with 11, or when we get back to on-person meetings, 11. And then, of course, I'll work very closely with you and or whoever the future president is. And then we have board members of just incredible experience. CEO of a company, Nick Hacker, former Microsoft executives, members of the Federal Reserve. For a little state like North Dakota, you wouldn't realize the depth of experience. Superintendent Louders, who totally understands K-12 in North Dakota. So we have lots of people to help you through.
And I guess, Chancellor, as you and I briefly spoke today, we met. One of the things I'm very interested in is this advancement in the cybersecurity realm, and especially in the relationship to the Internet of Things and Industry 4.0 standards, and how the cloud IT and so forth is going to play a major role. I mean, a lot of people talk about commodity disruption in the effect of the economy, but I think the big thing now in the future is going to be digital disruption, having the skill set that you need and having the safeties there. So is there a group that's looking at that, or is Bismarck will be playing a role in that? Is there other groups, or is there other components? I looked at I think it's called K20 relationship with K-12. But are there other organizations that will help guide and shape the direction that you and the board see the focus going on cybersecurity?
Certainly. And how apropos that while we're having this organic virus, the cyber attacks are relentless now across. And so we've actually got a new shield coming up on the network. We're very integrated with the governor. We're blessed to have a governor who's a software executive. So he has the cyber K-20 integrated from kindergarten to doctoral programs. And we have a study group that we're producing a study for the board right now. You'd arrive just as we hopefully wrap up. It may be delayed a little bit, called the Dakota Digital Academy. Bismarck is a critical member of that. And the idea is, much like you said, we can't have everybody doing everything. But if we have doctoral programs, like the only doctoral program in cyber education in the country is at NDSU, we have programs at UND of robotics and cyber down to Bismarck State, Lake Region. So yeah, you'll have lots of support, and I recognize your expertise that you also won one of those coveted NSA awards, as did Bismarck. So yeah, we look forward, if you should be selected, that there's lots of runway on this topic.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's my only question. Out of respect for the board's time, I know you have a long day, and just wanted to thank you. Unless there's another question for me, I just wanted to thank everybody for this opportunity. I truly do believe you're on a great trajectory, not only from a institutional point of view from Bismarck, but also from a state point of view. And I wish you the best of luck. I've sat on both sides of this table or screen. It's not an easy decision, but I do wish you the best of luck. What you're taking on is going to make a huge impact in our student success as well as our community success. So thank you for the opportunity that you provided for me to be with you today.
Thank you, Dr. Jensen. Have a great day, and we will be in touch, likely Terry Meyer will, within a couple of hours.
All right. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you.
Have a great day. Take
You
care.
too. Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Restroom break?
Probably a restroom break. We're good. 5 minutes.
We're back on? Thanks, Jesse. Great. We'll take about a 10-minute break, and we'll come back and look at picking up one of the reports before our next candidate logs in. Thank you very much.
Hello.
Bill.
Yes.
Dr. Klein, sorry.
That's all right. Don't worry.
I can hear you, I don't see you yet.
All right. Let me,
There you go.
oh,
Can you stand and talk a little bit more? Or the camera switch over?
are you able to see me now?
Yes, we can, yeah, hear you. I want to switch on you for a second, and we'll be started a little bit.
Okay.
11:27. All right, it sounds like we're ready to go.
Hello, Dr. Klein. My name's Nick Hacker. I'm our current chair of the State Board of Higher Education, and we want to welcome you and thank you for joining us today. We really wish we could be doing this in person, but unfortunately, with the current crisis and times happening, we are spread out. Our people that are here, excuse me, physically in the room are spread out. And all of our board members are actually spread out across the state of North Dakota and are webcasting in. And the way the cameras work is that they don't turn to you unless you're speaking for just a second. And so give it a little bit of patience. The board is very considerate of the fact that we are not in person and that we are doing a webcast video and our remote. And so they'll each take that into consideration through this process. But I want to thank you for your time and your investment with us today and your interest in becoming the next president of Bismarck State College. Each board member will ask a question. A couple board members might ask more than one question. Ultimately, there will be about 11 questions, and we have 1 hour to complete those 11 questions. So your effort to ensure that responses are keep us in line with that 1 hour is greatly appreciated. And with that, we've tested your video and your mic, and everybody else is live and ready to go. So I would just ask you, Dr. Klein, to kick off, can you describe your background a little bit, your current position or other professional positions that you've had, and why those help qualify you for the position of president of Bismarck State College?
Sure, I'd be happy to. I'd actually, if you'll indulge me, I'd like to kind of just tell you my story and how I ended up here. I've been told it's an interesting story, so hopefully it works. I started out as an 18-year-old kid going to community college because really that was my only option. I didn't have the grades, I didn't have the money to go anywhere else, and I decided to enroll in the local community college where I grew up. And after a semester, I realized that I was not college ready. I promptly failed out of that college. And really had given up on any form of higher education at that point. My life took me to the fire department, and it was in the fire department that I recognized that I really had this love for serving people, for serving the community, and I wanted to do more. So I decided I wanted to become an EMT, and I went to a different community college, took a continuing education class, and became an EMT. And then a short time after, I started working as an EMT. A short time after, a local hospital was offering a paramedic program. So I enrolled in that. And it was actually during that paramedic program that I started recognizing that, maybe I was college ready. Maybe I was a little bit smarter than I gave myself credit for. And when I completed that program, I just had it kind of sitting in the back of my mind that I'd walked away from higher education from a degree. But I was pretty well set. I had a great job with the police department. I was making good money. For a 20-year-old kid, I was doing pretty well for myself. But after about 4 or 5 years, I would drive past the community college and it would just kind of gnaw at me. That was something I started and never finished. So as luck would have it, I was on my post and I drove into the registration area, got out, got a catalog, went back to the station house, flipped through it, and ended up re-enrolling. And over the course of the next probably 5 or 6 years, I earned an associate degree. I had really had a professor that took an interest in me. He was sort of in my line of work. He was a police officer who taught criminal justice classes. And after taking his class and some conversations that I had with him, I thought my life might take me to law school. So I decided to enroll in a 4-year college to continue and get a bachelor's degree. And I did that. And when I completed that in 2001, my life changed rather dramatically with the events that happened in New York around that time, 9/11. My wife and I decided that we were going to relocate and move down to Georgia. So things in my life got put on hold. I ended up staying at home with my kids for a while my wife went to work. I got the itch in about 2007. I went back to work for the fire department. That's when I was introduced to the technical college system of Georgia. I had to attend training there for the fire department, and through that training, I was eventually offered a adjunct position when I finished my fire training to teach EMS through the technical college system. So I did that for several years while I was a firefighter. I had the opportunity to become an EMS program director. College was looking for somebody that could put a program together, and my name sort of floated up, and they offered me the position. And I left public service at that point, public safety service, and moved over to the higher education side of things. And I spent about 4 years teaching that paramedic program, putting that EMS program together. I recognized that if I was going to stay in higher education, that I probably needed to advance my degrees as well. Based on my life circumstances, the education institution that made sense was a for-profit school. So I ended up attending Kaplan and getting a master's of public administration. That master's opened the door for me to become a dean. So I became a dean at the technical college I had worked as an adjunct. I spent about a year in that position. There were a lot of problems that I was able to clean up. Personnel issues. We had accreditation issues with some of our health programs. And after about a year in that position, I enrolled in a doctoral program at the University of Georgia, a doctoral program in higher education management. And I was subsequently offered the position of Associate Vice President of Academic Affairs they had done a search and they couldn't find anybody, and I didn't apply the first time. I was comfortable where I was. My boss encouraged me to move into that role. So I did with her encouragement. And I spent about a year in that position as well, also working on my doctoral studies. But I started recognizing that the technical college system of Georgia, while a fantastic system, they do a tremendous amount of work for workforce development, there was a piece that was missing, and that was the transfer programs. They typically don't offer 2-year associate degrees that transfer directly into a 4-year institution. So you couldn't get a liberal arts associate degree like I was able to get when I attended community college. It had to be tied to something in the workforce. And I struggled with that for quite a bit of time. I was on the tail end of finishing my dissertation, and I decided that I was going to step away, work on my dissertation for quite some time, for about 6 months or so. And as luck would have it, a community college in North Carolina had actually reached out to me about helping them with an EMS program. And that sort of flowed into becoming the Dean of Health and Public Safety, which is where I'm currently employed now. It is a great college. It's one of the 58 colleges in North Carolina. They do a wonderful job educating students. There are some fantastic people there. But the work that I'm doing right now feels somewhat redundant. I've been a dean before. I enjoy that role. I enjoy the work that I do and the people that I work with. But I'm really at a point in my life where I'm ready to take on larger leadership roles where I can really make a much more significant impact in higher education as a whole. And I definitely want to be in a position where I'm leading not just an institution, but leading the bigger picture and leading in different areas. So that's sort of where I am now. That's how I ended up looking at this position. I thought, when I looked at Bismarck State College, I thought North Dakota. I don't know that that's really, where I wanted to go. But the more I read about the college and the more I recognized the innovation and the things that I saw the college doing, I really started getting excited. And my trip just a few weeks ago on campus and talking to folks and really seeing what college was all about has really solidified for me the decision that, somehow I ended up on this path that I would have chosen, but there's probably nowhere else that I want to be right now than at Bismarck State College based on the things we have going on. So that's me in a nutshell, and that's how I ended up here today. And that might be the longest answer I give you all day.
Dr. Klein, thank you, and I really appreciate hearing about your background and your path through higher education and to where you're at today. At this time, I'll turn it over to Member Mahalik, who I think you've met during this process.
I have.
Yeah. Good morning, Dr. Klein. Good to see you again.
You as well.
My question, I know obviously you've recently been on campus and you've had the opportunity to meet with many of the constituents. What have you observed and learned about BSC? And as a result of the information that you were able to gather, what opportunities and or challenges have you identified? And as president, how would you address those opportunities and challenges?
So I guess on campus, I had the opportunity to have a lot of conversations with a lot of different people. And what I really got the feeling of is this is a group of faculty and staff members and people that are just really invested in this college. I know there's been some challenges. There's been some financial challenges. There's certainly some uncertainty with the switch to the Polytechnic model. But what I've really gotten the feel about is that everybody is invested. Everybody wants to see this college do well, and everybody puts their heart and their soul into what they do in the work that they do every day. I think the opportunities, obviously, moving to that Polytechnic model is a fantastic opportunity. We talk quite a bit about that skills gap and the kind of the disconnection between, students that are coming out with 4-year degrees and students that are coming out with 2-year degrees or certificates moving into the workforce and how they have different levels of readiness. So I think one of the opportunities at Bismarck State College is to kind of join those two areas together. I see a lot of opportunity to work on hard skills or technical skills as well as soft skills. I think that the BAS is a great degree to really focus in on that, but I see other opportunities as well. I think anytime you have a college that has a strong liberal arts background and also has a really strong technical background, you have some opportunity there to take those two groups of students and put them together. I see learning communities popping up, where you take maybe a student that's in a transfer track for engineering and maybe a student that's in a technical track for welding and putting them together working on a project that incorporates technical skills of welding, but also soft skills. So maybe creating a presentation about, how you would create a welding program in a disadvantaged area or something along those lines, but really putting those two groups of students together to sort of bridge those gaps. I think some of the challenges that I see at Bismarck right now is that there's some uncertainty. People are not really sure which direction the colleges go. I think there's a hunger for some solid and some strong and sustainable leadership there. I think if the person that moves into this position really has to kind of embrace the college, take on that leadership role, and really be someone that's going to be present, not just on campus and in the office, but really present throughout the campus, spending a good deal of time visiting with faculty and staff and being seen and participating in various meetings and really gaining an understanding for how the college works. And that's part of how I would address some of those challenges. I certainly don't plan to sit in an office all day long. I plan to be out and about. I plan to, attend events on campus as often as I can. I plan to have, conversations in the hallway with faculty and staff members, or sit in on staff faculty meetings or faculty senate and staff senate meetings to really get a good understanding of how the college works. I think those are two organizations that can really do that for me. So really, I think the best way to address any kind of challenge is to be present, and to really be transparent and to be just invested in the college. And that's what I intend to do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Mahalik, and thank you, Dr. Klein. We'll move over to Member Morton in Fargo. Member Morton, we cannot hear you.
Is this better?
There we go. Wonderful.
Okay. Dr. Klein, thank you for your interest in the role. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about strategic planning. We do have a strategic plan for Bismarck State and a university system strategic plan. I think it's difficult for a person that's not working day to day to comment, but if you care to comment, you certainly can. But I would like to really hear your thoughts on how you approach strategic planning, and perhaps if you could discuss a strategic planning process that you were involved in that went very well and why it went so well. So I'll turn it back to you.
Sure, well, I appreciate that. And I agree with you. It's difficult to I know you're in the middle of a strategic plan right now, and I think it's difficult as really an outsider and not having that inside information to come up with a solid strategic plan. And certainly that conversation is bigger than an interview. But I think any strategic plan that the college works on has got to focus around the success of students, and that includes different ways for students to access the institution. We often say that we'll meet students where they are, but I think it's important to remember that students aren't necessarily where we are. So I think a strategic plan has to include different ways to reach out to students. I think that involves getting into conversations with business and industry, forming a lot of partnerships, fostering relationships, and making sure that as we move the college forward through a strategic plan, that we do that with some really with a basis of building relationships. So with that being said, I think a strategic plan, the next strategic plan that the college is going to go is certainly it is a group effort. It's not something that I can come up with, but it is something that the entire college has to get behind, has to embrace, and that we all work on together with some guiding principles. And I think the ones that the college has in place right now are important, and what North Dakota higher education system has are important. And that's creating access, being innovative in the way the institution delivers education. I think a strategic plan has to include things like competency-based education. It has to include, really robust hybrid and online programs. Career and corporate training has to be built into that. Learning and development. So all those things have to be built into it. As far as my strategic planning, I'm currently in the process of working through a strategic plan at the college that I'm working at, and part of that includes really taking a look at the programs that we're offering and make sure that they're aligning to a living wage. We have a number of programs that we offer that are, not necessarily allowing our our students to leave the college or our graduates to leave the college and be where they want to be in life. So we have, over the last several months, we've been going through program by program, and we've been examining things like, entry-level wages and opportunities for advancement. We've been looking at, opportunities to return to the institution, to upskill when the time comes to move up the ladder. And that's one of the plans that I'm working on right now. It's certainly in progress. It's not something that we've completed, but what I'm seeing is, we're going to be making some program changes. We're going to be adding some programs. So in my area, 2 programs that I'm looking at adding relatively quickly are physical therapy assistant, because we're recognizing there's a tremendous need in our area. And that sort of falls into that falls as a result of that planning process, where we're seeing a good wage, a relatively short training program in only 2 years, but certainly something that students can take that and move on, and you can go to physical therapy if they want. And then the other part that we're seeing is a central cell processing program at this particular institution, because we're recognizing that our hospital partners really have a need for those folks. And that sets up a pathway for somebody to go into surgical technology, to go through an RN program, to really continue advancing. So those are a couple of plans that I've worked on. Those are some of the steps that we've been working on up until this point. Unfortunately, that plan is not completed at this time. It's still a work in progress, but I thought I would share with you some of the steps that we're taking and some of the data that we're putting behind that. And I hope that answers your question.
Thank you very much. Very well done. I'll proceed to Kathy.
Well, good morning. And Dr. Klein, thank you very much for being here with us. I come to you from Tioga, North Dakota, the northwest quadrant of the state. I'm a geologist, and I'd like to visit or ask you your thoughts on campus governance and campus collaboration, how you might see the role of students, faculty, staff, alumni, and the Bismarck State Foundation. How do you engage all of those as you work at Bismarck State College?
Yeah, so I'm excited about some of these organizations you have. I've never worked on a campus that has a faculty senate or a staff senate. So really that part of the shared governance, I am very excited about. I am very much a collaborative decision maker. I've recognized a long time ago that if I'm lucky, I'm surrounded by people that are a lot smarter than I am. I know a lot about healthcare. I've worked in that industry. I've been a dean in that area, but I don't know the ins and outs of a medical sonography program. I don't know the ins and outs of an associate degree nursing program. So I rely on my program directors and my faculty that are in those programs to really kind of guide me as we make decisions together. We've been tackling a retention issue right now, and it's no lie. We have poor retention in our health programs, and we're really digging in and trying to figure out why we have those issues. We thought maybe we needed to raise the academic entrance standards, and it turned out that we're really seeing more quality of life issues than anything else, or life getting in the way, I should say. And those are all decisions that are made sitting around the table with a department chair, with faculty. So to have the opportunity to work at a college where there's a faculty senate that really have their fingers on the pulse of the college, or a staff senate that can do the same thing, and to be able to bring issues to me and to be able to talk through issues, I think those are tremendously important. Alumni are important. One of the things that I really take great care in looking at is data. And I think when we start talking to alumni that have been through our programs, that have graduated, I want to see where they are in life, and I want to see what Bismarck State College did to get them there, and did we do a good job doing that? So I think feedback from alumni is exceptionally important, and certainly something that we can't take for granted. And that feedback starts long before they leave the college. So we want them to know while they're still at the college how important their input is. So talking to students. I wrote a dissertation because I had a conversation with a student. And it's one of the things that I really enjoy doing. I was walking through the hallway and I saw this guy covered in mud. And I said, "What happened to you?" And he said, "Well, I was installing HVAC systems." And he turned out he was a veteran, and we got to talking about veteran services. And I recognized that, studying veterans at technical colleges was a great dissertation topic. But his feedback and that initial conversation led me down that direction. So I think it's really important. I think the foundation has really a unique perspective. Certainly the money that they can bring in terms of scholarship, in terms of equipment, in terms of just funding for our programs is really important. And I think that the foundation deserves as much a seat at the table as anybody else when we're talking about what direction we're going to take to college, because really, in difficult times, and we may be on the edge of some very difficult times in higher education right now, that foundation is going to be vital in bringing in funding and filling shortfalls, when our enrollment drops or when state funds, shrink because, we may or may not, I don't even want to say it, but we may or may not be going into a recession. So that foundation becomes very, very important. And I think they certainly deserve a seat at the table in the conversation. So for me, I really like collaboration. I think that goes back to my days as a firefighter. Very rarely does somebody in a firehouse work alone. You work as a team, you make decisions as a team, and you find your task and you get your task completed, and you do it as a team. And if something doesn't work, then you go ahead and you find something else that works. But that's a team effort, and I've always brought that way of thinking into higher education. I love having conversations about higher education. I drive people crazy sometimes, but I think it's really important to move the needle and to move an institution forward. So I'm very much excited about the opportunity to have that input, and I look forward to having those conversations. So I think those groups are vitally important to the health of an institution.
Dr. Klein, thank you. Thank you very much. I really like the engagement with the students and also alumni. That we do have to recognize that importance. Let me just follow up. Since we're in the midst of a difficult situation, whether we're in Fargo or Bismarck or Tioga, North Dakota or Williston, we are in a difficult situation, a challenging crisis. Can you tell us a little bit about some kind of crisis management you may have had to deal with, whether it was in higher education, in your work life, wherever, successful, how you handled it, maybe it didn't work? Just share a little information with us, please.
So I was a firefighter, so I dealt with crises on a regular basis. But I will tell you that a lot of that thought process, and even I could use the example of what's going on now. I'm gonna shy away from it just because it's so present and we're right in the middle of it. But I think crisis management in higher education is very different than crisis management in public service or public safety. However, I think a lot of the principles apply. And I think anytime you work your way through a crisis, it starts long before we ever hit that crisis. And it starts with a campus culture. If the culture of the campus, if they understand that the leadership of the college is going to be truthful and going to be transparent and is going to support the faculty, staff, and other employees and students as well throughout any situation that arises, then you're ahead of the game when you head into a crisis because there's already an inherent trust that's built. When it comes to a crisis, I think you have to have a plan. And that planning starts long before the crisis ever hits. You climb into the front seat of any fire truck, there's a book in there, and it's called the Standard Operating Guidelines. And it doesn't matter what what you pull up to, whether it's a high-rise building or a single-story structure fire, or whatever it is, there's a set of guidelines that you follow. And I don't mean to say that we're going to pull out that book at every call, but I know if I'm pulling up to a house fire, I know exactly what equipment I'm going to bring. And I can relate that to higher education as well. So, one of the things that really stood out to me, and it actually sounds a little silly, but I was watching Dateline. And I was watching the story of SUNY Geneseo, which is the college in New York, where there was a double murder and a suicide. It happened on a Sunday morning. And I actually heard more about this later on at a conference as well. But they had 3 deaths on that campus. 2 were current students, and 1 was a former student. It was a murder-suicide. And they spent the entire day and weeks afterwards scrambling because they didn't have a plan in place. So one of the things that I did was I spoke to some friends and we put together a death protocol, a student death protocol, which sounds a little morbid. However, when you start taking that apart and you realize that is one of the most horrific situations that a college can go through is to lose a student. And there are so many things that are involved in that situation. things that you don't even think of. I mean, obviously, speaking to the other students and providing counseling and talking to the family, but, library books and financial aid and, who's going to clean out the room and is there a car on campus? Those are all things that we don't think about. So having that plan in place is extremely important. People knowing what their jobs are during that plan. So who talks to the press and who talks to the family and who's the person that checks off our protocol to make sure that we're doing everything that we're supposed to do. Those are all important steps. And that plan doesn't come together if it sits in a drawer. So, again, I go back to my roots as a firefighter. We trained every day. Every day that I was on shift, we did some sort of training. And I think it is really important to roundtable crisis situations. Now, I don't know that we could predict the coronavirus, but we could certainly predict a long-term shutdown. It's not uncommon. I mean, Katrina in 2005 shut down the Southeast, at least that area of the country, for a number of weeks. So roundtabling, that sort of thing, and it doesn't just have to be that type of crisis. It could be, we've lost 10% of our budget. What's our plan moving forward? Those are things that the leadership of the college on a regular basis should address, should talk about, and should plan for. I think when this coronavirus is essentially, resolved, probably months down the road, I think it's really important that we all get together and sit in a room and talk about what we did during this crisis. We want to know what went well. We want to know what we didn't do so well, what we can do better, what we can prepare for next time. This is not the last time something like this is going to happen, and we need to be prepared for it. And really, you can do a lot of damage to an institution during a crisis if you're not prepared for it. So I think one of the areas that I probably excel at because of my background is that crisis management, taking charge in a crisis, and being prepared for it, and certainly being transparent and honest about the way we're handling it. I hope that wasn't more than you asked for.
That was an excellent answer, Dr. Klein. Thank you. And we think very highly of plans. So thank you for sharing that with us. With that, I will hand it back to, you bet. I'll hand it back to Chair Morton, or excuse me, Chair Hacker. No. Thank you. Sorry, Dawn, didn't mean to scare you.
You did.
Happy to have you back as chair, Don, anytime you'd like. Thank you, Dr. Klein. And we're going to turn it over to Member Louders.
Thank you, Chair Hacker. Good morning, Dr. Klein, and welcome. I'm in the room here with Dr. Doug Darling, who's the president of Lake Region State College. And my question focuses on the legislature. What has been your legislative experience, and what do you believe to be the college's role during a legislative session, and how would it link to the state board's initiatives and strategic plan?
So I'll start with my experience, and in the roles that I've held within higher education, my experience as far as dealing with the legislature has really been relatively limited. Typically, I would take on an advisory role if there were questions about maybe an initiative, or I've been asked to provide feedback. That's typically where my experience has laid. I was involved with some of our programs that would, essentially spend a day at the legislature trying to sort of lobby for legislation. One of the groups that really took this to heart was our surgical technologists. In Georgia, there was no law for the person in the operating room that was handing instruments and really working alongside the surgeon. There was no law that person be licensed in any way. So our surgical technology group really took hold of that and have really pushed for legislation and lobbied in that regard to make sure that that legislation is passed, so that the people that are in operating rooms are qualified and that surgery is a safer process. But I can't really say that I've done a whole lot directly with the legislature. I haven't been in the role to be able to do so. But I think it's really important. When I look at dealing with the legislature, I think a couple of items pop out at me. And the first one is, I don't ever want to have a conversation with someone in the legislature without having that conversation with my boss first, or with the board, or I never want to go rogue on that conversation. I want to make sure that what I'm presenting or the conversations that I'm having fall in line with the strategic plan of the Board of Higher Education, and also my boss. I don't think it does anybody any good to go off on their own and to have those conversations. I have a very dear friend that actually went out ahead of the chancellor in their system. And it really was an unpleasant situation because they went out ahead when they shouldn't have. So I think it's absolutely important for those conversations to take place first. I think when those conversations do take place, and we know what we're going to talk about, I think the college's role is to share the mission and the vision for the college, with the state legislature, with the decision makers, with the folks that can provide funding. When you get into those situations, you really have to be a good storyteller, and you have to be genuine about it. Nobody likes a used car salesman. So when you're telling the story, when you're talking about where you want the college to go, you've got to make sure that first of all, you believe in what you're saying, and that comes across in that conversation. So I think that the role that the president would have is to really be a champion of the values and the vision of the colleges and the State Board of Higher Education in trying to get funding and trying to get support for those values and that vision, so that education as a whole in the state of North Dakota can advance. So that's essentially my take on my interaction with the legislature. I hope I answered everything in your question. I believe I did. But if I didn't, please let me know, and I'll try to elaborate a little bit more.
Yes, you did. Thank you, Dr. Klein.
I take notes, but sometimes I can't read it.
Thank you, Dr. Klein. Appreciate you being genuine. It is important during the legislative process. We'll turn it over to Member Casey Ryan.
Thank you, Chair Hacker, and thank you, Dr. Klein, for putting yourself out to be the next president of Bismarck State College. Within North Dakota, we have our State Board of Higher Education and a unified system of higher education for the 11 colleges and universities. Describe how you would see Bismarck State College collaborating with the other 10 institutions within NDUS.
Yeah, so that's actually a great question, because that was actually one of my questions that I would have for the board later on. So I'm glad we get a chance to discuss this. So I've always come from systems from states where there were two systems, where there was a higher education system and then a community college or a technical college system. And what I have seen, and what I don't necessarily think works all that well, is their adversaries. I think North Carolina, they work a little bit closer together. I think Georgia is, sometimes a little bit more of a competition there. So I am very excited to be in a system where everything's under one umbrella. I mean, 11 institutions under one State Board of Higher Education. For me, I look at that as a tremendous opportunity. I think that, we have the option to really work as a system rather than individual colleges. And I think when you look at higher education and where higher education is going, probably over at least the next 10 years, I think that becomes essentially important. So I look at things like, Dickinson University on Bismarck's campus, and then also, I'm going to say it wrong, but Minot University as well, providing classes on Bismarck's campus. When you think about that in terms of geography, I think that makes a whole lot of sense. I've done a good bit of research. I haven't found a whole lot of other agreements like that, but I hope that there's more out there. If there's not, it's something that I would certainly push for. When you think about students that are attending a community college, these are students that are typically, they're working full time, they have families. I look at the adult learning population probably a little bit more heavily than I do the younger population, the recent high school graduates. But that adult population really needs the support of a community college. And I think if that community college can really work with the other colleges in the system to provide different types of degrees and different levels of education, without that person having to travel an hour and a half in one direction or 3 or 4 hours in another direction to obtain that education, I think it makes a lot of sense. I think oftentimes, we look at higher education, we look at online education, we say, well, that's the solution for everything. If you can't travel 3 hours to an institution, well, you can take classes online. But we know that doesn't work for everybody. I think we're seeing it now with the changes that are being made in higher education over the last couple of weeks. I think we really see that online education doesn't work for everybody. At my institution, we're lending out laptops, we're giving out hotspots, and we have cable internet companies that are providing internet service to houses that never had it before, because we're recognizing that not everybody has access to that broadband Wi-Fi. So I think it's really important that the colleges are working together, that the institutions are really in this together and really kind of embrace the nuances of other institutions and start offering collaborative education from one institution to another. And that's something that I think would really be something that I would certainly support it, but I think I would drive it as well. Really inviting other institutions onto our campus and also seeing if there's opportunity for us to provide some of our unique programs on other campuses. And I think that when you have a system that works together in that way, that is really really a collaborative system, I think you set the standard for the rest of the country at that point, where people can look at this and say, hey, these 11 schools have it figured out. They're working together. They're doing the best thing for their students. They're not creating education. They're not working in silos. They're not creating, the same program at every institution. They're recognizing that we need the opportunity. We need to provide the opportunity for students to get what they need, maybe without traveling 3 or 4 hours away, because in a lot of cases that's not possible. When you have kids and a wife and you have a job, you just don't have the opportunity to drive 3 hours to another institution to get a program that you need. So if we can offer those on the Bismarck campus, I think it makes a lot of sense to do that, and I will certainly push to expand those offerings.
Thank you. One additional question: do you have any ideas what you might need from the State Board of Higher Education to be successful as the president of Bismarck State College?
I think what I really need is I really need the support of the State Board of Higher Education. I really need them to be open to some conversations. This is a new role for me. This is, I have a lot of ideas. I like to think of myself as somewhat of a disruptive innovator, and sometimes that gets concerning. But I really need that State Board of Higher Education to listen to what I have to say. One of the things that really just bugs me a lot is, and we see it all across higher education, is people saying, well, we can't do that. I remember having a conversation not too long ago. I was talking to some nursing faculty about using virtual reality instead of high fidelity simulation mannequins, and I got this kind of crazy look like, we can't do that because the technology was too advanced for what they had been used to, and I see it as an opportunity to push simulation labs to a level of technology that they've never been at before. So what I would need most is that State Board of Higher Education to really listen to what I have to say, to be supportive, to let me know, which direction we can move in, and to certainly give me feedback to ideas when I have that idea about virtual reality and sim labs, to really either support it or to explain why it's not the right time. But more than not, I'd like them to really support maybe out of the box innovation and even sliding out of my lane a little bit to get things done for our students. So I think that's what I would need most of all.
Again, thank you very much, Dr. Klein, for putting yourself out to be the next president at BSC.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Member Ryan and Dr. Klein. We're going to turn it over to our student board representative, Mr. DeShock.
Yes, thank you. My question for you today is, what is your experience with mentoring and motivating students, and how would you as president interact and communicate with them?
So in each of the roles that I've been in, I've tried to spend a good bit of time talking to students. I think sometimes, when we work in higher education, we have this fundamental understanding that everybody understands what we understand, and that's not always the case. So I think that it is really important to really seek out students and have conversations with them about the importance of higher education, to talk to students about the direction that they want to go to, and also to solicit feedback from students about some of the things that we're doing. I have this great idea about higher education. I know exactly what I think it should look like, but it doesn't do any good if the people that are enrolled in the classes and that are attending the college don't necessarily see it the same way I do. So I think there has to really be some open conversation, and there really has to be some give and take and some feedback, and that feedback has to be listened to and certainly appreciated. As far as mentoring students, I've worked in clubs. I've had the opportunity to in some other roles where I worked as an adjunct instructor, where I worked as a program director, I really had the opportunity to work very closely with students. I think I'm most proud of working with my paramedic students. The last class that I taught, there were 11 students in that class. Out of those 11 students, those students were going out to clinical assignments and getting pre-hospital saves. They were really doing well, and a lot of that was the education, but also a lot of it was the decision making, the critical thinking skills, the working through problems and talking through different situations, sharing my experience with them, letting them know that not everything is always going to go as planned, but really sharing that background and that experience that I have. So that when it came down to getting out there and doing the job and putting those skills to work, they had more than an education. They had a really thorough understanding of what they were getting themselves into. I said earlier, I love having conversations with students. I walk through the halls and talk to students all the time, and it's interesting to me to understand where students have come from. I love hearing student stories. One of the things that I did in my role in Georgia was I created a behavioral intervention team, and that behavioral intervention team really gave me the opportunity to connect one-on-one with a lot of students. And I have a great story about that. I had a student that was referred to the team because she may have displayed some behavior that somebody mistook for violent behavior, and it really wasn't. It was her posture, and it was the way she had a conversation. And the two of us were able to connect and have a conversation about that. That conversation spurred her to go on and do a senior project. When she learned about the behavioral intervention team, she learned about the food pantry, and she learned about some of the things that we do at the college. That conversation allowed her to go on and do a senior project where she filled our food pantry. And she didn't just fill it. We had to go out and get a second closet because she was so invested at that point. And that spurred from that conversation that really started as a negative interaction, but it turned into something so far beyond that. And watching her graduate, I think it was one of the times I was most proud of a student throughout my career. So I really do appreciate the opportunity to talk to students, to guide students, especially if it's an area where I'm thoroughly familiar with. My background in fire and EMS and that sort of thing, I think really gives me the opportunity to share a unique perspective with students when I can. So I really do enjoy doing that.
Thank you for your answer.
Thank you, Dr. Klein. I'm going to turn it over to our faculty board member, Dr. Dregseth.
Thank you, Chair Hacker. Good morning, Dr. Klein. My question has to do with academic freedom, shared governance, faculty morale. In times of crisis, core principles like this sometimes come under stress, under attack, maybe break. Can you tell us a little bit about your leadership characteristics and how you would expect those characteristics to help you enhance things like faculty morale, shared governance, and academic freedom on the BSC campus?
Sure, absolutely. I kind of spoke to this a little bit before when I talked about leading through a crisis, but I think it really does come down to what I said earlier, where it comes down to the culture. And there's got to be a trust built in, before we get to this point. So I think it's really important that things like academic freedom are certainly appreciated, that they are addressed, that they are respected. I've worked in systems that are very bureaucratic, that are top down, that you're essentially told exactly what you're going to do. Curriculum is prescribed, and there's very little deviance from that. And while it works in some situations, I don't think it's the best way for a college to work. One of the things that I really enjoyed about my doctoral program is that I had a chance to study not just community colleges, which typically is a little bit more bureaucratic, and there's probably less academic freedom in those arenas, but we talked a lot about universities. We talked about private universities where where a faculty senate is almost as powerful, if not more powerful, than the leadership and the president of the college. So I have that appreciation for those groups. When we go into a situation like we can use coronavirus as an example because it's current and it's very prominent right now. There are certain things that we probably have to have a little give and take on. I'm sure, I believe BSC is just like we are, where everything's gone online. And I may not want to teach online. And maybe that's just not the way I want to teach my class, but under the circumstances, I think we all have to give a little bit. And that giving a little bit means that we shift to an instruction mode that may not be exactly how we want to teach our class. But I think it's really important to recognize too that student that is now enrolled in an online class, he or she probably didn't want to be there either. And we have to have a little bit of grace for that student. And one of the arguments that I recently had was, what do we do with a student that, has now been moved to an online class that isn't successful in that class? How do we remedy that? Because we've essentially, given a big hit to this person's GPA potentially. They may be trying to get into a competitive program, which GPA is vitally important. So how do we get around that? And we've had some very significant conversations. We talked about extending the withdrawal date to the last day of class. We talked about going to a pass-fail system. We talked about allowing them to retake the class when this whole thing is resolved. But that all sort of falls into that realm of we're in a crisis. We're really doing what we have to do, and part of it is I hate to say it, but part of it is coming across bumps like we're talking about and sort of making it up as we go along, but then looking back at that when this is resolved and seeing how we fix it. I take academic freedom very seriously. I think it's extremely important. I think you should be able to walk into a classroom and exchange ideas freely, even unpopular ones, because it teaches people how to engage in a conversation over an idea that's not popular. But I also recognize that in the time of a crisis, sometimes we've got to sort of reel those things in a little bit. We've got to get a little bit more narrow for the success of the institution overall. But it's important to always try and be as respectful as we can of those individuals. And I know we didn't talk about a faculty senate and that sort of stuff as much, but that also plays into it. The faculty senate is going to have their ideas of curriculum and how things should be taught, and may very well object to going online with our classes. And that's certainly a conversation that has to take place. And it may be an opportunity for a different type of solution. I think I think across America, higher education institutions are all in the same boat. We've all thrown out the online parachute and we're just hanging on right now. But I think this is certainly going to open up the conversation to see what we can do better the next time. And I think that, as much as I hate to say it, I think sometimes we have to kind of bend a little bit more than maybe we want to make sure that our students are successful. And that's really what it comes down to is guiding our students through a very difficult time like this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Klein. And
Dr. Klein, you did have, you talked a little bit earlier about the funding challenges. And as you well know, BSC has experienced significant reductions in state funding in years past. Have you had to implement significant budget cuts in your career? And if so, what processes, policies, plans would you implement at BSC to successfully balance this reduced budget while keeping the core areas of BSC functioning at a high level?
So throughout my career, I've never had to implement budget cuts, but I've certainly come into situations where cuts had already been made. So I had to work through situations with very small budgets. And I've done that as a dean. Actually, twice I've done that as a dean, where we really didn't have the money to spend. I think as far as, and I can only hypothesize because I haven't actually been in the situation, but I think in a situation where we receive notice that we've, lost a significant amount of our budget, I think you really have to address the institution overall. You have to look at the health of the institution overall. I read about, Dr. Scone going through that process. And I think a lot of the decisions that he made are decisions that I certainly would agree with. When you have the opportunity to not fill a position, to cut down on costs, I think that is certainly an option when those budget cuts come in. I think that, I know he went around and had asked people to retire, to try and save some budget money that way. And I think that's also an option. I think some of the things that could also be looked at is moving to sort of a non-essential schedule where maybe the campus is closed one day a week to alleviate some operating costs, but also help keep most of the faculty and staff employed because you're cutting costs in other areas. Something else that really pops up is kind of what I had said before, is being ready for something like this. And I think it is exceptionally important for colleges, especially nowadays, to have alternative funding sources. I know you have the Train ND program, which I think is fantastic, and there's actually a question I was going to ask you guys about later on. But I look at what Maricopa County community colleges have done with their corporate college, and they've set up essentially a funding stream by creating a corporate college that works in learning and development with businesses throughout Arizona, and that revenue stream is really keeping the community colleges afloat. So I think if aside from cutting non-essential services, we want to do everything we can to not cut jobs if we can avoid it. So certainly not filling jobs as they become vacant, asking our faculty and staff to pitch in and do a little bit more, and that includes everybody. Me as well. If going out and cutting the grass is what I have to do to make sure that we can keep a faculty member employed, then that's certainly something that we have to do, because we have to look at the institution as everybody's in this boat together, and we've got to rely on each other. So those are some of the things that I would do. But I think before those budget cuts come, I think it's really important to look at additional revenue streams. And those are things that I've done throughout my career. I've certainly been able to, as a paramedic program director, I had a very small budget, but I was able to go out and get equipment from partners because I had built relationships. As a dean, I was able to get equipment because businesses came to us and industry came to us and said, we need these programs, and here's what we'll do to help you create those programs. So we didn't have the money to do it, but we were able to get business and industry partners to help us with it. In the role that I'm in now, we're putting together a fire academy based on some equipment that we're able to receive from Scott Safety, which is part of 3M, which is right in Monroe, North Carolina. We've gotten over $100,000 worth of equipment that they're giving to us on research and development, and saving us all this money. That's going to allow us to implement a fire academy for the county that is desperately needed as the county moves from volunteers to career firefighters. But that's over $100,000 worth of equipment that we didn't have the money to spend on. Finding alternative revenue streams and finding ways to cut operating costs and hanging on to our people as tight as we can to make sure that we're doing everything we can to not cut jobs are some of the approaches that I would take. And then, like I said before, having a plan for that crisis and planning, what do we do if we lose 10% of our budget or 20% of our budget? How do we fill that? And I think having those conversations ahead of time are very important.
Thank you, Dr. Klein. Our board member on behalf of the staff is Ms. Rita Mattern, and she'll be up next.
All right. It's nice to see you again, Dr. Klein. Thank you for your time again this morning. I'd like to form this question kind of around thinking around staff and the role of staff at an institution at BSC. What is the process by which you plan to evaluate the effectiveness and priorities of departments, projects, personnel, and priorities?
Would you do me a favor and say that one more time? It was a little quick.
What is the process by which you plan to evaluate the effectiveness and priorities of departments, projects, personnel, and priorities?
All right. I'm going to address that as a whole because I won't be able to hit each one. But I think anytime you address the effectiveness of any program, any department, anything, you've got to look at student success. You've got to look at the end game, which is finding a way for our students to be successful after they interact with our institution. So if I look at a department, rather than that, I think if I break it down even to a smaller scale, if I look at 2 English classes, and one English class is taught face-to-face and one English class is taught online, and that online class has a 30% pass rate versus a 90% pass rate in the one that's taught face-to-face, I can easily recognize that our students are not being successful in the online class. So I think it becomes very important at that point to go back and really dig in to some research, to some data to figure out, where we're missing the point and where we're missing where we're creating the gap, I should say. So I think that same process follows, no matter what area of the college we're looking at. If we're looking at an entire department and we're recognizing that we're creating a gap in that department, it's not living up to the expectations that we have. And I think we have to go back and we really have to take a good look at that department. We have to dig into data. We have to look at research. We have to look at personnel. We have to look at programs. We have to look at, outcomes. We have to look at job placement. But all of this information has got to be studied. It's got to be evaluated. And I think that's how we figure out, where we're being effective or not. It also goes out to talking to business and industry partners. So if we're teaching a program and the people in that program aren't getting jobs when they complete that program, then we want to find out, what is it about that program that's not helping these students be successful? So I tie it back to student success, regardless of what part of the college I'm looking at. I use data to make decisions. Dr. Carroll is probably going to, if I end up in this position, Dr. Carroll is going to be one of my best friends because I love looking at data and I love trying to find, where the gaps are and what we can do better. And I think that's a mistake that a lot of institutions make is they don't necessarily want to take a really hard look at themselves. I want to look at ourselves and I want to see what we can do better. I think it is vitally important to have those conversations. I think holding up a mirror is really important to do every once in a while. And make sure that based on the data that we are effectively doing the things that we say that we're doing and that our students, when they're leaving our institution, are getting out of Bismarck State College exactly what they expected to get out of it. So I guess the short answer to your question is as I look at data and I evaluate each individual component, and then go back, try and find the gaps, and then try and go back and find ways to fill the gaps. And that's just not me doing it. That is an entire group of people that get together and talk these things through. So, you going back to my first example, if it's an English department, then let's get the English faculty together and let's get the chairs and the deans and let's get our vice president of academic affairs and let's all sit in a room and let's have a conversation and let's look at the data together and see where we're missing it. It's exactly what I did recently when we were looking at retention. So I think it's something that can be done really in any department, in any area of the college.
All right, I think I have a quick follow-up to that, which is how do you see yourself acting as a leader for BSC? If you're the type of leader to pursue an initial objective for a long-term, or react constantly to changing environments, or another style?
So I'm a proactive leader. I as much as I can react to something, I certainly do my homework, and I like to see things coming. I'll use the coronavirus as an example. I didn't see the coronavirus coming. I don't have a crystal ball. I had no idea this was going to happen. What I did see was that when I looked at retention rates, when I looked at our programs, I noticed that our students were missing a lot of classes, in the spring semester, in the early spring semester, because they were getting sick or family members were getting sick. Every single one of my program directors had their information already transferred to online. So that when this happened and we had to go to online, we had it there already, not because we knew this was going to happen, but because we wanted to help our students be successful in our programs so that if they had to miss a lecture or miss a day of class, they could still make it up by working online. So when I see myself leading the college, I see myself as a proactive leader. Really, I don't want to say, looking through a crystal ball and seeing where things are going to happen, but certainly looking at what could happen, what's happened in the past, and then trying to make decisions to alleviate some of that. I think it's a lot easier to mitigate a bad circumstance than it is to react to it and try and lead through it. So in answer to your question, I see myself as a proactive leader and really taking an initiative on mitigating poor circumstances before we're right in the middle of them.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rita. Thank you, Dr. Klein. First, I just want to thank you for your time today, but not just today, your significant investment of energy, time with us through this process. And so first off, a bit of gratitude to you for joining us on this adventure, I would call it, in a very challenging time. So again, we wish we could be in person. I have one final question for you, and then we'll allow you to ask us some questions.
Sure.
If offered today, would you be prepared to accept the presidency of Bismarck State College?
Without a moment's hesitation, I would accept it.
Okay, thank you. And what questions might you have for us?
So, well, we kind of answered one of them, but I was doing some research and I was looking at the Train ND program, and one of the areas that I see is that business and industry are really, they really don't want to put the money into learning and development. So I see Train ND as an opportunity to sort of take over that training. And I think, especially where we are in the economy over the last couple of weeks, we don't know what this is going to look like long term, but I think there's an opportunity for community colleges to step in and provide a lot of that learning and development. So when I think about that in terms of Train ND, my question is, the colleges that are involved in that, do they have their own, are they able to create their own programs, or is it simply, are they simply offering, what's already in the box? So if we were to partner with business and industry in Bismarck and they had specific training needs, could we provide that training through Train ND? It's sort of a customized format, or is that something that we have to do on our own? How does that work? Or what sort of latitude is there, I guess is what I'm asking.
Sure. So we have 4 Train ND sites, and they are customized education and training based on workforce need or industry need, more or less. So you'll find slightly different programs in different areas, and it is a fee for service or fee for training. So you're right, private sector does pay for that. It's also subsidized a little bit by the state of North Dakota, so the state does fund that Train ND's outside of higher education regular formula funding, but yes, it is a fee for service. And Dan, am I missing anything on Train ND, or that's pretty much how it works?
You did a real great job. It is customizable. That's important to note. We also take the lead from the regional needs from the industry, and when needed, other college partners will serve a separate region through programming they might already have. So it's very collaborative in that way.
Great. And I guess the other question that I had, and I was wondering, we sort of talked about this before, and we talked about collaboration with the colleges. I was wondering what sort of research opportunities there are. I recognize that community colleges are an area in higher education that there's very little research focused on. So in those sort of terms, do the community colleges and the university, do they collaborate on research projects, or is there really very little interaction there?
I would say that there is some collaboration that occurs amongst the institutions. I've met a couple of researchers, or one in particular researcher at one of our smaller regional 4-year institutions that was collaborating with one of our larger institutions. And so we do see some of that. Is there room for more? I think the answer would be, a resounding yes. And so, yeah.
Okay, great. And that's certainly an area that I'm very interested in. So other than that, I think you've gone ahead and answered all my questions, or probably one or two that was sprinkled in there, but we've gotten to it along the way. So this has been an absolute pleasure. The hospitality that I received when I was out in Bismarck a few weeks ago was fantastic. I appreciate everybody's effort, and it has certainly been my honor and my pleasure to go through this process. So I thank you all very much.
Thank you, Dr. Klein. Have a great day. One of the search committee or Terry Meyer will be in touch within the next hour or two.
Great. Have a wonderful afternoon.
Thank you. Okay. So, Harry, next steps, and Christy. So we show a working lunch. And we're going to do the working lunch while we're in executive session, is the plan?
Audio only. So
it will be audio only. So refer to your email from Christy that you received yesterday for your dial-in instructions, and we will head into an executive session. We need a very specific motion, as always, which is listed there as item number 6 on the agenda. If we're prepared, we would like a board member to make that very specific motion, almost word for word, or word for word, so we follow the statute.
Chair Hacker, this is AC Ryan. I would move to enter executive session to, number 1, consider the appointment of and contract terms for the next president of Bismarck State College, and number 2, to discuss negotiating strategy and provide negotiating instructions to its counsel and or negotiators related to the same. And number 3, limit the executive session to voting members, non-voting advisors, the chancellor, invited NDUSO staff, board counsel, and co-chairs of the Presidential Search Committee. The legal authority for closing this portion of the meeting is North Dakota Century Code sections 15-10-17, 1A, 44-04-19.19, and 44-04-19.2.
Chair Hacker, this is Member Louders. I'll second that motion.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. Terry, if you call roll.
Ms. Louders,
Yes.
Ms. Nesbit,
Yes.
Mr. Mahalik,
Yes.
Mr. Morton,
Yes.
Dr. Ryan,
Yes.
Mr. DeShock,
Yes.
Board Chair Hacker.
Yes. Thank you. We'll have a few minutes and we will get the phone started.
Everybody,
Send that in.
yeah, Start State College. I'm gonna do a quick test and make sure we hear everybody on. Devils Lake, are you there?
We're here. We can hear you.
Thank you. Didn't hear you. Dickinson, are you there?
I'm here, thanks.
Thank you. Fargo.
Fargo's here.
All right. Grand Forks, room 1.
Casey here.
Grand Forks, room 2.
Caleb here.
Thank you. Minot, are you there?
Minot is here.
And Kathy, Nesset, are you there?
Nesset is here, thank you.
All right. Yes, everybody is.
You can reconvene whenever you're ready.
Not ready. We'll reconvene in a moment here. Bismarck State College for the delicious lunch that the other board members missed out on. And with that, we'll reconvene the meeting of the Board of Higher Ed. Christy, do we need a roll on this?
I certainly can.
Yes, let's do a roll call.
Hey, Miss Nesset?
Here.
Mr. DeShock?
Here.
Miss Louders?
Here.
Mr. Morton?
Here, and NDSU had an excellent lunch.
Dr. Ryan?
Here.
Mr. Mahalik?
Here.
Board Chair Hacker?
Here. Thank you. Member Mahalik.
Chair Hacker, I'd like to make a motion. I move that the State Board of Higher Education appoint Dr. Douglas Jensen as the next president of Bismarck State College with the start date of July 1st, 2020, and delegate authority to negotiate and execute the final contract to Chair Hacker and the Chancellor with the assistance of legal counsel with Dr. Jensen.
Is there a second?
Morton, I'll second it.
Thank you, Member Mahalik and Member Morton. Christy, if you would call the roll.
Mr. Mahalik?
Yes.
Dr. Ryan?
Yes.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Ms. Louders?
Yes.
Mr. DeShock?
Yes.
Miss Nesset?
Yes.
Board Chair Hacker?
Yes. Thank you. That motion passes. At this time, we're going to hand the electronic gavel over to Vice Chair Ryan to continue the meeting.
Oh, he hasn't left yet.
Thank you, Chair Hacker. Board members, we would go down to item 15, and I will ask Member Louders to give her committee report.
Vice Chair Ryan, this is going to be easy because we did not meet. So Academic and Student Affairs Committee did not meet this month. There was at that time no pressing business. However, I did have a death in the family, so it was actually my absence that caused that. So I do want to notify the full board and our public that we will continue to move forward this month on support for the issues of student health and well-being staff as well. So we'll continue our research on those topics and hopefully in the near future bring that topic to the full board, which is now more important than ever. So looking forward to that, Chair Ryan.
Very good. Thank you, Member Louders. Next item would be a committee report from the Audit Committee by Member Nesset.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Ryan. Thank you. The Audit Committee did meet via conference call on March 12th. Members Morton and Mahalik were present at that meeting. We did have a report presented by the state auditor and his crew, his team, on the North Dakota University System non-resident tuition performance audit. That was reviewed and responses were reviewed the report was accepted unanimously by the committee. We also had an introduction by Ms. Laura Schratt of our internal audit quality assessment and improvement process, and we had an update on compliance from Ms. Carol Redmond. Following that, in the past week, I've been closely in touch with our internal audit department. Last Thursday on the 19th, internal audit solicited input and brought options to the chancellor and to the university system staff in their senior staff meeting regarding deadlines and extensions and postponements of planned internal audits that were to be done in light of the situation with COVID-19. Again, at North Dakota University System Senior Staff meeting on Monday of this week, the 23rd, their options were discussed about postponing the start of new audits and evaluation material, knowing that our schools and our campuses are all dealing with much more high priority issues with the virus. On Tuesday, the 24th, once again, I had a call with our internal audit, and after a discussion, North Dakota University System Internal Audit sent an email to all institution CEOs noting that 4 audits on the approved fiscal year 20 internal audit plan, the ones that have not been started, will be postponed at least until April 30th of 2020. Additionally, there will be increased flexibility with some due dates for audits that are currently in progress or nearing completion. So this general report is that there will be flexibility and postponement of some of the planned audits. They will be put off. They'll be done at a time more appropriate. And with that, that's my full report. Chair Ryan.
Very good. Thank you, Member
Thank you.
Nesset. Any questions? Very good. Moving on to Governance Committee. Member Morton.
Yes, the Governance Committee met on the 18th, and we passed the tiered evaluations, which our presidents will have a standard evaluation every year, and then a more comprehensive one every 2 or 3 years, I think it is. And then we also we're looking at how we do renewals of presidential contracts, and Eric Olson is handling that. I know you all have read, in the interest of time, I'll assume that you've all read this from your minutes, and if you have any questions, I don't know, is the chancellor there?
He is not. No, he stepped out with negotiations.
Is Laura Schratt still with us?
She is not on either.
Laura, we also passed the State Board of Higher Education Development Instrument, which we will be implementing. And again, I'll let you, if you haven't read it, you can read it tonight, but I'm assuming you've all read as part of the minutes. That's all I have, Chair, Acting Chair.
Very good. Thank you, Member Morton. We'll move on to item 18, honorary degrees. Lisa Johnson. Lisa, are you with us? Okay, we'll come back to that.
Yes, sorry, I'm here. I'm sorry.
You had to unmute?
I had to unmute and I just stepped away from the copier.
No, the good thing is no one can see me, and I've been dancing on the desk here through all of these different reports.
So what I wanted for Chair and members of the board, the honorary degree materials have been dispersed to the board members. Board policy indicates that all nominees for the honorary degree must be reviewed by the board. So the materials, including their background information and qualifications for the honorary degree, were distributed prior to today's meeting. The individuals were nominated from the University of North Dakota and North Dakota State University. And I present those
two individuals for the board's review and recommend for the board's approval today.
Thank you. Discussion, board member. I know, Lisa, that we tend to keep those names private until released by the respective universities. So you just need a motion to confirm the appointments?
That is correct.
This Member Mahalik, I would make a motion to confirm the appointments.
Second, Member DeShock.
Thank you, Member Mahalik, and thank you, Member DeShock, for your second. Any further discussion? If not, who's taking roll on that? Terry or Christy?
Christy, this is Christy. I'll do that. Mr. Morton?
Thank you.
Yes.
Dr. Ryan?
Yes.
Ms. Louders?
Yes.
Mr. Mahalik?
Yes.
Ms. Nesset?
Yes.
Mr. DeShock?
Yes.
Vice Chair Ryan?
Yes. Okay, thank you. Motion passes. UND and NDSU will release the information per their desire. So number 19, waive the following ACT and SAT policies. Lisa Johnson.
Thank you, Chair Ryan, members of the board. On behalf of the institutions of the North Dakota University System, I'm also seeking a waiver to sections of 3 board policies related to the requirement to collect ACT or SAT scores as part of the undergraduate admission process for degree-seeking students. As a result of the coronavirus, both the ACT and the College Board, the organizations that administer the ACT and the SAT exams, have canceled their spring test dates. This certainly poses a barrier to students who are attempting to apply for early admission to North Dakota University System colleges and universities. And the canceled tests render some of them unable to produce the required ACT and SAT scores as required by board policy. So the request today is to waive sections of the 3 board policies before you today in 402.1, 3 subsection B, requiring the production of ACT or SAT scores as part of the admission process. Board policy 402.1.1 regarding standardized test scores, requiring all applicants, section 1, I should say item 1, every applicant into baccalaureate programs must supply official ACT or SAT scores. And a third policy, 402.2, requiring first-year applicants in baccalaureate programs. There's several references to students providing SAT or an equivalent score for admission purposes at the four-year institutions. If you were to grant this waiver, that would give campuses permission to make an exception to this board, these board policies as a result of the coronavirus and the test dates that have been canceled by the ACT and SAT College Board organization.
Chair Ryan.
Thank you, Lisa. Are there questions?
Go ahead. Yes.
Chair Ryan, this is Member Louders. I'd like to make a motion to waive the policies presented, 402.1 paragraph 3B, policy 402.1 paragraph 1, policy 402.2 paragraphs 3B and 4 as proposed.
Second, Member DeShock.
Thank you for the motion and the second. Just one little bit of information. We did discuss this earlier this week, and the universities and colleges have the ability to waive it, but they also have the ability, if someone is felt to be borderline, that they can request that the test be done. And borderline for admission, they can request that the test be done, but they have to be consistent in delivering that policy. Other questions for
Yes,
Lisa?
this is Rita
Chair
Matter.
Ryan?
Sorry, you can go ahead. I'll ask mine after you.
Go ahead. Was that Member Nesset?
It is, Chair Ryan, thank you. My question is this a waiver, have a timeline on it or a specific event? Is this an open-ended waiver? I'm trying to, in reading through the materials, I'm not sure I understand if this is just time limited.
Chair
It
Ryan,
is
this
time
is Lisa
limited, but
Johnson.
Lisa can tell you.
Yes, Chair Ryan and Member Nesset, I apologize in my brief summary, kind of winging it here. The request was only through fall semester 2020. So in lieu, that also happened to scoop up applicants that we would have for summer of 2020 and applicants for fall of 2020 as well. And the thought was we would only come back to the board and request an extension if this should go longer than anticipated.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Yeah, this is Retha, and I kind of have a two-part, and actually that was part of mine too, is this a temporary waiver that we're intending to put back into place at a later date? But the other is, if this goes through and is waived, is it the intent that this would be consistent with all campuses removing this requirement for the coming semesters, or do campuses still have the ability to put in some of those requirements on their own? And kind of in part of that, sorry, long question, these policies also cover the AccuPlacer scores, which may be used for testing or for placement into developmental courses. If this is waived full policy, are we still able to require AccuPlacer for placement purposes at our campus institution? I know there's a kind of a lot in there, so I'll clarify if needed.
Chair Ryan, this is Lisa Johnson again from the university system. The request for the waiver was to permit campus to have some flexibility in their in waiving that for their students. For example, we know that BSC you have some programs, so for admission to the college, you may not require the ACT for admission to BSC, but if for entrance in specific programs, campuses still may require an ACT score at a later date. Both organizations claim that they will try to have test dates maybe later in the summer or early fall, in which students, if your campus felt that they needed them, at some point could require them for other related purposes. Regarding placement into degree credit entry level courses like math and English, for which ACT and SAT scores can serve as a prerequisite for some of those courses, you are correct. There are probably 8 to 10 other placement resources that campuses can use. It is not waiving the requirement for placement into those entry-level college courses. So campuses will have to have some flexibility in administering those other resources. I know many of them can deliver those through distant delivery, that placement through distant delivery mechanism. So it's not waiving the requirement for placement into those courses.
Very good.
Thank you.
Other questions? Hearing none. Christy, can you take the roll call, please?
Ms. Louders? Ms. Louders?
Yes.
Ms. Nesset?
Yes.
Mr. DeShaw?
Yes.
Mr. Mahalik?
Yes.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Vice Chair Ryan?
Yes. At this time, although it's not specifically, this does relate to number 19, but because of what's happened with the COVID virus, there is a recommendation that I'm going to have Member DeShaw read that we would need to vote on, and that is to give some flexibility to the chancellor between now and the end of May as it relates to issues that may come up relating to things along the line of Policy 402. And maybe I can call on Member DeShaw to read that motion, and if there's questions about it, I think, Tammy, you would be the one to discuss it. Or do you want to say anything, Tammy? Tammy, are you on mute?
Can you hear me? Dr. Ryan, this is Tammy.
I can now, yes.
Okay, thank you. I guess if you want Member DeShock to read the motion, and then I could answer any questions from there.
Okay.
Yeah, Chair Ryan, I can do that, and if you mind, then could I make a comment beforehand too?
Go ahead and make the motion.
Sure. The motion that I'd like to make is to move that the SBHE authorize the Chancellor, after consulting with the SBHE Chair and or Vice Chair, to waive SBHE policies or policy sections necessary during the COVID-19 crisis. The Chancellor's additional authority will expire on May 31st, 2020. All waivers must be presented at the next SBHE meeting for consideration and ratification.
Thank you. So that's a motion. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second to get it out for discussion. Member Mahalik.
Thank you. Thank you, Member Mahalik. Tammy, do you want to say anything?
Yes, thank you, Chair Ryan. The waivers that were just approved in agenda item 19 are some of the examples of the way the university and system and its institutions have been adapting our operations in response to the unprecedented COVID crisis that we're in. And as the situation evolves, we want to be able to make rapid responses and decisions to ensure they can be made in the best interest of our students, faculty, and staff. And to enable that, giving the Chancellor this temporary authority would allow us to make those decisions in the most nimble and responsive manner that we can. A couple of examples that we weren't ready to bring to you yet today, but I know we will need to consider, truly relate to refunds on various fees that might have been paid by students or charges that they have paid. With the move just at the end of last week for all of our institutions going online, that is the next issue we've been dealing with, is how to refund, what to refund, and we need to be able to maybe tweak some of our policies and our timelines so that we can do that in the best interest of students. However, we're not prepared to do that today have all the specifics for you. So this would allow us to waive those on a temporary basis only after talking to the chair or vice chair and getting their buy-in. Of course, we would only do it if absolutely necessary. And then we would also bring that back to the full board at the next meeting and go through the full explanation again so board members could understand and ratify if they feel that necessary, or take whatever action they felt is appropriate at that time. And again, the authority would expire at the end of May.
Thank you, Tammy. Further questions?
Chair Ryan, can I make a comment?
Yes.
I wanted to begin by saying that I greatly appreciate the work that the System Office did with item 19, policy A, B, and C. These are the kind of really things that we need to be looking for to ensure that we don't create barriers for students. And I greatly appreciate that we're taking a proactive response and identifying these problems before they happen. And I really want to thank the System Office for their work on that.
Thank you, Member DeShock. Other questions?
Chair Ryan, Member Mahalik, quick question. Tammy, as you are talking about this, you're talking about fees, or what specifically? Room and board fees, tuition, or is there any specifics to that?
Thank you, Chair Mahalik, for that question. Yes, I guess is the answer to all of those. Right now, there's housing questions, there's dining questions. We've gotten emails this morning about parking fees, other fees that students might have paid. It runs a whole gamut of those, anything that the student might have paid. Not that all of them would be refunded or that would be appropriate, but the question has come up, and we need to be able to deal with all of those issues.
Okay, thank you. I understand.
Thank you, Member Mahalik. Any other questions? Okay, hearing none. Christy, would you please take roll?
Ms. Knesset?
Yes.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Mr. Deshaw?
Yes.
Mr. Mahalik?
Yes.
Ms. Louders?
Yes.
Dr. Ryan?
Yes.
Board Chair Hacker?
Yes.
The motion is carried, and I hear that the chair is back in the room, so I will turn the electronic gavel back to him. We're on item 20 and whatever other announcements you want to make.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Ryan?
He's going to be logging in now, so.
Okay, we'll just stand at ease for a moment. Jesse, is he on?
Yep.
Members of the board and higher education community and those listening in, we're really excited to announce Dr. Jensen as our next president for Bismarck State College. Dr. Jensen is here. I would like to give him a round of applause.
Scattered but sincere.
We would invite you to give us a few words if you would like, Dr. Jensen.
Hear you. We can hear. Hear it?
You can let him know we can hear him.
Dr. Jensen? He's on.
Barry, why don't you just call
I can't hear you.
Oh.
It'd be his,
Yeah.
it'd be his computer, like the setting that. Like
Terry, just call him.
No, I'm not on mute.
Can you hear us now?
Terry.
Hi, Terry.
Okay, we can hear you. Can you hear us now?
I don't know.
How's that?
You can let him know. We can hear you just great, yes.
Okay.
He may not have heard your pause.
Welcome. There was a very, very loud roar of claps, Dr.
It'd be his computer, like the setting that. Or Terry, just call him.
Yep. I can hear everybody now. We're probably just delayed. No, I'm not on mute.
Can you hear us now?
Just say congratulations.
Congratulations,
I think
Dr.
we're just
Jensen.
lagging. How's that?
I think we better just call it.
Are we losing the battle of technology? Dr. Jensen, we're losing the battle, and we'll look forward to hearing from you at our next board meeting. Welcome and congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, we lost his voice. Okay, cool.
Oh, he was getting hang up.
Okay,
Everybody know
Jesse, you can disconnect him.
Is that good? Thank you, everybody. Have a great day. Appreciate it.
All right. There we go.
Thank you.
We give it a
The
try.
war has not been lost on the technology front. It was a small battle that we lost, but we tried. It was a valiant effort. With that, we'll move back into item number 12. Dickinson State President Steve Easton is with us here today here at Bismarck State College. I'd like to take a moment and just thank Interim President Easton for his work so far to date at Dickinson State University. And so welcome to the board meeting where we're actually going to interview you today for a permanent position at Dickinson State University. And so we have a handful of questions. We would like to take no more than roughly 40 minutes.
Okay.
And so
great.
With that, why don't you start out with
Chair
just telling
Hacker?
us, yes.
Chair Hacker, this is Casey. Do we have to have a motion on item 11 to waive requirements so we can interview Dr. Easton?
Chair Hacker, if you'd like, I can introduce this item.
Yes, what is this item there?
It's Policy 601.1, Procedure 601.1 require that the State Board of Education go through a lengthy process to appoint a president to a position at one of the NDUS institutions. This action item would permit the board to interview interim President Easton and appoint him to the position if appropriate without going through that lengthy search process. So that's the point of this item 11.
Okay.
So do we need a motion for that?
Yes.
Yes, we do.
I would move.
So moved.
I'll second it.
The motion and a second on item number 11 to waive both of those policies, policy and the procedure. Any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none. Christie, if you would call the roll.
Mr. Mahalik?
Yes.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Mr. DeShock?
Yes.
Ms. Nesset?
Yes.
Dr. Ryan?
Yes.
Ms. Louders?
No.
Ms. Louders?
Yes. My response is, Christy, we had some technical problems. My response is no.
Okay. Board Chair Hacker?
Yes. Thank you. The motion passes. We don't take, as a board, suspending or waiving requirements of different rules lightly. A lot of discussion happens before we propose those types of things. Mr. Easton has been through two searches, one for a permanent position and then one as an interim position. I can speak to the interim position because it was just last December that we ran that position. We had 14 applicants for the interim position. Mr. Easton was by far the top applicant. Mr. Easton served and did go through a full guided search by a search firm, AGB, at Dickinson State University. That's why the reason we decided to propose moving forward with an interview directly with Mr. Easton without running a full search for Dickinson State University. And so we will do that interview here today and looking forward to it. So Mr. Easton, welcome. We're now back to item number 12, the second time around. So would you give us just briefly tell us a little bit, Steve, about your background in higher education, private sector, academic and professional career?
Sure. I actually attended Northland Community and Technical College in Thief River Falls, Minnesota, graduating with an AA degree there in 1978. Transferred to Dickinson State with that AA degree and graduated from Dickinson State with a degree in accounting, business administration, and a minor in political science in 1980. Worked for a while in downtown Dickinson as an accountant. Didn't become a certified public accountant until the end of that period of time because the exam process takes a while. Then entered Stanford Law School in the fall of 1980 and graduated there in 1983. Clerked for a judge on the Ninth Circuit in San Francisco for a year. Returned to North Dakota, private practice at the Pierce and Durrett firm in Bismarck for about 7 years, I believe. And then had the honor of being named U.S. Attorney for the District of North Dakota. That didn't last quite as long as I had hoped because the boss lost the next election and then you lose the job. So that went from 1990 to 1993, went back to Pearson Durrett for a similar period of time, got into teaching at the University of Missouri Law School. Did that for 11 years, became dean at the University of Wyoming College of Law for 4.5 years. I am actually at this point, still a member of the University of Wyoming Law School faculty. The University of Wyoming granted me an unpaid leave so that I could serve in the interim capacity at Dickinson State, which started late last year. Those are the basics of my career background. I don't know if I've answered your question or if you want me to go any further with that.
That's sufficient for me. Member Nessick.
Chair Hacker, thank you very much. And Dr. Easton, welcome, and thank you very much. I'll say hello from right up the road at Tioga.
Yeah. Good to see you. Good to see you, Ms. Nessick.
Good to see you also. And I'd like to follow up on the work that you've been doing at Dickinson State. Once again, thank you very much for serving as our interim. What have you learned so far at Dickinson State University? And can you share some of your thoughts on how to move Dickinson State forward and take this great university to the next level as an educational center in Southwest North Dakota and Eastern Montana?
It's a great question. It's I'm going to have to resist the temptation to spend too much time answering the question because it's really a critical question. Let me start out by saying, as someone who myself and my family cares very deeply about Dickinson State, I'm actually one of 4 generations of our family that have graduated from Dickinson State. So it is a very precious institution in my family. It's been a tough decade at Dickinson State. The decade of the teens was a tough decade at Dickinson State. I won't go into details unless people want, but there were several tough events at Dickinson State. It resulted in a significant loss of enrollment at Dickinson State, which of course leads to significant budget issues. I interviewed for the job this fall knowing that there were significant budget issues that needed to be faced. I believe that they needed to be faced quickly. They had been sort of looming over Dickinson State for serious budget issues have been looming over Dickinson State for a couple of years, and I thought it was important to deal with them. Now, when I say there had been a lot of work done at Dickinson State before I showed up. There was a budget task force and the president's cabinet that had done a whole lot of going through making decisions about where to cut positions and where to make other savings. And so I certainly didn't do, my role was to get on board and to get those things finalized. We set a deadline for ourselves at my first cabinet meeting of January 16th, and we met that deadline to announce some very painful budget cuts at Dickinson State, including 14 positions that were currently occupied, which is another way of saying laying people off. And so on January 16th, we brought those people into my office and announced that they wouldn't have positions. On top of that, there were another 22 positions that were eliminated through early retirements and other not opening up positions that had been vacated in months before that. Now, that's the tough news. The good news at Dickinson State, as you are aware, from a state board perspective, last summer Dickinson State became a dual mission university, which is our first significant foray at Dickinson State, not in history, but in recent history, to do some workforce training and some what has traditionally been referred to as technical education. Our part of the state is very excited about that, as we are. Now, there are some challenges associated with that. You may know that we did get $1 million appropriation to help us get started with that. That's not nearly enough, as I sometimes tell the community in Dickinson. We're very excited about dual mission and moving into some what are for Dickinson State non-traditional areas of education. We have the realities of having no building in which to teach those classes, no equipment in which to teach those classes, no faculty, and money. So there are some significant challenges associated with our move to dual mission. We are working with the community on all of those areas. The folks at Bismarck State were kind enough to come over and visit me in January, and we told we're working with how Bismarck State and we can deliver some of that programming. I've told Bismarck State, and I see Dan here in the room, that I foresee that as we get going on dual mission, there'll be a combination of cooperation with Bismarck State and probably also some competition with Bismarck State. Ramping up those programs is going to be, well, I've told people it is simultaneously the most exciting thing at Dickinson State and the most terrifying thing at Dickinson State. Well, that was up until 2 weeks ago. I mean, we've got the challenges everybody has now on the terrifying side. But I think the biggest change that I foresee on the horizon at Dickinson State is our movement into those areas. Part of that will be related to the oil patch, but as not everyone realizes that another very interesting aspect of Dickinson is that it has a significant manufacturing economy. We have about 6 very significant manufacturers in Dickinson, and I think that provides an interesting opportunity for us to get into some areas that make sense for us in our part of the state. Last thing I would say, Ms. Nessett, in response to the question is we need to grow our enrollment. There's just no 2 ways about that. We're working very hard on that. The folks working on recruiting of students are not stopping and I'm sure that that's true on the other campuses also, but we are not stopping for the realities of the COVID-19 crisis that we're all facing. There's always a silver lining, no matter how dark a cloud, and COVID-19 is definitely a very dark cloud. But it also puts a whole lot of high school students in Western North Dakota and Eastern Montana at home at their computers for significant hours in the day. And we are trying to fill that space. Again, I'm sure we're not the only ones that are trying to do that, but it's a very important institution, Dickinson State. I said earlier, it's important to my family. It's a very important institution in southwestern North Dakota, Western North Dakota generally, and I'm glad your question mentioned Eastern Montana, because that's by far our largest number of students come from North Dakota. But the second big population of students at Dickinson State is Eastern Montana, and we feel like they're part of our mission also, in addition to North Dakota students.
Dr. Easton, thank you very much, and we really appreciate your personal involvement in Dickinson State. So thank you, and I'll hand it back over to Chair Hacker.
Thank you, Member Nessett. And we've got a question from our student member, Caleb DeShaw.
Yes, hello. President Easton, I actually come from the western part of the state. I was born in Eastern Montana, and I grew up my entire childhood in Dickinson. Both of my parents attended Dickinson State University, so I am a child of alumni, and so the institution is very important to me. And good news comes from the first part of my question. I understand that there is a lot of positive student support. And in what ways do you get to interact and communicate with students?
Very important question, and let me start by admitting that I actually, someone asked me what was the thing that was the most disappointing to me personally about my time at Dickinson State, and my answer was I haven't had as much opportunity to interact with students as I want to have, and as I hope, if you decide that you want to keep me there, that will have in the future. It's just been a very odd semester. But having said that, Mr. DeShock, in our budget reduction process, we lost the position of the person who was the faculty advisor to the Student Senate. And in the spirit of everyone taking on additional responsibilities, I became the faculty. I asked the Student Senate if it would be okay with them if I became their faculty advisor. And that has proven to be a very valuable source of information for me. As I predicted, when I asked them to consider whether or not they wanted me as their faculty advisor, I haven't been able to get to every single one of their weekly meetings because of other things that come up. But we try to preserve that Wednesday at 5 o'clock, time. I try to interact with students on a more informal basis in our we call it the Perch, our cafeteria. Even things like sporting events back in those long ago days when we had sporting events. I tried to spend some of my time at sporting events in the student section. So I've also we've also established an open door policy so that anyone is welcome to see if I'm available. So unless I'm in a meeting with someone, my door is open. Now, I'm in a lot of meetings, so the number of hours that are actually available for that are not as great as I had hoped. But our executive assistant basically says if I'm not available to a student, a staff member, or a faculty member, let's make an appointment so you can get in if you like, or you can keep trying on an informal basis. Students are, that's why we exist. And I think it's really, my dad was in education his entire career. I've been in education about half of my career. And when I made the transition into education, he said, Steve, here's the deal. Always try to put students first. He said, there'll be the occasional chance, the occasional circumstance where that isn't possible. But if you start from a philosophy of making decisions based upon what is ultimately best for the students, that's the place to start from. That's not the same as always agreeing with students. Because sometimes students will make requests that you aren't able to fulfill. But I think it starts with always listening to students. And I think we're doing a good job of that. I would say, again, the time constraints make that a challenge, but it's one I hope to keep working on.
Well, President Easton, I greatly appreciate your answer, and I find it very warming that you stepped in and began working with your student government. That's greatly appreciated from someone who was involved in student government. And coming from Dickinson, I believe the Mobergs are still a part of student government and very involved in that. So that connection. But I do have a follow-up question. And again, coming from the western side of the state, Dr. Easton, for the students and faculty listening to the live streaming of this interview, what is your message for them today? And what is your message for the people of Dickinson today?
It's it's one of the blessings of my job is that I get to see how great the Dickinson State people are. We are now facing the second major challenge that Dickinson State has faced in this semester, starting with the budget challenge as the first one and the announcement of the substantially reduced staff. And now we have the challenge that everyone else is also facing of trying to convert to these other forms of delivery. Like every one of my colleagues, we waited as long as we could as we thought we could to make the decision to go to alternative delivery mechanisms on Friday. But this is what I would say to everyone who loves and cares about Dickinson State. It is so inspiring to see my colleagues, and I include students as they're all part of the enterprise, students, faculty, and staff, to see them buckling. I mean, we are asking for all of those people to do more than they expected to do at the beginning of the semester. And they are not complaining. They are buckling down. We're asking people, for example, professors who thought they would never teach in the environments that they're now being forced to teach in by circumstances completely out of their control. And they're just getting it done. And it's just a very special place. There's something about the combination of Dickinson State's small size and its wonderful set of opportunities for students that creates a culture. It's just pretty special to see it happening. And I get to see it at a level that a lot of other people don't, particularly this environment now where we're all interacting in these different ways. But I would just say the thing that everybody that cares about Dickinson State should feel really good about is the inspiring efforts of people at Dickinson State to deal with this latest crisis. And the only advantage that I can see of having been through a few crises in the last decade is that Dickinson Staters are sort of another crisis. Okay, let's get moving on it, and they're not defeated by it at all. It's really inspiring, and that's what I would tell everybody who cares about Dickinson State. It's very inspiring.
Thank you for your answer.
Thank you. Dr. Dragset.
Thank you, Chair Hacker. And good afternoon, Interim President Easton. I have a question, obviously, about faculty. You have experience as faculty. You have a decade of service on faculty. We see that in your vita and conversations that you and I have had. This is a question, I'm going to read it word for word, but weirdly enough, since 2 weeks ago, it's a different question, even though it's a word-for-word question as it was 2 weeks ago. The question is, what are your thoughts on the biggest challenges and rewards as a faculty member today?
Yeah, that's great because it is both the same and a different question at the same time. I may have stolen a little bit of my thunder in the last answer to Mr. DeShock's question, but the great joy of being a faculty member is the opportunity to interact with students. It's really a pretty amazing career to have, to be in education. And I have been actually, even when I was dean at Wyoming, I taught at least one class every semester. So until this semester, I've spent the last 21 years teaching classes. And if I get this job, I'm hoping that I can get back in the classroom in some capacity. And it's a really special career to be able to interact with students. And the reason you do it is that you have the opportunity to affect students' lives in a positive direction. It just can't overstate what a special thing that is. And in fact, pretty much everyone who's in higher education and cares about it has decided that that opportunity is special enough that they're going to make financial sacrifices in order to have that opportunity, because pretty much everyone in higher education could use their time if their number one goal was to maximize their income in ways other than higher education. And that's certainly true of the members of the board, where you're contributing all kinds of hours to maximize people's educational opportunities. The tough parts, the challenges of teaching. If 90 to 95% of the interactions with students are wonderful, there's 5% left that are challenges. The relatively rare student who is not working sufficiently to gain the benefits of the educational opportunities they are provided is probably the number one for me. Every once in a while, there's a student who is working hard and just doesn't have the underlying skills that are necessary to successfully pursue higher education. Those are tough when you see somebody working hard, but you have to have a conversation with them and say, let's think about something else. But the ones that are the toughest for me as a challenge are to get those relatively rare students who aren't contributing enough on their side to be successful. It's a challenge because I've spent 20 years doing it, and I still don't have any magic wand to deal with those situations. You try to get the student to come to the table with the required effort, and you cajole and you put your arm around them, and it's a little bit like parenting. It takes some tough love sometimes, but I would say that's my number one challenge from a faculty standpoint, Dr. Dragseth, because I don't consider myself very good at overcoming that particular problem.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we have a question from our board member that's representative of the staff, Ms. Matter.
I'd like to find out what you see as the relationship between the president and the leadership team, and then the relationship between the president and faculty and staff.
Yeah, okay, so I think that's a really important question. I'm a big believer that whenever possible, a decision should be made at a collective level, not an individual level. So we've organized our cabinet meetings to include the faculty senate president as a voting member of our cabinet, to include the president of the staff senate as a voting member of our cabinet. And I believe that I'm just a big believer in group decision making. My non-educational experiences as a trial lawyer, and I'm a big believer in jury trials as opposed to bench trials. And that's not because to take anything away from judges who are, by and large, excellent minds who are working hard, but I think the jury, which brings 12 people, I'm just an old-fashioned believer in having multiple decision makers. Now, sometimes, as I've tried to explain at Dickinson State also, sometimes there are opportunities that you have to jump on so quickly, decisions you have to make so quickly that you can't always wait till the next cabinet meeting. But my belief is you should whenever possible. Early on, very often I have a view on these issues that are in front of the cabinet. You know, I'm looking for the cabinet's input, and I'm generally going to follow their advice, but sometimes I have a view. During the budget reduction process, I had a view about the potential elimination of an additional position that the cabinet disagreed with me on, and I ultimately came to believe that their view was correct, that we couldn't eliminate that position. And so I'm a big believer in that. We also try to have the occasional open forum, so we invite anyone from the Dickinson State community, students, faculty, staff, community members. I just think you end up with better decisions that way. Does not mean that I would never disagree with those groups. I think that part of being the leader of the institution is you have to kind of reserve that there may be occasions where you believe so strongly that a particular decision is in the best interest of the institution that even when those groups disagree with you, you're willing to make that decision. That hasn't happened yet, but it might. There have been situations where I have made my view known as made my view when it's a strong one known as we're going through the things like the COVID crisis. We had a cabinet meeting, and our cabinet is the 3 vice presidents, the dean to represent the academic interests of the institution, our athletic director, our Heritage Foundation director, and then the staff senate president and the faculty senate president. We met last week every single day as a cabinet, and in fact expanded that group a little bit beyond that to ones that we thought were particularly important to be in as part of the discussion. Our housing director, who had a pulse on how many students are on campus, our international studies director, others that I'm not thinking of because I'm a bit nervous at the moment. But we met every day last week. Now we're down to every other day. And we formed an academic task force. So whenever possible, do group decision making. Not quite always possible. And there may be situations where I would disagree, although it hasn't come to that yet.
That kind of leads well to I have a follow-up of for you to tell us about a time when a subordinate showed you a better way of getting where you wanted the organization to go.
Yeah, I think I mentioned that one in that long answer. Just had another one yesterday where we were talking about the Pulver Hall project. The Pulver Hall is a dormitory, the residence hall that we're bringing back on into our inventory in part, but it's also going to be housing our Theodore Roosevelt Center, which is the scholarly wing of what's going to be the library. And there's in the last session of legislature, there was a $4 million appropriation, and it's not enough to do the project that which frequently happens. And so we faced a decision just yesterday about, okay, what should we do? We've got 6 floors. What should we prioritize? I came into the meeting saying a particular floor was the one we shouldn't do, and I was convinced by our Vice President of Finance and Administration and the other people in that group that a different floor was the one we shouldn't do. So may seem like a small decision, it's actually a big decision, and I walked away absolutely convinced that they were right and I was wrong.
Thank you, Steve. Board members, are there any other questions you might have? Unclick the mute button first. Don's laughing, at least Don's laughing. Mr. Easton, our final question for you is, if offered, are you prepared to accept the presidency of Dickinson State University today?
Yeah, yes, I am. I will say that this is an odd time to think. We just had some word from someone else that accepted the presidency of one of our institutions. Yes, we've talked about potential terms, and my wife and I have made a decision to do so, and I'm very excited about it. I will admit a little bit of, wow, this is an odd time to become the president of a university. And so we've thought about that, my wife and I, and I'm still very excited about it. This is, it's just a really important institution to my family and I just, it's not necessarily Steve Easton that needs to have this job, but it needs to be somebody right now who cares very deeply about Dickinson State. And I have that qualification. And so I'd be excited to do it, even though there is a little part of me that says, be careful. But I'd be very excited to do it.
Do you have any questions for us?
No, I mean, in the interest, I've already taken up probably more than the 40 minutes of time. In the interest of, I think, and Chancellor Hagerat and Chair Acker and I have talked about various things, and so I don't have any unanswered questions. I've had some questions along the way, but we've talked about them.
Well, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for driving over. And I'm glad to hear the traffic wasn't too bad.
It's good time to be driving.
We're glad to have you, and we wish we could all be in person. And it's unfortunate the times that we're going through. And this is the time when proven leadership and strong leaders step forward. So thank you
Thank you very much for your consideration, and thank you. I want to just thank this board for all you've done for Dickinson State. And there are fabulous people out there. I am absolutely convinced that in the next few years, we're going to convince you that you made the right decision in supporting Dickinson State. And we're going to get turned around and do some amazing things that we're very proud of. Wonderful. Thanks.
Good, Steve.
Thank you, Steve.
I think you can stay here. We'll go to another room.
Oh, okay.
Board members, that brings us to item number 13. We're looking for a specific motion to go into executive session.
This is
Chair Hacker,
Casey.
this is,
Well, I'll turn it over to Jill.
it doesn't matter. Mr. Chair, this is Member Louders. I move to enter executive session to number 1, consider the appointment of and contract terms for the president of Dickinson State University. Number 2, to discuss negotiating strategy and provide negotiating instructions to its counsel and or negotiators related to the same. And number 3, limit the executive session to voting board members, non-voting advisors, the chancellor, invited NDUSL staff, and board counsel. The legal authority for closing this portion of the meeting is North Dakota Century Code sections 15-10-17-1A, 44-04-19.19, and 44-04-19.2.
Second.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. Christie, if you would call the roll.
Mr. Mahalik?
Yes.
Ms. Nesset?
Yes.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Dr. Ryan?
Yes.
Mr. DeShock?
Yes.
Ms. Louders?
Yes.
Board Chair Hacker.
Yes. Thank you. We'll convene the executive session in just less than 5 minutes. Called in on the last one. That makes sense. Okay. All right, we will reconvene the meeting of the State Board of Higher Education. And call the roll. Christy, let's make sure we got everybody.
Dr. Ryan?
Yes.
Mr. Mahalik?
Yes.
Ms. Nesset?
Yes.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Mr. DeShock?
Yes.
Ms. Louder?
Yes.
Board Chair Hacker?
Yes. Thank you. Our next item of business is item number 14, action regarding the Dickinson University presidency.
Chair Hacker, this is Nesset.
Go ahead, Member Nesset.
Thank you. I would like to make a motion to appoint Mr. Steve Easton to the position of president of Dickinson State University and to allow Chancellor Hagerott and the chair to negotiate the contract.
Second, DeShock.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none. Christy, if you would call the roll.
Mr. DeShock?
Yes.
Mr. Mahalik?
Yes.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Ms. Nesset?
Yes.
Ms. Louder?
Yes.
Dr. Ryan?
Yes.
Board Chair Hacker?
Yes. Thank you. And President Easton is in the room. We will give him a round of applause. We're looking forward to you joining the cabinet officially and formally and permanently. And I look forward to your continued leadership at Dickinson State University. Congratulations.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
It means a lot. And we'll step out and, we have one more potential motion. Member Morton?
I have a motion.
We are looking for, Mr. Easton brings 20 years of tenure with him, and it should be considered by the board of whether or not to.
I move that we give him tenure and have future discussions as a board around giving all of our presidents tenure.
Thank you. There's a motion to grant tenure.
Second the motion. Casey?
I think there's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. Christie, if you would call the roll.
Ms. Nesset?
Yes.
Dr. Ryan?
Yes.
Ms. Louders?
Yes.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Mr. Mahalik?
Yes.
Mr. DeShock?
Yes.
Board Chair Hacker?
Yes. Thank you. We will hand the virtual gavel back to Vice Chair Ryan to continue on the agenda. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Chair Hacker. Is Chancellor with us, or did he leave the room?
You want to just negotiate and I'll do my update?
Okay.
Yeah,
So
I could do my update.
Okay. Do you want to give the number 20, the Ag Coalition nomination?
All right, just give me a minute here. I'll get my computer back up. Yeah, I don't think Nick will be in the negotiation too long because the contract's been fairly well developed. But item 20. It's loading. Okay. So one of the duties of the state board is to appoint members of the Ag Coalition. And we have before you a couple nominations. So you have all the documents there. And I would ask the board to act on those appointments. And again, there's a ton of documents here now, but instead of sorting them through, I believe it is Larry Hoffman. Am I correct?
Correct.
Yeah, Larry Hoffman to the State Board of Agricultural Research and Education.
Member Mahalik, make a motion to appoint Larry Hoffman to the State Board of Agricultural Research and Education.
Thank you, Member Mahalik. Is there a second?
Morton, second.
Thank you, Member Morton. Any further discussion? Christie, would you please take roll?
Ms. Nesset?
Yes.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Ms. Louders?
Yes.
Mr. Mahalik?
Yes.
Mr. DeShock?
Yes.
Vice Chair Ryan?
Yes. Motion passes. Thank you, and thank you, Chancellor. Next, we'll go to 21, tuition rates. Tammy.
Thank you, Chair Ryan. This is Tammy Dolan, and I'll review item number 21 with you. Institutions right now are preparing to finalize their tuition rates for the next academic year. And as you may recall, the board already approved tuition rates for the entire 2019-21 biennium, which does include this academic year. However, the board also allowed institutions to request some adjustments to those rates if needed this month. And that is what we have to present to you today. Are 3 institutions that are requesting modifications to their 2021 rates that you had previously approved. On the attachments to the board summary document, there are 5 schedules. If you're looking at those schedules, the items we need approval for today are highlighted in blue. I will review those in a summarized fashion. But if you have any questions along the way, just let me know. And to get started, all of the rates that are being requested and the adjustments that are being requested do fall within the legislative approved rate limitations. So there's no question on that. These all are within our authority and your authority to do. So the first of the changes that is being requested is for UND in their medical laboratory science program. The rate that had been approved for that program last year was a 4% rate. UND is requesting an additional 4.88% increase to that program for a total increase of 8.88%. The medical lab science program is a differentiated tuition rate that is in place at UND, and which allows it to have a higher increase. There's documentation that explains what they're doing there in more detail, but really there are multiple categories within that program, and this would allow them to have all the programs in that, all the areas in that program be charged the same rate. And that affects their resident undergraduate tuition rate. The next change requested is for NDSU. They are requesting an additional 3% increase, which would bring their total increase to 7% for their nursing differentiated tuition rate. This would allow them to generate additional resources needed to meet the demand for this nursing program. That rate change affects the resident undergraduate tuition as well as non-resident undergrad and resident professional and graduate programs. The third change I'll explain is also for NDSU. It is an additional 4% increase for a total increase of 8% for the pharmacy program differentiated tuition rate. This will allow NDSU to generate the additional resources they need to meet the program accreditation standards within that program. That affects both the resident and non-resident professional and graduate programs. The fourth item is for Mayville State. Mayville State wishes to establish the initial tuition rate for their new Master of Science in Nursing program. This program is expected to receive accreditation this spring and begin operations in the fall of 2020. We are putting it on this table now so that we don't have to bring it back to the board at a later date. And so Mayville State would be ready to go with that program as soon as they receive accreditation. The next change that I would like to point out is with the resident high school students, or what we often call dual credit courses. Two institutions, UND and NDSU, will begin offering dual credit courses this fall. UND will be offering their courses in aviation. NDSU, at the time when this was put together, hadn't identified the specific courses that they would be offering. But both UND and NDSU would be offering their dual credit courses using the same common structure and tuition rates that all institutions use. And this would put all 11 of our institutions would be offering some level of dual credit. Regarding the NDSU change, NDSU will still be working with the Academic Affairs Council to go through some just informational items on their program. UND did the same with their aviation program. NDSU will be doing that in the next month or two. So those are the changes that we're asking the board to recommend approval for. There's one, and I would gladly take questions on that, but Vice Chancellor Johnson did ask me to bring to the board another issue. And this is just for informational purposes, so that everyone's on the same page. So the UND Medical School is moving to a trimester structure instead of the regular semester structure. This is not a tuition rate increase, which is why it doesn't need your approval. They will still charge their flat tuition rate. It's just that the tuition will be billed over 3 semesters instead of 2. So we just wanted the board to be aware of that change.
Thank you, Tammy. Are there questions for Tammy? Hearing none.
Chair Ryan, this is Nesset.
Yes, Member Nesset, go ahead.
Thank you. I do have a question. I just wanted a little bit more information from Ms. Dolan on this NDSU request in Table 5. Could we just have a little more information, the direction of this? This is, has this been vetted and discussed at Academic and Student Affairs? Is this, this is a new dual credit? Is there any additional information from Ms. Dolan or NDSU?
Member Nesset, if I could, I would ask Vice Chancellor Johnson to talk about that, and then if there's additional details, we would have you or NDSU speak to that as well.
Sure. Board Member Nesset, this is Lisa Johnson. So I worked with administrators at NDSU and asked if they would share that with the Academic Affairs Council members, the other academic administrators. I believe that'll probably be on our April. We can bump it up for sure and put it on the April agenda, April 1st. And we can also ask them to provide a report back to the board with those details. My knowledge of what they intended to do was probably more peripheral in nature, so I don't really feel comfortable speaking on behalf of the institution in terms of the subject areas, the means in which it would be delivered, or the areas of service for which they plan to deliver that, if it was a region, statewide, online, or face-to-face. So those are the types of questions that we'll be prepared to bring back, either to full board or at least through the Academic Affairs Committee that reports to this board by the next meeting.
Is that through the system, the Academic Affairs through the system, or through the board, Ms. Johnson?
Right, so the request from NDSU to just share with their peers, the other academic administrators across the university system, those are Academic Affairs VPs, Vice Provosts of the university system. We meet on April 1st, and we can put that on the agenda. We just, as a courtesy, especially when campuses, if this is kind of an expansion of their mission and what they've traditionally done, I've asked them to bring that to their peers, mostly so they don't have to read about it in the news. That's always just sort of concerning to the other institutions. And so it's not like the Academic Affairs Council of Administrators can single-handedly suppress that move, but at least to publicly apprise them of their intentions and maybe opportunities to collaborate on this or other programs. Once a topic like this has been reviewed at the Academic Affairs Council of Academic Officers, then it'll be placed on this, what I always kind of call the pre-board committee, the Academic and Student Affairs Committee, with Chair Louders, or she chairs that committee, Mr. Morton and Caleb DeShock. And
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yep, and Member Dragseth is on there too.
All right, thank you very much.
For clarification, Member Nesset, what's your thoughts? Should the NDSU request stay with the other group? Because I'm assuming there'll be a motion today to approve it and then move it through the process as discussed by Lisa? Or would you rather have it be more defined and come back separately?
Chair Ryan, I'm fine with it. I just want to know that what the process was for, since it does not outline just what the direction of this program is.
Exactly.
That it's working through academic council is fine with me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other questions for Tammy? If not, I would entertain a motion to approve academic tuition rate changes as requested.
Member Mahalik would so move.
Moved by Member Mahalik, thank you. Second?
Second, Nesset.
Seconded by Member Nesset, thank you. Any further questions? Christy, would you please take roll?
Dr. Ryan?
Yes.
Ms. Nesset?
Yes.
Mr. Mahalik?
Yes.
Ms. Louders?
Yes.
Mr. DeShock?
Yes.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Board Chair Hacker?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion is approved. And thank you both, Tammy and Lisa. And with that, I'll zip the microphone back to Chair Hacker.
Thank you for the virtual gavel and your work, Vice Chair Ryan, which brings us to item number 22, unless that's our next one. Thanks, Rita. Item number 22, Tammy, board and fee rates for 2020 and 2021.
Thank you, Chair Hacker. This is Tammy Dolan. Similar to tuition that we just talked about, the institutions are preparing to finalize their room, board, and fee rates for the next academic year. Many of the rates can be approved by the president, and they have been. However, there are certain mandatory and program fee changes that do require board approval, and that's what we're asking you to approve today. Also included in the documentation is information that is required by board policy for us to present to you, those program and course fee rates, just for your awareness. I'll go through those at a pretty high level, and if you have any detailed questions, please let me know. So I'll just jump right in. For a little background, we've talked about fees fairly recently, but board policy does require institutions to charge certain fees that support student enrichment activities. These include things like the technology fee, the NDSA fee, and some Connect ND fee. These become part of their mandatory fees that are charged to students. As I previously mentioned, some of those are set by the presidents, but the NDSA fee and Connect ND fees are set by the chancellor and confirmed by you. The institutions at the president's discretion may also charge an application fee, distance learning access fee, capacity enrollment fees, and other fees, as well as some course and program fees that were approved during the tuition model implementation. Okay, so I'm to that point, I'm gonna go through the things that we do need the board to approve. The first thing we need board approval for is the FY21 or academic year 21 total mandatory fees. These are the pieces the board needs to approve is the Connect ND fee and the Student Association fee. These rates are unchanged from the prior year. But we still need board approval on them every year. The
Chair
next
Hacker,
item is the...
Oh, you want to do them all at once? I'm sorry, you're going to do them all at once. Go ahead, sorry, Tammy.
Okay. The next item is the approval of the institution mandatory fee increases that exceed 1% of their fiscal year 20 tuition rate. That is a statutory requirement that's put in place to limit increases on mandatory fees. The total mandatory fees at all but 2 of our institutions do not exceed that limitation, and so they do not require any additional approval. 2 institutions do, and the first one of those is Dickinson State. Dickinson made a good move in my opinion, to simplify their fee structure by eliminating a separate online access fee and merging that into their technology fee to cover the revenues previously provided by that online fee. The Dickinson State Student Senate approved this change, and the change is actually revenue neutral to Dickinson. While it's not going to generate any revenue, it did increase their technology fee by $386, which was approved above that limitation that I mentioned previously. The next limitation, excess of 1% limitation item is at Mayville State. This, again, was a student senate supported fee. It's a $100 mandatory fee to increase mental health services provided to students, to Mayville State students. This $100 does put Mayville State's mandatory fees in excess of the statutory limitation. and therefore requires board approval. The third item requiring board approval is a new program fee that Minot State is establishing. And with this one, I'll go through it, but I would ask, if you need detailed questions on this one, I would refer those to Dr. Shirley at Minot State. But the new program fee is for the Advancing Students Towards Education and Employment program that was at Minot State, is at Minot State, but was previously funded by Department of Education funds that are no longer available. The institution has worked with the students, as I understand it, and the families of those students to get input, and they have indicated support for this fee. The annual fee is $8,000. And so if you have any questions on that, maybe now would be the time for those to go to Dr. Shirley. And if not...
Chair Hacker, this is Nesset.
Member Nesset.
Yes, I do have a question on this, and mostly because it's unfortunate it's no longer covered by the Department of Education, but I would like a little more information. That seems like quite a large sum fee. Might we have some more clarity on this?
Yeah, Member Nesset, Chair Hacker, thanks very much for the question, Member Nesset. You're right. This is, we're just at the end of what's been a 10-year grant cycle, two separate 5-year grant cycles from the Department of Education. This program would not exist without those dollars that we've had over the last decade to support this. It provides the opportunity. It's a really unique program, the only one in the state and one of a handful in the country like this, that allows students with intellectual and developmental disabilities to come to college and participate in college and take classes. And so it's a partnership between Minot State University, Dakota College at Botno, the North Dakota Center for Persons with Disabilities, which is located here on our campus, the Minot State campus, and then some area supporting and cooperating employers that also employ these students. And so I've got Amy Armstrong, who's sitting behind me here, happy to answer some questions as well. But Amy works very closely with the families of these students that are in this program, and it's not a large number of students, but she's been meeting with those families, and basically with the point that without these grants, that the program is not going to continue, and we're not able to afford to keep this going. So, would you, as family members, be willing to?
Chair Hacker, I'm unable to hear the rest of that.
Did we lose? Oh, there he is.
It looks like it's trying to come back up.
Yeah, we're back. Are we back on now?
Back. That's what happens when you have 8-hour long meetings.
Can you hear us?
We can hear. I don't think we can see video.
You cannot see the video?
We can hear, we can just.
Yeah, here's good enough.
Okay.
There's
anyway,
the video.
I was basically down to my final sentence, and so Amy has worked closely with the families, and the families are in a position where, if the choice was to not have the program at all, or to be able to pay for a good portion of the program, they're in support of this continuing this way. So this was really our only way to keep what's really a unique and special program going.
Dr. Shirley, thank you very much. Maybe you could just, I really appreciate that. I think it's very important. I'm fully supportive. How many families does this impact?
Sure. So my name is Amy Armstrong, and I'm the project director for the A-STEP program here at Minot State. And the program supports at most 20 students per year. And during this current academic year, we have 18 students enrolled. But our max number of students is about 20 students. So it's not a program intended for a large number of students.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Great, thank you. Tammy?
Thank you, Chair Hacker. that was a summary of the things that require board approval. The next three items are really just a confirmation and an informational for the board to ask and to see if you have any questions. So also included in your material are the FY21 fee increases that are approved by the institution presidents. These include the student, technology, course, and program fees that we've already discussed a little bit. The only significant ones were those that exceeded the 1% level. The others are very reasonable and don't necessarily require board approval. The next item is room and board rates which are also approved by the institution presidents. Again, those are very reasonable increases this year. Most of them are less than 5%. They really only cover the cost of the salary increases that employees are receiving, as well as operating expense inflation. There's nothing real excessive in there. As I said, only one is at 5%, two are around 4%, four increases are between 2 to 3%, and we have four that are 1% or less, and one that isn't increasing at all. So very reasonable choices in rate increases at the institutions there. The last item is the application fee amounts that we are required to report to you as well. These are approved by the president. For next year, all institutions except two, NDSU and Williston, will be maintaining the $35 application fee that is currently in place. NDSU and Williston have both determined that they will be eliminating that fee, which is within the president's discretionary authority. Then that would conclude my report. I know it's a lot, and so if there are any questions, I'd sure be glad to take them at this time.
Thank you, Tammy, and we do need action on this because of the first portion with the fee increases.
Yes, we do.
Chair Hacker, could I make a comment? I wanted to take an opportunity to thank both Dickinson State University and I believe Mayville State University for both going and getting support from their student senates. To me, that's a very valuable thing, and it shows strong student participation. And then double kudos for Mayville, looking at ways that they can offer mental health services to their students. As we've talked in our committee, that is a very big deal to students. It's an enormous issue for us, and that seems to be a very strong solution that will help them get mental health resources.
Chair Hacker, this is Casey. I would move that we approve the room and board fee rates as presented by Tammy Dolan.
Member Mahalik, second the motion. Everybody exceeded 8 hours and they shut us off.
Chair Hacker?
Yeah, we muted ourselves. We'll start over.
Mr. Mahalik?
Yes.
Dr. Ryan?
Yes.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Ms. Louders?
Yes.
Mr. DeShock?
Yes.
Ms. Nesset?
Yes.
Board Chair Hacker?
Yes, thank you very much. That brings us to item number 23. Eric?
Thank you, Chair Hacker. Members of the board, this is unusual for me to bring a contract to the board for approval, but this is a really unique situation. This before the board is a proposed new master equipment lease purchase agreement between the North Dakota University System and Bank of America Public Capital Corp. a little background on this. A master equipment lease purchase agreement is used by the institutions, or at least is available to the institutions. Not all institutions take advantage of it, to purchase equipment, not capital projects, but equipment that would otherwise be unaffordable if paid with cash. So, for example, the primary uses of the master lease are UND's aircraft program, flight simulators, and then NDSU uses it for certain agricultural sciences equipment. And so the current master lease purchase agreement that's in place is with Wells Fargo, and that was put in place back in 2011. So we're coming up on 10 years on that agreement. But then what happened recently was, given the much lower interest rates that are available now, and given the encouragement of board members to take advantage of those where possible, the North Dakota State was tasked by the North Dakota University System to lead a procurement process seeking a more beneficial master lease. And after procurement, Bank of America Public Capital Corp was the prevailing bidder. Since last August, we've been engaged in some really fulsome negotiations with Bank of America Public Capital Corp over that master lease, and I think we've reached a very positive outcome. Through that process, we've extensively consulted with myself, led sort of the legal side of the negotiations, and Stacy Winter, the director of purchasing at NDSU, led the sort of the substantive side of that negotiation. And we've consulted extensively with the subject matter experts at UND's Odegaard School, and also the people at the at Agricultural Sciences at NDSU, and in order to make sure that this agreement would be beneficial for them. The master lease that's before you today it's a number of documents. There's the master lease purchase agreement itself, which is significantly longer, more complicated than the prior one. That's sort of the price we pay for a much better interest rate, is some additional complication. And then we've negotiated a number of pre-approved forms that will allow the institutions to streamline the process of using this agreement, given that there's often a short turnaround time between when an institution has a purchasing opportunity and when the financing needs to be arranged. And then also, we negotiated a form escrow agreement, which institutions may utilize the services of Bank of America NA, the national bank, as a fee-free escrow agent, which normally escrow agents will take a fee off the top of a purchase if they are asked to perform services on an agreement. This is a service provided by Bank of America NA to people that have, to institutions that have a relationship with Bank of America Public Capital Corp. We've also included a number of other, an addendum for the purchase of aircraft for UND. There's a lot of specific issues that come into play with respect to financing aircraft. As of now, we have the fixed wing addendum finished, and we'll be, in coming weeks and months, we'll be doing the same for a rotor aircraft addendum, which is going to follow largely the same point, but there are, again, some unique issues there. Because the Budget and Finance Committee was not able to meet this month, the request is being presented directly to the full SBHE. And so I'd be happy to stand for any questions about this, or if Tammy would like to provide some insight from her position as the system CFO. Otherwise, at the conclusion of any questions, I'd like to offer a motion, because this is another issue like bonding where we have to have a specific resolution approved.
Tammy? Thanks, Eric. Tammy, maybe she doesn't have anything to add. So we're saving some money, Eric?
That's the idea.
Okay. I do have one question.
Yes.
It may not fit in their profile, but do you have conversations with the Bank of North Dakota about these type of arrangements?
So that would be a better question for the for either Tammy or for the individual at NDSU who led that procurement effort. Okay. But I can say that having reviewed the responses to that procurement, the Bank of America response was superior to all other received bids.
Thank you. Board members, any questions? Tammy?
No, Chair Hacker, I was just going to add that I would assume that they would have had those discussions, but I wasn't a part of the the negotiation or the RFP, so I don't know a specific answer for you.
Thank you. Any questions, board members?
Chair Hacker, Member Mahalik here. I just want to say I started through about the first 10 pages of this, and it looks awfully familiar. Didn't get in that much farther along, but certainly all the high points to Eric's discussion and explanation seemed to hit as I started through it. So as you said, we didn't have a Budget and Finance Committee meeting, but I did take some time to take a look at this, and certainly seems appropriate.
Thank you, Member Mahalik. Takes a lot of sets of eyes on these kind of things, and so I want to, we should thank Stacy Winter, Aerospace and Egg Sciences for getting into the weeds and the details. It really affects them.
Agreed.
Agreed. Not hearing any other questions. Not hearing any. I believe we need a very specific motion. So what we'll do is maybe we'll have Eric read it off, and then there could be a motion based on exactly what Eric read.
Thank you, Chair Hacker. That would be fantastic.
Let's try that.
Yes. So I would request a motion to approve the resolution attached to the agenda item at numbered pages 3 through 5. That's after the summary, and also authorizing the North Dakota University System and State Board of Higher and the chair of the State Board of Higher Education to take such other and further actions are required to carry out the purpose of the master lease. So that would include, for example, signing additional documents, approving other related items.
Member Mahalik could make that motion as read.
Second, Morton.
Great. Thank you. There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none. Christy, if you would call the roll.
Ms. Louders,
Yes.
Mr. DeShock,
Yes.
Mr. Morton,
Yes.
Ms. Nesset,
Yes.
Mr. Mahalik,
Yes.
Dr. Ryan,
Yes.
Board Chair Hacker.
Yes. Thank you. That motion passes. Brings us on to item number 24 within the policies. And our first item is policy 340.2. Robin Putnam.
On audio.
It's on audio.
Thank you.
There she is.
Thank you, Chair Hacker, members of the board. The proposed policy change to policy 340.2 is in paragraph 5, and it is addressing a recurring state auditor recommendation regarding the timely submission of audited financial statements by some of the smaller foundations. So this change would move the deadline from September 15th to October 31st for foundations that are not included in the NDUS financial statements, but meet both of the criteria listed in paragraph 5B. This will allow the smaller foundations more time to complete their audit, and it does not affect the completion of our annual financial statement. It may also help them with scheduling their audits because auditing firms are typically very busy in late summer and early fall with the June 30th year-end audit. And this has contributed to some of the delays in receiving the audit report. We also consulted with the state auditors, and they did not have any concerns with this change as long as these financial statements are submitted to them by October 31st, because they do need to review them as part of their audit procedures, even though these entities are not included in our financial statement. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Putman. Any questions, board members?
Chair Hacker, this is Casey. I would move approval of policy 340.2, second reading.
Thank you, Member Ryan.
And Nesset, second.
Been a motion and a second. Positive change. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none. Christy, if you would call the roll.
Mr. DeShock,
Yes.
Ms. Nesset,
Yes.
Mr. Mahalik,
Yes.
Ms. Louders,
Yes.
Dr. Ryan,
Yes.
Mr. Morton,
Yes.
Board Chair Hacker.
Yes, thank you very much, Christy. Number 24 is passed, and that'll bring us on to the Chancellor's report. The Chancellor, I'll remind you, it is a little after 4.
Yes, well, I will go fast. Phil is right now with the National Guard. He's the head of our COVID working group. We can provide more updates as we go. But there's been a lot going on. The first thing I would just say is you should be incredibly proud of your 11 campuses and the faculty, the staff, the students, and Chair Hacker, who early on authorized me to send the message of 3 March. I think we were the first state system in the country to say, this is going to get big. You should start to do these things. And that helped us to get ready. I want to thank new President Easton, who took quite a bit of heat early on and stopped overseas trips. And so as a consequence, as the governor has said, higher ed has not been a difficult problem to solve, and he's solving a lot of problems every day. Instead, it is an asset. So just a couple of the high points, the campuses have successfully transitioned to online or alternative means, which is remarkable in and of itself. They've been helping one another. We've been guided in much of this by Dr. Wynn and Dr. Paul Carson, advising also Ms. Tufte on these things. But also they've been doing other things. Campuses have been studying problems because we are now, as the governor has said publicly, a potential resource. So Dr. Scogan and his team are studying in communication with New York, the National Guard, a call in 15 minutes about how to turn college dorms into reserve space, which New York is now doing that. UND is leading the medical response on how can we test. I want to thank Dr. Ryan for that, as well as what do we do about nurses, doctors, volunteers, et cetera. NDSU is leading the effort on the data analytics to support the governor's task force. So incredible work by the staff. Also the students, I want to commend them. When they were told, don't come back, get your stuff, everyone's cooperating, working together. There's campuses in the United States where there are actually riots, and the city police had to disperse thousands of students who were angry they were being displaced. Our students care about older professors and faculty and staff, their communities, and been very impressive. The thing that has just come out, and we are analyzing it as we speak, is the $2 trillion, and there is tens of billions of dollars in there for higher education, so we're trying to analyze what that means, but that could help buffer what may hit the campuses as they are obviously disrupted in their operation. And we can send out those summaries. I want to thank Tammy Dolan for summarizing as quickly as she can. Our lawyers are already looking at it. The one curveball, which has surprised us, is they do not reimburse for totally online students, which obviously some of our campuses have a very large online presence. So we'll see what they do with that, because there still is disruption with faculty having to move off the campuses. But the good news is there's quite a bit of money there to go to students and for campuses that could have been impacted. That said, we have already been in discussion, so I'm going to move on down the list on room and board refunds. Tammy Dolan has convened the CFOs, the presidents, and I were on the phone with Dolan yesterday, Vice Chancellor Dolan, talking about this. And basically, we have, I think, the board support already. And just to summarize what Vice Chancellor Dolan told me is that given the fact that we've had to move off the campuses early, and part of this is to support the National Guard, because already some civic authorities made runs on trying to get the campuses, and we are a state asset. So we're being team players here, too, to do this. But your instructions basically allow the campuses to offer partial refunds for students for unused housing and dining. And so they're working through that analysis. But I can just say this, the campuses should be commended, because in some cases, and we know March is a cold month, we have dorms with a handful of students that can't go home, but we're keeping the heat on, the water, the cafeteria. So the dorms and the campuses are already absorbing something of a shock. So we're trying to navigate this refund issue. I'll just keep going down the list and take questions at the end, given time. The other thing is some campuses nationally have gone to flexibility in grading pass-fail. My farm west of Mandan, you get like 1 bar on a good day. So students don't have high-speed internet in some cases. Rural communities will be penalized. So we want the campuses and the professors to have that flexibility. If there's students who literally cannot get some of the stuff they need, maybe they offer that student a pass-fail. Other students that already got a 98% average, and this is great. So just let you know, we are working through that with all the campuses. And again, the idea is to give the campuses and professors maximum latitude. Just so you know, nothing has closed. Everything's open as far as getting degrees completed on time. Even the graduations might be some hybrid. I mentioned to the governor's staff that maybe he gives a speech at one of the campuses and everyone's watching on Facebook. Chair Hacker gives another speech. This is going to be very interesting. It'll be historic. As the governor said yesterday, the history books will all have a section on what we did. But everything's still open as far as the students getting their degrees on time, and including, as you saw, discussions of telemedicine, telehealth. So we're working through all of those things. Vice Chancellor's can chime in. Normally I would turn it over to him, but because of the time constraint, I just summarized everything and open to your questions. And I want to thank Member Hacker. He's been on phone calls at 10 o'clock and meetings on the weekend, the governor's staff, et cetera. And I want to thank you for all the effort you're putting in on this.
You're welcome, Chancellor. And I just want to reiterate a couple of things. This is an unprecedented crisis that our campuses have never seen, our system's never seen. And I want to thank the Chancellor. In particular, I want to thank the presidents and their teams and students for reacting, finding the right solutions under the right circumstances. It's a strong belief that I have that in a time of crisis, local decisions are the best decisions that can be made for each institution. And I appreciate the strong leadership of our institutional presidents, coordination with the Chancellor. At the beginning of this, higher education was the place of threat because of the population density of our students. And today, we're now in a position to support the state of North Dakota, to support the governor, and we're going to continue down that path and finding solutions in ways that we can help. And we're going to be careful in those steps. There's a lot of liability and a lot of issues that come when somebody decides we're going to use a dorm somewhere on a campus that concentrates a lot of challenges. So, but I do want to add, the challenges are going to keep coming. And it's not comfortable. And I want you to know that the Board of Higher Ed and myself, we support presidents, we support your teams. We're going to be here. Those challenges will keep coming. And we appreciate as you continue to show up with innovative solutions to very complex problems that we've never seen before. So thank you on behalf of the state of North Dakota. Thank you all for stepping up and dealing with those challenges with different solutions that fit different threats and different needs. And so, Chancellor, thank you. Thank the presidents, thank the staff, thank the faculty, and thank you to the students for understanding and continuing your education here in North Dakota. I know Aretha might have had something she wanted to add.
Yeah, I think you kind of hit on some of it too. Just that so many of our employees are in such unusual circumstances right now that we just continue to thank our leadership at campuses and for the board for supporting the staff in those roles, especially the ones you're seeing with your tech support that's working hard online, and the ones that you're maybe not realizing who are as impacted, like the custodial staff who all of a sudden is doing a lot more work. That he's still on campus and just asking us all to be thankful and mindful of our health and of our employees.
Member DeShock, did you have anything you wanted to add today?
Yes, I appreciate the opportunity to speak. As you're probably all well aware, this COVID has done a lot to impact students, and I want to start by thanking all the administrations for their effective responses. The Chancellor already brought up the rioting. I believe that was in Dayton, Ohio, where students were told that they had to be out of their dorms by the next day, and people didn't have places to go, and that didn't happen here in North Dakota because of the effective responses that our administrations took. Again, students are greatly concerned about the dining refunds and the housing refunds and how those might play out. And it sounds like we've had some effective conversations on that front about providing solutions to students. My concern, and as I'm looking out for constituents, is that we don't let people fall through the cracks. There are still students staying in dorms. that don't have anywhere else to go here in North Dakota. We have students in apartments that need to be factored into the conversation for administrations or universities that have on-campus apartments, and those in other circumstances. And the other piece that the chancellor talked on already was the pass-fail conversations or that have taken place, and those, again, are important to students. He talked about those in the rural communities that don't have the internet connection to succeed in an online environment. And that's where students are also looking at how can we be successful. Students signed up for math courses thinking they'd have an on-campus, in-person experience, and instead are winding up with an online experience. So how can we help those who chose their course specifically to have that in-classroom experience? How can we make them successful? And ensure that we're also providing students the opportunity to get into grad school, that we're not impacting their GPA or those opportunities by allowing students and faculty to have choice. And then finally, keeping student governments in the loop. Many institutions have done a really good job, of keeping those student governments a part of the conversations as they're talking about the responses to the COVID and ensuring that they're part of planning meetings. And so I really would like to encourage administrations to keep that up. But Chairman Hacker already said it quite well. I think having these responses done at the institution level allows for flexibility and allows for those who know the circumstance of their institution to make the actions. And so I greatly appreciate all the response of the administrations, and I hope we can continue working to make sure that students are taken care of in this time.
Thank you, Member DeShawn.
Chair Hacker, did we forget item 25?
We did. I was going to come back to that. We're going to end on a positive note after that one too. So President Bashani, so we covered item 26, board members. Thank you, Chancellor. Item 25, we've been President Bashani and I have been talking about trying to get this update on an agenda, and thank you for being our expert and our representative at the NCAA. And so if you would give us an update, President Bashani.
Happy to, and appreciate the time. I'll be very brief. I do want to start out, we're very fortunate to have two of your presidents involved with this. Dr. Shirley is involved with board directors at the Division II level, and I'm involved with a series of groups, but leading up to the board of directors at the Division I level, the NCAA. I do want to give you a sense of the scope of the topic we're talking about here, which is name, image, and likeness. Which unfortunately the media generally misportrays as paid to play. And it is not paid to play, and I'll explain that in just a minute. But to give you an idea of the scope of the NCAA, there are 443 colleges and universities at the Division III level, and those represent 190,900 athletes. At the Division II level, we have 308 colleges and universities with 121,900 student athletes, and at the Division I level, we have 351 universities with 179,200 student athletes. So we're talking about something with a sweeping and massive impact within the nation. But let me clarify, and this really sets up the context for the rest of the handful of points I'll touch on. The NCAA has always been and has always remained committed to the collegiate athletic model, which is that college athletes are just that. They're college students, then they're athletes. That they aren't supposed to be here to play professionally. They are here to get a college education. Now, we all know there are exceptions to those rules. There are some athletes that come for the opportunity to participate in athletics, but as I'm going to describe, it's actually a very small minority, and that is not what the NCAA is about. There are a couple practical considerations that the media rarely gets right. One is that while we have this policy, name, image, and likeness, really only impacts the scholarship levels. So that's the Division I of the NCAA, and that's our two institutions represented there are NDSU and USD, and the Division II level, which would be singularly Minot State. Now, although both divisions are theoretically impacted, in practicality, the issue is almost exclusively limited to Division I and the visibility of those athletes. To further narrow down who's impacted, while many student athletes and their supposed advocates argue that student athletes will broadly benefit from loosening the restrictions on them now, in practicalities, those potentials rest overwhelmingly, not just within Division I, but the two large revenue sparks of football and men's basketball. Secondly, even within those two large revenue sports, the impact is generally going to be limited to athletes in the two sports that are in those two sports within the Power 5 leagues. Those would be your big national athletic programs. And then even within those two sports, which are within that one league, and again, within one level of the NCAA, the benefits are grossly over-exaggerated. There are very few students, athletes, although if I can go up to my track athletes and they're very excited about this, they all think they're going to make money. The reality is that literally a handful of athletes in men's football and men's basketball have any likelihood of making what we would call it, having a substantial financial benefit from this, no matter how it works. Well, I shouldn't say no matter how it works out. We've got to wait and see. The other big argument often made in the media is that this is an issue of fairness to the athletes, that the universities are making money off of our athletes that are making their athletic team successful and then are going on to the pros. That's an argument, but a reciprocal argument is just as good, which is it's the athletes take advantage of our colleges and universities. For the athletes that aren't intent on an academic career, they're coming to a college or university basically to get trained up by the college and university and to get national visibility in their sport so that their value as a recruit at professional levels will increase. So this is hardly something where most athletes are taking advantage of. It's actually not the case for the vast majority of athletes, and for, like I say, the handful that really do have some potential economic impact in terms of benefiting themselves is really limited to a very, very small number of them. Now, the NCAA isn't oblivious to this question. It's been talked about for years and years, and they've been working on it for quite some time. And that changed path because of legislation that took place in California. That legislation was to allow college athletes to be paid to play. And that violates, again, that the college athlete principle that the NCAA has always held dearly. Just to make it worse, quite a few states in the nation then took off with their own versions of pay to play. Unfortunately, none of them are in coordination, so we could end up in a situation where somewhere 15, 20 states have different versions of ways athletes can benefit by participating in athletics at the Division I level. That would obviously be a fiasco. So that's left the NCAA in the odd position of needing to go to the federal government for intervention. It's pretty rare where anybody goes nationally to the federal government and asks them to overrule the states, but that's the awkward case that we've been left in. The NCAA has gone to the federal government, though, and are working very carefully with Congress on this topic, and they're advancing a handful of principles that they think are very important to protect. One is to ensure that student athletes are treated similarly to non-student athletes unless a compelling reason exists to differentiate them. What that's about is, again, this isn't pay to play, this is name, image, and likeness. If Dean Bershani is a student at NDSU and writes a song and sells it on the internet, he can make some money. The argument is that if a student athlete wants to do that, that is fair because they're only using their name, image, and likeness and doing what any other student could do. They're not getting compensation for their participation in sports. They're getting potential compensation for what any other student could do. The second principle is to maintain the priorities of education and the collegiate experience that lead to student-athlete success. And as you may know, over the last decade, the NCAA has ratcheted down a high priority on the academic success of student-athletes, and there are severe financial and performance penalties for institutions that do not continue to increase the academic success of their student-athletes. The third principle is to ensure the rules are transparent, focused, and enforceable and facilitate fair and balanced competition. That's going to be the tough nut to crack because there are incredible level of details that are involved with this, and monitoring and making sure that those are being enforced in a fair and equitable way is going to be a heck of a challenge, and it's going to take a lot of people's hard work. The fourth principle is to make a clear distinction between collegiate and professional opportunities. Again, the NCAA is not interested in college sports becoming a semi-pro or professional level of performance. It is a student athlete with the student-first model that is very important. And they absolutely want to make it clear that compensation for athletic performance or participation in sports is under no circumstances permissible. 6 would be to reaffirm that student athletes are students first and not employees of the university. Several of the states involved have even talked about letting athletes unionize, which would then give them collective bargaining rights and, again, violate the principle of the college model. And last but not least is to protect the recruiting environment and prohibit inducements to select, remain at, or transfer to a specific institution. In other words, avoiding agents representing student athletes at the collegiate level and having student athletes at the collegiate level become a bartering chip between different competing institutions. I know I just whipped through a lot really quickly there, but I also recognize you've had a very long day. I think Steve and I would be happy to take any questions. And if you're disinclined to doing that now, we'd be happy to answer those in private conversation with you.
Thank you very much, Dean and Steve. Appreciate your guys' work. And we understand this is an important topic, and being uniform is important. It's students first. Being a student first is the priority, so thank you. Are there any questions or feedback on this topic? Hearing none, we're going to move on to the strategic plan update, which some of the strategic plans, as you can imagine, in the last couple of months, there's still good work going on, and we'll get an update on this at our next meeting when Phil and the Chancellor are able to be here. I'm going to move into public comment, followed by assessment of the meeting and future agenda items, and that's where board members can speak up. Again, I know there may be some other discussion or points that want to be made. So we'll just start with public comment. Public comment? Hearing none. Assessment of the meeting and other topics. Board members?
Chair Hacker, this is Nesset.
Yeah, go ahead, Member Nesset.
I just want to very briefly give a shout out and a thanks to UND, and I want the board to know the Petroleum Council, North Dakota Petroleum Council, held their winter board meeting at UND at the end of February. At that time, we were welcomed. UND bestowed on Harold Hamm, in recognition of his support and work of the Harold Hamm School of Geology and Geological Science, they bestowed on him a doctorate, an honorary doctorate. Dr. Armacost attended, and the Chancellor attended that. It was really quite a recognition. I just want to thank UND for that. Also, we had a wonderful time. They were hosts for the board or our council to go to one of the final UND ice hockey games of the year where they beat University of Denver. So anyway, wonderful time. UND did spectacular, and they were quite a showcase.
Thank you, Member Nesset, and well done, UND. Thank you for the support of North Dakota and all the institutions that do some of those wonderful things.
Chair Hacker?
Yeah, Member Ryan.
Casey. Just want to thank all the people involved in setting things up today. And it seems like the only problem we had today with the technology was those of us who didn't go off mute.
Great point. Thank you, Member Ryan, and thank you to the staff and Jesse and everybody on the other sites for putting this together. This is really important work that we're doing in the face of very uncertain times. Regularly we would be sitting here having lots of celebration. We hired 2 permanent presidents today. That's a heavy lift in the middle of very uncertain times and a lot of crisis. So let's make sure that we recognize that we're doing really, really good work, and that we should really celebrate and be proud of what we're able to accomplish. And the work of this board has really been phenomenal. And I just want to thank everybody for everything that they've done to be a positive hand in helping accomplish those things. So thank you. Stay healthy. And we'll look forward to seeing you April 29th. That is planned to be a technology meeting once again. So I also appreciate Member Morton for really driving home our ability to have technology meetings during his tenure as chair. It really benefited our ability to do this today. So Member Morton, thank you very much for your leadership in that time. And so thank you all. Have a wonderful rest of your week. And again, stay healthy, stay safe.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nick.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks for taking the time.